Good morning. Welcome, everybody, to the second to the last day of the week for the Steel Toe Gives a Shit. Hi, everyone. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
And we have another good one. Following up a great Wednesday, awesome day with Adonis Paul. And then the evening show, we had Gino Bisconti on. That was great. And then tomorrow we've got Chrissy Mayer to close out the week for overtime. She's finding all kinds of swimsuits with tuck instructions on them. She's very busy.
Tuck friendly.
Very busy finding tuck friendly swimsuits. Which, by the way, I could definitely see Alex Stein modeling in the next week.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely see him modeling a tuck friendly swimsuit.
At a pool near you.
Or just right there in his studio. One of the two. So it's going to be a very busy week still. Great to have Gino yesterday. I tried to book a guest last night. Not for last night, but maybe for today. It did fall through, but we will have that guest probably next week.
Okay.
Sometime. I'm getting back in guest mode. Having some people call into the show.
That's fun.
Yeah. Balls and Wiener says April looks like she would have the perfect Aryan children. Well, there you go.
Some have said.
Some have said the same thing about me. When they look at my hairline, they go, that looks like exactly what they were talking about. It looks like Leo DiCaprio would have your brain, your skull, and he would go, this is what we're looking for here.
It looks brown over there.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Zeke Kyle says, I told you I'd do it. No, yes, I'm sorry. I always have Zeke on backup. Just in case. Gray Duckling just got his Steel Toe coffee. Said he had it this morning. It was good, great, grand, wonderful.
Good.
Somebody said I'm the perfect Aryan, but minus the shit on my face.
Well, and you have no blonde hair to speak of. You can't be Aryan.
Okay. I mean, look at the high command of the Nazis. Not as the perfect.
Not what they're going for.
Look, speaking of the shit on my face, we have to have a very serious conversation. That conversation is, this is not long for the world.
Aww.
It's going to go soon. And I'll tell you why the facial hair is going to go soon. It was always an experiment, and there's starting to be more cons than pros.
What happened?
When I touch it for too long, if I go like this or if I go like this, I get sleepy. That's not good. I get sleepy when I do that. I don't like it.
Oh, me too.
And then also, I was really jonesing for some ice cream yesterday. And where we live, we are surrounded by places to get ice cream. You wouldn't think so. Cold climate, not so much big on the ice cream, but shitloads of ice cream places all over the place. And like independently owned, like small family ice cream places. I'm jonesing for some ice cream. We go to the first place. It's not open. We think of the second place. It's too far away. We're almost home already. The third place we go to has a delicious ice cream flavor. I get it in a waffle cone. It's delicious, but the ice cream gets stuck right in here, and it crusts.
Oh, God.
And I don't like that. And I got to go in the bathroom. I got to get some water.
It's crusty.
I got to scrub it out of there. That just about brought me to my knees and made me say, you know what? I think we might be done with this fella. I can't be getting ice cream stuck in there.
You can't like trim it back any shorter. You'll look like a pedo.
Right, and I don't know why you all grow facial hair, but I do not grow facial hair to look like and I quote, a pedo. It's not my intention. So it might go. We'll see. I get in these moods from time to time. Sometimes they pass. We'll see if this one does. Adonis Paul, who, of course, was on the show yesterday. And I forgot to pay yesterday. I got to get him paid today. Don't let me forget.
Good Lord. Sorry, AP.
$130 over towards the wonderful and talented Adonis Paul. He said, someone said white 3 times. Who has summoned me? Oh, sorry.
That must have been you.
I meant to say it 7 times. Which summoned Sam Hyde. Cockdiff says, if you would quit fucking with it, it would come in nice, young lady. Sorry.
You should stop fucking with it.
Sorry. I apologize. Omega Wolf says, sure, Aaron, ice cream. What, do you think I'm driving all over town to get Coke? I would tell you that I drove all over town to get Coke.
And Coke doesn't get crusty.
Yeah, I wouldn't say ice cream like I'm gay. I would just tell you, God damn it, man. I was trying to find some cocaine, driving all over town. This drug dealer's dead. This one's dead. Fentanyl all over the place. Couldn't find it. I was looking for ice cream.
It's hard to find ice cream in a waffle cone.
Oh, man, I was happier than a kid on Christmas as soon as I got my waffle cone yesterday.
You want to tell them what flavor you got?
I don't even remember. I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it gives a man diabetes. It was Choco Homo Choco Choco Taco. No, it was
sweet cream.
It was a sweet cream ice cream with M&Ms, Reese's peanut butter cups, and cunt water. I can't remember.
I think it was called Munchie Madness.
I had some Munchie Madness in a waffle cone. It was delightful.
You regress back to like a little kid sometimes. It's so cute.
So excited for my ice cream cone.
I hadn't really seen that since you got Gordy.
Yeah, I just kind of... I'm riding in the car. I'm riding shotgun in the car, just having my ice cream cone.
With that sound.
Oh, it's the happiest boy in the world. Then we go pick up some beers and a cigar because it's, been nicer out lately, and I want to have a cigar. So I get a Gurkha. I love Gurkhas. I got a Gurkha, but I didn't get my 18-year cellar reserve. Yeah. I got a 15-year. Done with 15-year Gurkhas. A little too full-bodied for me.
We screwed up.
I got a headache. I didn't feel good.
I think that's why my throat is so dry today.
Happens to me every time. And so I gotta go back to the 18-year. And I'm making an edict. I'm never going back to the cigar shop at Westside Liquor. I like Westside Liquor. I like Westside Liquor.
I like them too.
The wrapper was dry.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way it lit.
Locally here, the one in Waite Park. The one in Waite Park by the Starbucks is pretty good, by Fuji.
There was a really good one down on the east side of St. Cloud that was open for years and years, but the owner retired and they closed it down. It's really very much a Springsteen song.
I like the guy that owns the Waite Park one, though.
Yeah, anytime you can get like a Jordanian or Iranian, any kind of Persian to own a tobacco shop,
Persian.
You can trust the guy. You get a Persian that runs a cigar shop, you got a good selection. You got a good guy.
And he's been open for 20-something years now.
Yeah.
23 or 27.
Persian, by my parents' house in Shoreview, Minnesota, there's this is in Mounds View. There's I can't remember what it's called, but it's a cigar shop, little hole in the wall in a strip mall, owned by, again, either Lebanese, Jordanian, or Iranian. I can't remember which one. And man, we go in there, get a cigar, and that guy, if you want to, he'll talk your ear off. He's a degenerate gambler, and it's so much fun to talk to him about like blackjack and shit.
So why is it always people from those countries that tend to open these? Where did that start?
I don't know. I could give you the real reason. I don't have it. The only thing I have kicking around in my head right now is just really ridiculous racist answers.
Okay.
That's
I was
it.
just checking.
I only have bigotry for you.
Fine.
If you're looking for answers, don't come to me.
I'll take it later.
I only have bigotry for you. That's it.
Bigotry and racism spilleth over.
That's it in my cup. Veldrain says, so Aaron, day 93 of being a man is a failed experiment. Fuck you.
You kept it for a while.
I did. More than 93 days.
Can you please just give us just the mustache for one day, though?
No.
Please.
I don't want to look like a gay F like iDubbbz. Ugh. Nobody wants to look like iDubbbz.
Maybe you'd look better.
Hobo Chili Recipe says there is a flavor sponsored by Daywave called the Sarsaparilla Gang. I fell for something there.
No, that's a drink.
Is that real?
It's like a root beer. But
I know
it's red.
sarsaparilla, but what's sarsaparilla?
There's an R in it.
Well, fuck them. Sir K says, did Mr. Steel Toe look like a pedo with an ice cream cone and thin stash?
You had a nice white cream crust on it.
That's how I knew it was tasty. I say Gutierrez with $2 says Family Guy should have ended years ago. Not sad, to be honest. I agree. I've never been a big Family Guy, but we'll have that story a little bit later on today. Only good things coming out of the writer's strike. That I got to tell you.
Okay.
I'm not Gino. Don't go to me for your writer's strike information. Go to Gino. He's Mr. Writer's Strike. But the writer's strike seems to have killed Family Guy, and I am okie dokie with that.
Hey, I thought that show did end.
I did too. I thought that show's ended 15 fucking times.
Yeah.
And apparently he wasn't done until now he is done. And God, you mean the people who write that piece of shit show actually get Writers Guild credits?
I guess so.
God, I thought they did that for community service for their college degree.
There's probably something worse.
Oh, man. 335 is the goal today. The evening show audience went over by about $15, so they got you started. Let's get under 300 by the end of the hour. Let's fire off the like button. I am very excited about this. Guys, we got off the 2-day schneid. So I've been thank you button I hit. I've been talking about how we had like that 25-day run.
Yeah.
Where every clip we put out there, every day we got in the thousands.
Yes, it did.
For the clips. Well, Monday and Tuesday, I just picked some shitty stuff that I thought was good, not thinking about what people would actually click on. Wings of Redemption, KSI, shit like that. Nobody cared about the boxing match. I'm just a boxing guy. Well, Tim Pool got us off the schneid yesterday after I put up an Alex Jones video, and I said, wait a minute, if you put Alex Jones in or Tucker Carlson in a title, YouTube goes, nope, you're getting way less than usual on this one, pushing this one down.
Not a fan.
Did a Tim Pool one yesterday, blew up, got us there. We're off the schneid.
Just put his name in every title.
I'm just putting it in everything. I'm going to put, instead of putting up the clips that I think are clickbait worthy, I'm going to put up the clips that I think are funny and the best stuff we do.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to put Crowder, Tim Pool, and just Crowder and Tim Pool in the title. And that'll get us there.
Tim Pool's a Chad.
Tim Pool is
Tim Pool's
Chad.
beanie.
Tim Pool's beanie is flip-flopping all over the place. But today we're going to have the Gino Bisconti, Kevin Brennan appearance from last night's evening show. Then we've got a D'Elia clip we need to put up, an Opie clip we need to put up, a Crowder clip we need to put up, an Otaku clip we need to put. We are loaded up on clips.
You got it.
For years and years and years and years. But 335 away from today's goal. Whoever wants to start it off, feel free to do it via Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, or Rumble Rants. And thank you all very much for your support of this listener-supported tin can rattling extravaganza that we call Steel Toe. I say Gutierrez says Seth kept trying to end Family Guy, but kept getting that Fox and Disney money, so he just kept going. Well, I mean, again, everyone wants to retire until someone comes to their house with a van full of money.
Well, that's what I always get. Like, he's still pretty young, so if you're going to get paid. Yeah, he's not old.
50s?
Okay, but that's not like retirement age for most people.
Seth MacFarlane, 49. He'll be 50 this year. Okay, so he's still pretty young. How old are the guys he's always chasing? Matt, Trey, age. Matt Stone, 71. Don't make me do math. 52. Okay, so the South Park guys are older.
Don't make me do math.
The boys he's always chasing are 52, so I guess he can still do it. He's kind of, Seth MacFarlane kind of got stuck because, like, you had The Simpsons and then Family Guy and South Park came along, and he was kind of like the AEW to South Park's WWE. Like, South Park was the thing. All the merchandise, all the streaming deals, all of the big money went to South Park. And Seth just kind of kept petering along, just kind of kept his thing going, kept it alive, kept it moving. While, South Park occupied the high end, Simpsons kind of petered out and then just kind of kept trudging along. So wait a minute. Does that mean The Simpsons is going to stay alive?
God, I hope not.
And Family Guy's going to be gone? Oh, that makes me feel better.
No, I don't put The Simpsons above them.
There are some days where I just wake up feeling like there's a God.
You don't watch either of them.
I know, but I root for things. I mean, I don't watch every Twins game every year, but I want to win the AL Central.
Okay. I bet you root for the Wild, too.
I don't give a shit about the Wild. That's fair. I don't give a shit about hockey. Look, when there's no hockey in your formative years, when the Minnesota North Stars move when you're 5, and then the new team doesn't come around till you're like in 7th or 8th grade, you've already formed your sports allegiances. I was Vikings, Twins, Timberwolves. Boom. Those were my teams.
Timberwolves?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. You don't remember. You were like 9 when they traded Kevin Garnett. Oh, the Kevin Garnett years were fun. That was a good time. Sure,
it must have been nice.
Sure, we only left the first round of the playoffs like once or twice, but it was just fun. He was so good, and it was such a fun time to watch basketball?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. We haven't been good in 20 years.
I seriously could not care less about anything basketball. I couldn't.
Yeah, I don't. College
College
basketball
is more fun to watch.
Yeah, college basketball when the Gophers are good. I get excited for that. Grew vinegar. That Zen Rhino was telling me the other day, like, hey, you know how that's supposed to be pronounced? Yeah, I can't say that on YouTube. So it's grew, like in Despicable Me.
Oh, I know.
Vinegar, not groovy. I'm not going to say that. Family Guy is the Shuley network to Simpsons WATP. Do not ever compare the great Cartoon Wars to this shitty little podcast universe that exists. This closed off, cul-de-sac off a highway fucking podcast universe. Do not compare that to the Cartoon Wars.
It's a dead end.
Please. And don't put WATP in that cul-de-sac. They're a bigger thing than that. They're different. They're, again, observe and report more than anything. They're the police department that investigates that cul-de-sac a lot, but they don't live there.
I agree with the people saying The Simpsons have sucked for forever. It's not been good for a long time.
Just another example, but Fox just keeps coming to them and saying, more?
And you're going to do it.
Yeah.
That's why stupid people like Eminem don't quit when they're good either.
Yeah, what's Matt Groening doing other than writing Simpsons episodes? Come on.
Don't know that name.
Zen Rhino says Doug West is greater than Kevin Garnett. Stop it. You stop it right now. All right, guys, let's get started. We got lots of stories to talk about today. Big show Thursday. We're going to knock the goal out. We're going to do a half hour of overtime. Very excited about today's show. Only 2 goals left, and then it's another successful week for Steel Toe. Load up on your Steel Toe coffee at CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. There's the link in the chat. Go get your Steel Toe coffee today. Everybody's getting it, and they're very happy about it. A lot of very satisfied customers tasting their Steel Toe coffee for the first time in the morning, and it is good, is
Very
the verdict.
good.
Okay, let's start with Barack Obama today.
Whoa.
Yeah, you didn't see that coming.
Nope. Kind of thought he was just retired.
Barack Obama. They had him on what's the CBS morning show? Are they Good Morning America or are they Today?
Nope, that's ABC.
So
They're probably Today.
CBS is just called CBS Mornings?
I don't know.
What the
I just know that ABC is Good Morning America.
ABC's got Good Morning America, NBC's got the Today Show, and CBS has mornings. Boy, I want to meet the brain trust that brainstormed that idea for the name of the show. Hey guys, we got Good Morning America is taken. That's it. Which, by the way, I haven't watched that show probably ever in my life, but I will say this: that's a fucking good TV show name.
Oh, it is.
Good Morning America. Yeah, Good Morning America is a solid name.
Yep.
The Today Show, pretty good. CBS Mornings just sounds like they went, third place ain't bad. Let's call it CBS Mornings.
I think Fox has Good Day. Like, I think after like Fox at 8 or something like that, at 9 o'clock, it's like Fox Good Day or something like that.
I don't like it. I don't like that either. Laughing Lions. Yeah, you might as well call it CBS. Yes, we're still on the air. You know what they could do if they want to increase viewership, at least if TV works the same way that YouTube does? Just call it CBS Tim Pool.
Tim Pool.
There you go.
Wear the beanie.
Call it.
Brock could use one. He looks cold.
Yeah, and he's a Muslim.
Yes, because all Muslims wear beanies.
I was kidding. I was only kidding. He's not a Muslim. I have it on good authority that he is, in fact,
a Methodist and the son of a bitch.
Jeez.
So, CBS has Barack Obama on, and you can always tell if they're having a guy on to grill him about something or if they're having a guy on to completely do ball-washing propaganda. And the way you can always tell is who they have interviewing him. So if somebody gets like a seasoned, grizzled journalist on him, like somebody, who doesn't take any shit and always kind of calls it down. Like if Ted Koppel was interviewing someone back in the day, like, oh, fucking Ted Koppel's going to crucify this motherfucker, But if they put like, a young Poppy Harlow out there, they were like, oh, they just want this guy to fucking talk some shit. And they don't want anyone smart enough to call him on it. So who did CBS get to interview Barack Obama? Go ahead. Just think of a news name Think of any new. They don't even have to work for CBS.
Caitlin Collins.
Caitlin Collins. Okay, the Caitlin Collins.
She's on a roll.
So that's your guess. Correct. Former Minnesota Viking and Detroit Lion Nate Burleson. Yes.
What?
Yes.
Why?
Who a couple years ago you could have seen exclusively on the NFL Network's Good Morning Football.
Okay.
Yes, that's who they got to interview Barack Obama. Now, based on my my criteria that I gave you a little bit earlier.
Must be black.
Well, I said NFL. And I didn't say Ed McCaffrey, so you knew who it was. Based on the criteria I just gave you, if they've got former Minnesota Viking and Detroit Lion Nate Burleson, who, again, 2 years ago you could see on Good Morning NFL.
Okay.
Do you think that they brought Barack Obama on for a tough, hard-hitting interview or a New World Order ball washing?
I'm going to pick that one.
The New World Order ball washing?
Yeah.
Wow, you would be correct. Yes, they do not put the former NFL player who's probably suffered multiple concussions and could possibly develop CTE later in life. They do not typically put him on the smooth-talking former president if they want to hold said president's feet to the fire on anything.
I just want to schmooze.
Now, you know what I would like to talk to Barack Obama about today if I were to talk to him? I would say, hey, Barack, that Durham report just came out. It said that your guys' FBI started looking into Donald Trump because you got information from your former Secretary of State's presidential campaign.
Yep.
And you decided, well, that sounds like a reason to launch a full-fledged FBI investigation of the guy because the people who do nothing but talk shit about him are talking shit about him. That sounds like, yeah, you would ask
Barack.
You would ask Barack about that, right?
I sure would.
Or you would sit there like a big dumb jock and you would go, your hair looks nice.
That bad?
Let's go ahead and check out Nate Burleson interviewing Barack Obama. And, I'm not blaming Nate Burleson and be like, Nate Burleson's a ball washer. Nate Burleson's doing the best he can. His bosses put him in that chair. And they put him in that chair for a reason because they're like, look, we won't have to coach Nate on what to say to Barack. He'll just do his best, and it will be inadequate.
You're saying black men always know what to say to each other.
No, that is not what I'm saying at all. I would never say something so offensive in all my life.
Okay, just checking.
But Nate Burleson will just go in there and naturally be overmatched by Barack Obama and be so happy just to be in the same room as him that he'll let him say whatever he wants. It'll just come together like butt cheeks, as they say.
Butt cheeks.
So let's watch Nate Burleson interview Barack Obama, which is a sentence I didn't think I'd say back in 2006. I would have said, who's Barack Obama? So he asks him about what keeps him up at night as a former president. And his answer is very telling as to how these people see propaganda, news, media, and all of that.
I'm an optimistic man, but I find myself falling into this space where I have concern about the country that they will inherit once I'm gone.
And that's coming from a liberal.
Yep.
Like a lefty. A lefty on CBS News is telling you, I'm concerned about the country we're leaving our children. Oh, really? Why don't you move a little more right of the spectrum and go see how those people are living? Because they're going, maybe no more kids.
Yeah. Oh, that's where a lot of conservatives are at. How about no?
A lot of conservatives are like, how could I possibly bring a child into this barren hellscape that they will be inheriting?
Dude, I'm not even in a camp. I lean that way, but I'm not in a camp, and I've said that.
Oh, man.
Post-presidency, what about this country keeps you up at night?
The thing that I'm most worried about is...
the Jews that will punish me if I answer this question wrong. Wait, what? Sir, you can't just say that.
Hillary will find me.
Yeah.
The degree to which we now have a divided conversation, in part because we have a divided media, right? So I'm much older than you, Nate.
You don't look it, though.
Oh, my
That's
God.
what I was fishing for.
See, this is what I mean. Like, Nate Burleson can be easily charmed. So, like, he's never going to be tough on Barack Obama because he's going to be like, the president just told me a funny joke about what I said. We're riffing now.
That was such a woman thing to say, though.
But when I was coming up, you had 3 TV stations.
Yeah.
And people were getting a similar sense of what is true and what isn't, what was real and what was not.
Well, isn't that great? You see, Nate, back in what he's saying is, you see, Nate, back in my day, you had basically one media, and they all told you the same thing. And we all just had to lap it up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And oh, those were the days. You had 3 giant corporations, and they all told you what to think, and I didn't have to look up anything for myself.
The same
It
song
was
and
wonderful.
dance.
You know what sucks now, Nate, is now you have like 4 corporations instead of 3 that control the messaging. And one of those corporations, Fox, gives you like a 3% different tilt on the news. So now there's different. Oh my God. He might as well come out and say, Nate, you know what I don't like? I don't like that people can look up our lies and they can see that we're completely full of shit and not telling them the whole truth. We're telling them things that are accurate, but we're not telling them the truth behind it. I don't like that people, basically Barack Obama is like Jim Cornette. He's like, I don't like that they're exposing the goddamn business and they can look behind the goddamn curtain and the marks can see what we're doing.
Oh, someone can keep you accountable?
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, no,
Tiny bit,
but we
they're
can't
trying?
even. Yeah, we can't even keep them accountable, and he's upset about it.
Right.
He's upset that we just know about it, and that's the saddest thing because those of us who know about it are depressed because we're like, nothing's gonna happen.
They're the bad guys, and they see us all as like the meddling kids.
Yeah,
That they would have gotten away with everything.
And we're just like, look, you guys are still gonna get away with it. You're just going to have to openly tell us you're pieces of shit.
Sure.
We're
You
not
have to
even
lower yourself to that.
Right. We're not even stopping you from doing your evil shit.
Well,
you
'cause
just have to say you're doing it
We
now.
can't.
Yeah. Oh, God, man, they've been so spoiled for so long, and that's a great answer by Barack Obama. Well, back when I was a kid, there were 3 media companies, and no information got out unless they said it, and we had them on the payroll, and they did what we told them to do. And now some asshole with a blog can tell people what's really going on, and then we have to be very open about it. Yeah, it probably came from a lab. You understand that lab leak. You understand that never would have had to be a thing back in like the 50s.
Right.
They could have just told you the story and that was it. There was nowhere to go to be like, hey, I think there might have been this. No, first of all, in the 50s, nobody would have known there was a lab in Wuhan, China.
Right, so there's no suspicions.
Right, so there's no suspicions. So they just tell you what's going on. I love how Barack Obama's like, yeah, back in the day, we had 3 news organizations, so Americans got the truth. Like the Gulf of Tonkin, the Kennedy assassination, the USS Liberty. We got all the truth on shit.
You got the truth, and there's so much less information around.
Nixon, Ford, LBJ, JFK. We got all of it.
Right, why do we still need to be talking about releasing the JFK files?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because we only had 3 news organizations back then, and they were all so goddamn honest.
So honest it hurt.
They all dug for the truth and found out what was really going on,
Today, what I'm most concerned about is the fact that because of the splintering of the media, we almost occupy different realities. If something happens, in the past, everybody could say, all right, we may disagree on how to solve it, but at least we all agree that, yeah, that's an issue. Now, people will say, well, that didn't happen, or I don't believe that. And one of, I think, the goals of the Obama Foundation and one of the goals of my post-presidency is how do we return to that common conversation?
When people on your side start acknowledging science and reality again.
When can we get back to groupthink?
Yeah, right, exactly. When can we get back to everyone just thinking the same shit?
Dicks do need to be tucked.
Yes. Okay. I wish these pesky conservatives would stop saying that people with XY chromosomes are this gender and people with XX chromosomes are this gender. I'm fucking tired of it.
I've had it.
I wish they would just allow us to cut their kids' genitals off, but no, they won't even acknowledge that should be a thing.
It's getting sore from the taping.
Oh, man. Come on, guys. Let us do what we want. That's what he's saying. Like, I would rather have smaller pockets of media that push back on the narrative. Like, even if the narrative is correct, I like the idea that there's going to be some psychopath with a beard going, this is all horseshit, and they're lying to you. And I would like to at least have that option out there.
Right, just even for like checks and balances, man.
Right. Even if that guy's wrong sometimes.
Sure. And he will be.
And he will be.
He's definitely been wrong.
But it's better than the media who goes out there and they are wrong a lot. And
Yes.
we do find out they're wrong a lot. And they never even print a retraction. Or if they do, it's 3 seconds after they did a turtle racing story. And they went, by the way, last night about the Biden administration, we fucked that up. All right. Anyway, continuing on.
And they do it on a Friday when everyone's going off for their weekends.
So I'm sorry, Barack Obama and I fundamentally disagree. I don't like it better when there's 3 companies giving you one narrative and we all just have to choke on it. I like the idea of a troublemaker coming in, throwing a wrench into the thing. And yeah, he might sometimes go off the handle and go, there's alien demons that are coming to steal us. And it's like, okay, that one I'll go with the media on, that there's not alien demons coming to steal us. But, some of these FBI documents he's got are really interesting. And I don't think we would have saw those out of CBS. So,
yeah, even if there's just somebody out there like playing devil's advocate to think the opposite of what the main story is, it's nice just to keep you on your toes.
You need troublemakers. If you're going to have a healthy, free society, you need troublemakers. And you can't so much worry about right and wrong. You got to worry about true and untrue. Right and wrong is a matter of opinion.
Yes, it is.
That's fine. Everybody can have an opinion. Everyone can be right. Everyone can be wrong. But like when you start hiding real things from people, or not even hiding them, just telling them the opposite of what's true. Like this occurred naturally in nature and not in a lab where they were making this same exact type thing.
Scientific things.
Right. That wasn't them being wrong. That was them lying. They lied
Right,
about
there's a huge
that.
difference. Like sometimes they just know they're wrong and they do it anyway.
And they do it anyway because they got orders from on high. Like, look, anytime you have to ban people from the internet for saying a certain thing, that's dangerous because that shows that I think if you start saying, hey, if you say this about a vaccine, or if you start saying this about an election, or you start saying this about a pandemic, we're going to ban you from all these places. I'm not saying that the person getting banned is right, but what I'm saying is there's a nugget of truth in what they're saying that is going to fuck everything up if enough people believe it.
It's rooted in some truth.
It's rooted in some truth. Like they still might be crazy. They still might be insane. And the extrapolations of what they're saying may be largely incorrect, but there's a nugget of truth in there. That's why they're getting rid of it. Because let's say somebody says some crazy shit. Let's say I say, there's aliens coming and they're going to get us. Nobody on YouTube's banning me for that.
I know.
Nobody on YouTube's banning me for that because I'm a fucking crazy
what kind of
person.
aliens?
Illegals. No, but like Narlap 7 is invading the United States.
Okay.
You're going to end up on our cringe, and then people are going to laugh at you, and YouTube's going to go, we'll fully monetize this video. But if you say something that sounds crazy, and then they're like, well, we have to ban that. We can't let people hear it. It's like, why? If it's crazy talk, like the aliens from Narlap 7 is crazy talk, just let the guy fucking say his crazy talk.
Right.
But the only reason you ban people from media platforms is because they might have something to say that you'd rather they didn't.
Exactly. Like people like you and I would wager that like people should be allowed to say whatever they're thinking and stuff like that. And it's up to us to decide if we believe that person or,
Right.
And we think the banning is dangerous, but they think that our thoughts are dangerous.
Yeah.
Like our thoughts are going to harm things.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 kicking us off today says, I heard it was a very candid interview with very hard-hitting questions. Here's a sample. Nate. If I say ooga booga Hobo Chili Recipe, I'm going to get in trouble. Obama's response beats chest. See, now if I say that, I'm making comparisons that people would take very liberally and make accusations. So thank you very much, Hobo Chili Recipe, for kicking us off today.
Thank you.
3:30 away from this morning's goal. Let's get it under 300 by the top of the hour, and that's a good start to the show. Everybody hit the like button, and let's get a bunch of likes, too. I like likes. I'm a whore for likes. Also, subscriptions. Guys, big note. We got about 40 until we get to 9,800, and I fully believe that if we get to 9,800 by the end of the weekend, I think 10K by the end of May is a reality. I think it can happen. I think we're that goddamn close. So subscribe.
Everyone.
If we get to 9,800 by the end of the weekend, holy shit, I think we might actually make it. Empire Actual says we all got kicked off social media for pointing out the obvious. It was so bad that Elon spent $44 billion on a server farm full of FBI-produced gay child porn. Whoa. See, I want that guy to be able to have a blog, though.
Yeah, he should be able to say that.
Right.
Well, I could sit here and be like, oh, that's just...
I would go, well, that sounds a little rich for my blood.
Tiny
bit.
bit.
At least it's out there. I'm the kind of guy the little omelets want to be like on my knees day and night scoring points for the afterlife. So don't be vain and don't be whiny, or else my brother, I might have to get medieval on your hiney. But no, I'm the kind of guy who let's just not even acknowledge it. I want as much information out there as possible, and I want to trust people. I know that sounds gross, but the other option is letting the media decide for you. I want to let people decide what sounds true and what doesn't sound true. I would rather have that than 3 corporations going, here, swallow it, you fucking pig, force-feeding them like foie gras.
Paying you to believe things or believe in things.
And then telling them, here's another drug commercial, you fucking stooge. I'd rather have that plus crazy people.
Yeah.
I think the crazy people can be good sometimes.
Checks and balances, man.
Exactly. Because if I got a guy in a suit and perfectly gelled hair going, well, and here's the way the world is, and we're just going to lecture you on it and just fucking take this one to the bank. I need another guy on the other side going, motherfucker, they're trying to burn your house down and eat your kids.
Jesus Christ.
I need that guy. I need them both. You can't have one without the other.
I felt the wind off of you.
Well, get fired up sometime. Get excited about my foods, man. Sir K says they make it harder to unsubscribe. Got to open a drop-down menu now. More annoying to resub and help. No. Unsubbing and resubbing doesn't help at all. Just if you're subbed.
Just one time.
Fine. Laughing Lion says Aaron's bringing it. Oh, this is if you don't like this show, man, you don't have enough energy in the morning.
No, if you're not spilling your nice steel toe coffee everywhere from your passion.
If you don't get it, this show doesn't excite you, you got no pulse, homie. You got no pulse. All right, 3:30 away from knocking it out today. If you feel like contributing, I get excited on Thursdays. When we've hit every goal by Thursday, I get really excited because I'm like 2 more. That's it. Just 2 more. And this rickety old ship we've got here is staying afloat.
Hell yeah.
So, Barack Obama had an interview with Nate Burleson, interviewer extraordinaire. Join Nate Burleson next week when he interviews George Soros. I'm sure.
I can't wait.
Can
we get Santos after that?
He's going to get George Soros on, and I hear that they're going to actually make creme brulee. So that should be really fun. We're going to find out how George Soros makes his food.
And then we should have tea time with the Clintons.
That would be great.
Make little tea sandwiches.
Yeah. Hillary puts hot sauce in hers with the stuff she carries in her purse.
Oh.
I'm Eaton Ass. What a wonderful name. Eaton Ass says we need an Alex Jones and a Shepard Smith. See, I happen to believe that very same thing.
Yep.
Need them both.
It's true.
Veldrain with $5 says at the very least they can try harder. Ghislaine Maxwell being sentenced for trafficking people to no one is a bit much.
Agreed.
But that's what I mean. When you have all these news organizations and you have all these news websites and shit, they can point that part out. At least they then look. That didn't stop the New World Order from doing exactly what they wanted. It didn't stop them from getting their way and killing Jeffrey Epstein and getting Ghislaine Maxwell locked in prison on a sweetheart Fed deal where she won't, rat anybody out. They still got to do everything they wanted. They just had to look foolish while they do it. None of us are going to be able to stop these fucking monsters, but at least we can point out that they're monsters, laugh at them while they admit that they have to do it this way. Like, hey, Ghislaine Maxwell trafficked a bunch of teenagers. To who? Nobody.
No one.
Well, then she didn't commit a crime, did she? Oh, she committed crimes because you guys found out about her connections to Epstein.
She's got a whole book.
Yeah, you found out about this book.
What's in the book?
Who are the names in the book? That's none of your business.
That is honestly, that I agree with, who's that, Veldrain? That is maddening.
Right.
Absolutely maddening because there's probably some humongous names on there. And it would fuck the whole world up if we found out.
It was, in my opinion, it was a CIA/Mossad psyop to basically Shanghai the most powerful men in the world in politics and industry into their service.
Sure.
Because Bill Clinton will take some pussy. But if you
Wait, what?
But if you give him that pussy and then you tell him right after that she was 14 and we have photo and video, guess who's going to do whatever you want forever and ever? Old William Jefferson Clinton. See,
well,
I'm kind of a romantic. I do believe that these people start out wanting to help and do a good job. I think that Bill Clinton, when he came through as governor of Arkansas, I think he wanted to run the country because he thought he had ideas that would help us out. And for the most part, he did a halfway decent job. I mean, really, all you can ask a president to do in the globalist era is just slow down the rot. Slow down the infection. You're not going to be able to cut it out, but you can slow down you can mitigate the spread of infection. And
give us an antibiotic.
Right. I do think Bill Clinton wanted to do that. But then once you become powerful, you find out who the real power is. This is where the power lies, brother. And then those people,
your wife.
Right. Those people make you fuck teenagers, and then you have to do whatever they want you to do. And then once in a while for Christmas, they'll let you pass some legislation that you're really keen on.
Yeah, but if you just did it to Bill under the desk, he doesn't know, how old you were, so it doesn't matter.
It's kind of like, here's what politics is. Politics is the scene in Godfather 2 where Senator Neary gets caught with a dead hooker at a brothel in Nevada. And the Corleone family covers it up for him and basically says, okay, motherfucker, now you owe me.
Yep.
Now we own you.
You have a debt.
Yes. Thank you very much to Scarface with $5 over on PayPal. He says, cigar suggestion, try the Pappy Van Winkle cigar. The tobacco is aged in the bourbon of the gods. The 20-year family reserve Pappy Van Winkle is very good. I don't know. I don't know if I like a dipped cigar, though.
Ooh, I would.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I'm into dipped cigars. But you know what? I'll give it a try on your recommendation. David Lyons with $4.99 says, read Whitney Webb's expose on the Clinton saga, and you'll change your mind about him. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't really looked into his time in Arkansas, so I'm not going to I'm not going to dig in on my position on Bill Clinton. Sean Raz with $5 says Clinton was corrupt as fuck in Arkansas. Google Arkansas train deaths.
Yeah.
Well, if I get a Pornhub result, I'm going to be very upset.
I'm not quite as, gracious optimistic, positive as you in regards to politicians. I don't always believe that they started out trying to do good things for us.
I believe Barack Obama did. I think Barack Obama is the perfect case of a guy who thought this was all... I think he believed the hope and change shit, and I thought he believed that this was all run above board. And the more he got in there, the more he realized, oh shit, I'm going to be bought and paid for. I'm not going to. Yeah.
I mean, good intentions sure get paid off quickly.
Yeah.
For change.
$4.99 from Gary Crouch says Clinton has been in the CIA's pocket since the Mina days. Was never bright-eyed and idealistic. Well, fuck me, I'm wrong. That's how, by the way, that's how, like, you're not going to find me being the host who, like, argues with his audience all the time and is like, what the fuck do you people know? If I'm saying some shit, you will know if I'm pulling it out of my ass if I give up as soon as I'm pushed back on.
Sure.
Like, if you go, like, if I say that the USS Maine was not blown up by the Spanish and you tell me it was, I will dig in and fight you on that because that's horseshit. But if you tell me, no, Clinton was a piece of shit in Arkansas too, I'd be like, that sounds about right.
I think that would probably check out.
Yeah, that's fine. David Lyons says Aaron is naive. King of all diff says, wow, Aaron is stupid. Yes, agreed.
Huge Erection says you're also naive.
Well, if Huge Erection...
Isn't that who you have to believe?
I didn't believe it until he said it.
I thought there was no erections before 8 a.m.
I didn't. I made an exception in his case. But yeah, if you think the guy who hosts the comedy morning show that you watch is going to dig in on news and conspiracy takes and be like, I know and you don't, you are in the wrong place, my man.
Are you saying you're not going to dig in on the Obamas and the Clintons?
No, I will. If you guys are saying they're bigger pieces of shit than I just said they were, I'm going to err on that side because that's the way it's usually gone throughout history.
I'm sure somebody somewhere thought Hitler started out with good intentions too.
Tanner Johnson said, Tanner Johnson agrees with me. He says Obama was good starting out. Oh, I didn't read the whole thing. At the end, in all caps, he writes, not. Damn it.
Yeah, I wouldn't
those
buy
jokes
that
are
either.
40 years old, and I still fall for a good not joke.
You know how I feel about most people, I guess, is like people that want to be in politics. I don't believe that they have entirely like wholesome intentions for people. I believe that the people that don't want political positions probably would have pure intentions.
Zen Rhino's right. I forgot about the Bill Ayers and Reverend Wright shit with Obama. You're right.
Oh.
All right, fine.
You're taking it like a champ.
More black pilling for Aaron. They're all pieces of shit from the get-go, and nobody fucking cares, and God's dead, and we're all alone. How's that?
I knew you'd get to the God's
Are
dead.
we good? Yeah, there we go. That's why people come to Steel Toe to beat the hope out of Aaron.
I don't think God's dead yet.
Aaron, you said hope was for buffoons. Now you stop it. You grow up right now.
You are cutely optimistic about people like that.
I like people. I do.
No, I don't think so.
I don't like being around them all the time.
No, you don't.
I'm a combination between a social butterfly and Brock Lesnar. You know what it is? I like I was going to say a certain group of people, but then people just go, "Whoa, white, right?" Yeah.
You like the right people.
Yeah. I like a group, and then outside of that group, I'm getting to, people always tell you about that age, and it is about mid-30s. You get to that age where you're like, I don't need to know any more people.
They originated in the South. It's a certain group down there.
Yes.
You know.
And they talk like this.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
The Bad Luck Boys digging in today with $5 says there's a rumor going around that Gino's gay, Chrissy doesn't do clubs, and Anthony Cumia has extremely strong feelings towards, wait for it, blacks.
Whoa.
Wow.
That is a different comment than I would have expected.
That is, I believe that is from this week's Kevin Brennan Weekly, which comes with a free packet of spittle.
Don't you always like
every edition?
How like people like Kevin Brennan will yell like the meanest shit or like pay people to give out phone numbers and shit like that, but then like try to have a moral stance on things.
I will say something that will make the Bad Luck Boys very happy. I was watching their father's show yesterday. I was watching Nightwave as I was scheduling all the streams and getting everything ready. And then April was in the shower. And instead of, jumping in the shower with my wife, I listened to Mersh.
Right.
Because I make good decisions with my free time.
Yeah. I was just standing there naked.
Yeah. And I went,
about 10 feet away.
Hold on, honey. Mersh might play the clip I sent him. So, Mersh kind of stole my thunder on this whole deal. When he said, like, these 60-year-old men are now going to start, getting into gay ops, and it's all going to fall apart. Like, you're just going to start getting into, you're getting into phone numbers. Pretty soon it's going to be addresses, and that podcasting cul-de-sac that they've created for themselves, there's going to be a wildfire one day. And there's going to be a shitload of insurance claims at the end of the day, and guess what? YouTube don't pay out on insurance claims.
I think he's right, except for one small little detail. I don't think they're going to start getting into that. I think they've done that already. They're already dabbling in that.
Where this is going, what's going on now is going to be child's
We've already got people saying, "Oh, I've got this person's address, and I'm going to do things with that address and stuff."
And the ones who figure out how to do this and build slowly for the long term, they will survive. Like, I think Levy's pulling up the nose of the plane just in time, because he got a taste of it with that Chad shit, and he went, "That ain't what I want to do."
Isn't there a certain age where you've had enough of that bullshit? Isn't that high school shit that you're supposed to be done with?
Well, I think it's different for different people. And I think for Kevin Brennan, that age is probably about 77. So
I can't imagine. Like, and I've got some phone numbers, right? But I can't imagine, like, having somebody's phone number and trying to, like, threaten to release it to the public.
No, I can't imagine, like giving out someone's phone. I feel like such a dirty piece of shit.
And I know, like, Gino's whole take on it is, well, I'm going to give it out so, like, it's not a thing anymore. Like, you can't do that to me.
Gino's the fat, funny kid with low self-esteem. I'm going to make fun of me before you can make fun of me.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $9.99 says the Clintons are untrustworthy. Watch it. Fucking what? Just like when they were taking ground fire when they were landing at Eagle Base in Bosnia, I was there. Oh, wait. How did they shoot with no guns? Yeah, there's a lot of those stories that politicians tell where they're like, yeah, we hit the tarmac and it was fucking madness from Jump Street. And then they go, guys, cameras exist. And they filmed you landing there and there was a band. There was a kid who gave you a trophy that they made in their class. Somebody gave you a doll. It seems, pretty legit. A Honda backfired in the distance, but that was, I don't think those were gunshots.
No, not quite.
Jennifer says, and the biggest publishers of textbooks for children middle school through college, McGraw-Hill, is published by Ghislaine's dad's publishing company. Holy shit, is that for real?
I bet it is. McGraw-Hill is on everything.
No, I didn't know. McGraw-Hill, Maxwell's dad. Mr. Maxwell has been rumored to be interested in acquiring McGraw-Hill. That was 1989. Oh, shit. He's dead, but his company. Okay, Robert Maxwell's dead, but his company owns it. Oh, fuck.
Now, I'm in a weird place with shit like that where, okay, so Ghislaine was obviously a terrible person. Do you hold her father to that same, light? Do you assume that he was
usually
also
when they
bad?
talk to like serial killers and shit, they want to know about the parents so they know where the kid came from.
I know, but it's not always their fault, is it?
You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? April Imholt. Ghislaine Maxwell apology.
No, I'm not apologizing for her. I'm asking if parents are always to blame for their shitty kids.
The Bad Luck Boy says her father was worse. Okay, yeah, you got to remember, guys, you watch Steel Toe. Remember, this is the normie with his toe in conspiracy show. This is like, I'm your normie conduit to crazy shit. Like, I'm the guy who goes, oh, yeah, I've heard that guy's pretty bad. And they're like, pretty bad? He was the goddamn devil. I'm like, looks like I have more reading to do.
I know. I feel like we get yelled at sometimes.
I'm
not saying either way.
I have a list of documentaries I always have to watch because I go, oh, yeah, this guy, yeah, he's about a piece of shit. And they're like, yeah, more like Satan. I'm like, all right, looks like I got more watching to do. I'm sorry.
I sometimes feel like just because we don't know about somebody, but the chat does, that now they see us as like an apologist towards that person, much like you just painted me to be.
No, they see me as a fun normie plaything, and I kind of like being in that position.
I hate that word. I don't.
Wronghole Rick says Robert Maxwell was a known Mossad agent that bred Ghislaine to be a real-life Bond villain. Ooh.
Ew.
Well, that's interesting. A real-life Bond villain, huh? And then she ended up playing the midget from Fantasy Island. She ended up being a second banana to the actual Bond villain.
The women are always second. Come on. There has to be a man in charge.
Speaking of the New World Order, let's go to China. The benefactors for the Biden family. Going to China and looking into things there is really like a window into America's ascendancy. It's like looking back in time at when America was on the come up. Because now China's starting to make international deals where they control natural resources in third world countries. And they got was it Ghana or somebody? They got somebody's airport not too long ago, their international airport, because they couldn't make good. China basically leased them and rented them a bunch of equipment so they could get their oil and gold and shit out of the ground.
Okay.
And they said, all right, but you got to pay this lease for this long. And if you don't pay your lease, we get your airport. Well, they made it so they could never pay it back.
It was impossible.
So China got their airport. So China's making those dirty Western Europe white guy deals that we made like back in the 50s and 60s when the whole world was exploded. Mm-hmm. And we go and watch them socially now. And ironically, they're kind of like America in the 50s. They've got a certain cultural group of people that they're oppressing. We've got old school thoughts on raising children. Like, hey, if you come home with a B-, we're going to kick the shit out of you with a stick.
Yep.
So we go to a playland, a little, like ball pits and trampolines and all that.
Oh, sure. Like the good old days at Burger King.
Like a McDonald's play place. Yeah. So China still has those. We got rid of ours because our kids got too fat to fit in the slide. China still has the slides. They're made out of like plastic that they fished out of the sewer and then reformed and molded,
God.
and it's made out of nuclear waste. But like the kids have fun.
Smells like shit, but the kids don't care.
Let's watch parenting in China. This is a dad who is at a little daycare playground type thing for his kid. And some little kid gets a little rambunctious and starts running around and banging into things like a pinball. And this is how they handle it over there. Keep an eye on this little fucker right there. So this little kid runs into this guy watching over his little children, and he feels like, hey, you might, run into my kids. You might kick them or something. So he just goes ahead and chucks them.
But he did. That kid ran into his kid, and the kid fell.
Well, now you can say that the kid's being an ass, or that the dad's being an asshole.
You could.
But I think at this point now, the ball is in this little kid's court, and his reaction now will determine the rest of this interaction. So let's see how he handles being thrown halfway across the ball pit. I mean,
Wrong.
In fairness, he did step to the adult and put hands on him.
You don't do that, though. Aren't you supposed to cower and be like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry?
Yeah, you're supposed to go, ugh. Or you're supposed to just like mutter something under your breath and walk away from the man. Go, whatever, I don't care.
Stomp off.
Yeah, this kid decided to go and run into him. So now the kid goes after him again. He starts swinging again. That kid is back on that escalator.
This has to be so common, though. This parent over here is not, like, alarmed.
She feels totally fine with this situation.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't care.
Like I said, this is China's entering their Mad Men era.
This is how you decide who the tough men are
Right.
when they're 4.
That's okay. Now that is a fucking super shredder move.
That's intimidating.
Shredder, you gotta listen to reason. Fucking Kevin Nash over here. I mean, a Chinese version of Kevin Nash height-wise. I mean, you got to grade on a curve.
I think to be picked up by your shirt would be the most terrifying thing in the world.
I don't know. Think back to when you were 3 or 4.
I don't want to get picked up by his shirt. I know I'm a fuck up then.
There's a moment of fun being that high up in the air that's followed by terror after you realize this man does not have good intentions.
I always skipped that fun part.
Look at this. Look at that. He just fucking, he fucking great Khalid his ass. He just brought him up and then wham.
And it's not like nobody's seeing this guy do it. There's parents here looking at him and stuff.
Yeah.
And they don't care.
Gotta tell you, I hope that kid had his working boots on today.
I hope so too. Should throw a pair of steel toes on.
Yeah. Now somebody. Now, what would be awesome is if this video ended with him giving her the super shredder.
Yeah, but she thinks it's hot.
You're like, you can get it too, bitch. I don't care. Yeah, now he's pointing. He's like, he ran into my kid.
Knocked my kid over.
Yeah, but you choke slammed him. I mean, it does seem a little... Sir, it seems like overkill.
He's big enough. He can take it.
I want to watch him pick the kid up again and just fucking chuck him halfway across the room. Look at that. Kid swung on him. See, oh, look, he made contact with his leg. Did you see that?
I did.
They drew first blood, sir.
It's self-defense.
Yeah. There he goes. Up. And down.
Ouch.
How do you like it? Well, it does look like that kid is down on the ground contemplating his life decisions of the last 30 seconds.
That one didn't feel good, huh?
So, he maybe did learn something about it. So that's where China is now. And if you ask me, that just goes to show you that, their time is coming.
Yeah, I guess that's probably how they toughen their men up from the word go, right?
Yeah.
You screw up, like knock my little kid over, I'm going to throw you around a little.
That's right.
That's how life goes. Life's going to throw you around.
Yeah, Laughing Lion says, then he pulls her spine out. Yeah, fatality. Hobo Chili Recipe says, it's like if the Iron Sheik invaded Sesame Street. I will fuck Elmo in the ass, make him humble. Omega Wolf says, Chinese Kevin Nash is 5'8". Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
He's like my size.
Yeah, that's about what I was getting at. Zen Rhino says, the guy actually bumped the kid into his daughter in the first place. It was the dude's fault. He just likes beating up kids. Yeah.
Yeah, but people over there probably think that they're doing that kid a service, though, right? Like they're teaching him a lesson, and that's good for him.
Maybe the guys. The women, as you can see.
Oh, the women don't. I'm completely talking about men.
They run over and they're like, is he going to be okay? Like I said.
I feel like that's been anywhere, though. Like even in this country back in the day when it was like okay by parent standards to like smack your kid. Yeah. And a mom would go crying like, don't hit him. And he's like, hey, the boy's got to learn.
You're not going to believe when they actually questioned this guy what he said.
What?
You're going to really lose a lot of respect for China. He said that, Mr. Tate says that you have to establish dominance as an alpha. So, fucking Andrew Tate got over to China, too. Hide your daughters.
Hide your daughters. He's got Bugattis.
Hide your daughters. Andrew Tate's a-coming. We gotta talk about very serious stories. All right, enough about Chinese people choke slamming kids. I mean,
it's abuse, really, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about this all day if we want to, but the fact is, people come to this show to find out the skinny on what's really going on in the world.
Okay,
and that is, guys, at a time where we have labor stoppages with the writers. And, your favorite late night, I don't know how you guys are getting along. Your favorite late night shows are off the air.
Terrible.
Ken Jennings is getting bullied for hosting Jeopardy by one of the Big Bang Theory guys. Boy, I tell you, you want to shake in your boots and feel like shit.
Get yelled at by Will Wheaton.
Look out for Will Wheaton. Ugh. Hey, man, I don't know if I can keep doing Jeopardy. Why? Will Wheaton's mad at me.
It's haunting my dreams.
Here's what you do to stop Will Wheaton. Pay attention, because any of you could get it from Will Wheaton at any time. You take the base of your palm, I believe, the heel. They call that the heel of your palm. Right. You take the heel of your palm and you place it firmly on his forehead.
But quickly, right?
Nope, just place it right on his forehead like that. And then you pretty much have the problem neutralized from there.
Oh, so just keep him out here, really.
Just keep him out here. He'll swing a lot. And you guys will feel like, oh, man, he might brush against my shirt if I don't keep that arm fully extended. Let him go for like 30
to swing room.
30 to 45 seconds. He'll wear himself out.
He'll be all petered out, need a nap.
Yeah, I promise you. Familiar Human says heels are on your feet, Aaron. See, you know how I said earlier, I'll only dig in on shit if I'm right? This is called the heel of your palm. This little horseshoe deal here.
I think it is. What else would you call it?
Wham. The heel of your palm.
Because it's the back bottom part.
I'll look it up for you guys, but I know I'm right here. There you go. Take a look at this. Take a look. Important. Palm, heel. Right there. The heel of your palm.
That looks scientific.
That is some science.
That is words on a hand in black and white, so they know they mean business.
Guys, that is part of a Google search. You cannot refute this. There is no refuting the Google search that I have done. All right, boys and girls, 300 away from today's goal, and we just hit the top of the hour. So you guys got to 300 by the top of the hour. Do us a favor. If you feel like contributing to the show, again, we only have 2 more goals to knock out before we call it a successful week for Steel Toe. 300 away. Let's see if we can, let's fuck around and get under 200 by the end of the next hour. And be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. That's all very helpful. 10K by the end of May is looking very, very close. So we have the writers striking. Mm. They already have a union. If shit goes south for them, they can go to the union. They can do a strike, and then they can go, see, Hollywood, you can't survive without us. Acquiesce to our demands. That's what unions are for.
And then it all just falls apart, right?
Well, we'll see. We haven't seen yet. But now there's another group of people that want their rights, and they want to organize. They'd like to unionize, and they'd like to be able to collectively bargain.
I've heard this story before.
For better terms. That group is called whores. I'm sorry, strippers.
Oh.
Strippers. I apologize. I use the common colloquialism, whores. Strippers. More than a year after launching an effort to unionize, dancers at a topless bar in Los Angeles are close to becoming the only unionized group of strippers in the U.S. Lawyers representing the owners of the Star Garden Topless Dive Bar have withdrawn all election challenges and have agreed to recognize the union. The news comes after a 15-month battle between the North Hollywood Club and the group of dancers who are seeking higher compensation and safer workplace conditions, including better security to protect them from belligerent patrons. Yeah, they don't want any more wayward fingerings. It's basically
Don't
it.
we sign up for this when we become strippers?
Well, now, see, you are the person that the union would say is enabling this kind of abuse.
Yeah, I really
You are
am.
the female equivalent of a quisling. You
I'm
are a
sorry.
traitor to your gender. You're supposed to be protecting these gals.
You're right.
And you're the one saying, well, have you seen how you're dressed?
I want them to shove the money in my G-string. I don't want the fingers to be included.
Right. I
You're
don't
right.
need them seeing if I'm slippery downstairs or not.
I might be,
But
but it's none of their business.
I just need to put the money right in there. And if you try to do the finger swipe, the new union rules say I get to cut your finger off.
No more credit carding with your fingers when I walk by.
Yeah, that's right. No more wiping through my butt crack and then smelling your hand. That's fucking
Oh.
disgusting. There's something wrong with you.
There is something wrong with
We
that.
need to have a talk. Yeah, wait until a strip club has an HR department.
Yeah, can you imagine the grievances filed for this shit?
This man will not stop fingering my anus when we're in the private dance room.
This girl over here, when I work shifts with her, she gets all wet and drips all over the stage, and I slip and fall.
I slip on these heels.
You kidding me?
I've been working on a torn meniscus for 6 weeks.
I broke my tailbone.
I
You know how
want-
hard it is to twerk with that?
I want some goddamn health insurance. I'm playing hurt.
I need STD protection because these poles catch some shit
That's
sometimes.
right. You're going to have the union, the strippers union is now going to get like you have ball boys in tennis. They're going to run out real fast with Clorox wipes and just
Spray it
wipe down
down
the
real
pole.
quick.
They're
Dude.
going to wipe down the thing and they're going to.
That is one of the things that I consider, like, if I were to be a stripper, that would be one of the biggest hangups for me is touching that filthy pole.
That's how you train in to become a new stripper. Like when you first join the union, your apprenticeship is being the wipe girl. And you come out in like a nurse's outfit and you get on all fours and you
Okay.
wipe the stage and then you Clorox the pole.
So it doesn't have to be sexy. I'm just cleaning.
Yeah, right.
So I can just Swiffer that stage real quick.
So
Nothing hotter.
So they're looking to have the new union. And by the way, some people are already saying it in the chat. This is going to be swallowed up by like a bigger union, and they're going to run the thing and use it to embezzle money and all. There's going to be all kinds of. They are going to work this strippers union over.
Call it the sex workers union. Involve everyone.
The SWU, Sex Workers Union. SWI, Sex Workers International is what they'll call it. But I don't know how you're going to make a sex workers union because the union's only good if you can enforce their demand that you only hire union work. Do you know how many 17 and 18-year-old fucking like runaways there are that want to get up on the pole so they can make a little money to pay rent?
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to be like, well, you know, either the club's going to take some of your money and make you pay for the shit, or the unions. These strippers are just basically exchanging one pimp for another. It's just that the new pimp.
Everyone needs to get their cut.
Yeah, right. The new pimp they're getting might get them some health insurance.
Uh-huh.
That's about it.
And that's fair, right? You're going to need to take care of some things.
You've worked for a union. I mean, it does take away your autonomy. It
Yeah.
takes away your ability to make your decisions for yourself. They
does.
determine your wages. You got to give them a cut.
While the wages usually are good, they do take a cut. And you do have to have like a certain type of, not really like necessarily group think, but you've got to be part of the team.
And
Otherwise,
plus-
you're kind of an outcast.
Somebody explained to me how and Brew Vinegar has a great name for. We're gonna cut it right there. We found the name for the union. We'll get to it in a second.
Okay.
But like, how are you gonna make a union for strippers work? Like vested pensions, aren't they usually like 30 years? And then you're vested and you can draw your pension.
Check this out. Before I worked for my union, they took away pensions for our union.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so I actually never even got to that point.
So this might not even be a vested pension union. This might just be a, hey, you pay in while you...
Pensions
Well,
do not exist everywhere.
then even better for the union, they get to keep all the money.
Yep. That was kind of a hang up. That was a huge loss, is like losing your pension. Then
That's
it's
fucking
like,
dirty.
it is. It's dirty because they're still taking your money.
Yeah.
And you're stuck at your wage kind of, and you only get incremental
Workers,
raises.
workers who think that every union is just like the counterbalance to the big corporation. Guys, the bigger the union, the more they're just another corporation.
Yeah, they're not all the same.
Yeah, they're looking to grab as much money for themselves while paying out to you as little as they have to.
Look,
Do you so what happened to the people who paid in all those years? Did they get like a check?
I don't think so. I think they just kind of lost it. They got maybe, I think maybe they got a couple more of those incremental raises. They got up to a certain point. But then again, you're kind of stuck at that, pay point. And I mean, unions aren't all bad. Like if you're fucking up on the job or something, they will stand up for you for a while.
Yeah, I think that like a strippers union could be okay because there's a lot of things that happen to strippers that are fucking dirty and nasty and disgusting.
Yeah.
Like there are certain things that would be positive for strippers. I don't know. I just don't know how unionization is going to work with that particular group of people. But hey, best of luck to them.
Yeah,
your lap dances might just get a little more expensive.
They always seem like the most reasonable human beings.
See, I don't think that a strippers union would work for the same reason that I don't think a fast food workers union would work, because the business, instead of negotiating with the union, can go, are you kidding me? There's people lined up out the door to work here, and they don't give a fuck about a union. I'll just hire them instead of you guys so I can keep my costs down.
That was an option at the place I worked at too. You can opt out, but they will still like take half of your dues if you worked on a fab floor. You just don't get to vote in contract negotiations, so you still have no say.
David Lyon says once they've... Oh, by the way, Grew Vinegar came up with the name of the union, and this is the one we're going with. Sex Labor Union Teamsters. SLUT, slut. Perfect. Print it. Make the hats. We're done.
That does work. I want T-shirts.
David Lyon says once they find out all the strippers are on coke and speed, the union will deny all health insurance and force the women to the streets. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it actually might put them out of work.
Insuring strippers is going to be a tall order. Vote Haley for shop steward. Yeah. Vote Cinnamon for district union rep. D. Gulag says you need a tetanus shot before you touch a stripper. Not always.
What?
Some of them don't.
I lean that way.
Some of them don't break the skin. Mark Atkinson says, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your new union president, Velveeta. All right, here she comes.
No.
Hey, she's not only coming to the stage, she's also coming to the next union meeting to negotiate new health care. Please welcome Jade.
Yeah, don't name yourself Velveeta. That sounds gross, actually.
Triple N, chastity for treasurer. Yeah, those union meetings would be a hoot. As long as they live stream all their union meetings, I'm okay with it.
I don't know, man.
If they ever have a tie at the union, they have a pole dance off.
Right. That's the way to settle things.
You pick one representative each and they dance it out.
Trial by poll.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways they could settle things. As long as the plumbers union doesn't adopt that.
I will say, if they unionize, your lap dances will be more expensive. That's a fact.
Yeah, watch out.
Because they have to pay them more.
So the National Labor Relations Board must certify the union election vote before Star Garden employees can unionize and enter collective bargaining with management. Once certified, which the board is expected to do, the strippers will join the Actors Equity Association, a union that represents more than 51,000 actors and stage managers.
Whoa.
Shit.
I wonder if they have a website that Star Garden employees place.
I
wonder what they look like.
If we type in Star Garden Union, we just get the articles.
Oh yeah, that's not the union name. That's the strip club.
StarGardenDancers.com. Have been on strike since March 2022. Oh shit.
Jesus.
For safer work conditions, we voted to unionize in November of last year. The owners challenged our votes. The hearing is May 15th. Donate to help us buy the club. Oh, shit.
We can purchase merch.
Oh, my God.
They have
Look
a
at that.
thong for $20.
Look at that. They have the strippers are. Oh, look at that.
What does that say? Patron passage only?
Yeah.
Wait, so you can.
They got a koozie. Stripper strike, no ho.
I want that thong. Patron passage only.
You guys want to?
That is so funny.
You guys want to see if we can book one of them on the show?
That would be kind of interesting to hear their complaints. Like, what are the chief complaints? Like, why do you need the safer workspace? What's going on?
You guys want to get the hookers or
Star Garden?
You guys want to get the Star Garden strippers on the show and talk about their unionization?
That would be so awesome.
We could do that.
I really want that thong. That's funny.
We could
patron passage only.
You know what? We could look into maybe grabbing one of the strippers. Phrasing. phrasing.
No touch. They
Yes.
touch you.
Exactly. 11009 from PayPal says Cindy with an S. Yes, Cindy. That's
Ooh, hot.
what you gotta do. I love that they made their name a donation amount from PayPal. It's kind of funny. 11009 from PayPal. All right, guys. Thank you very much to Red Fox Mad with a $10 super chat. Sends us a link to the Atlantic. I'll check that article out.
Okay.
We are $2.95 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to today's program and keep this program going,
Thank you.
please contribute to that goal and see if we can knock out today's and do a half hour of overtime for you. We'd like to get under 200 by the end of this hour, but we'll see where it goes.
D-Luke had a great point, as long as no buttholes are shown. Because we didn't really have the best
Can't show buttholes.
interaction with a stripper on this show.
You sent me an article from 2018. Is this the end of the public sector union in America? Well, so far they're still around. Yeah, I don't mind private sector unions. If a bunch of people want to get together and pool their money together and negotiate for shit, I have no problem with that. Public sector unions to me are despicable. I don't think they should exist because, remember, the taxpayers fund all of your pay and all of that shit. So you're negotiating against the taxpayers. We're your employer. But we don't get to enter negotiations with you. Instead, a bunch of bureaucrats who don't give a shit, it's not their money, they get to negotiate with you. That's why, teachers work 9 months out of the year. They make, if you include benefits, because a lot of people, when they go to work, they have to pay for their own benefits. If you include benefits and retirement, a lot of these teachers make, if you count extra compensation, $70,000 to $90,000 a year, and they work 3/4 of the year. So tack on another 25% to that income. And I'm not saying that teachers are getting rich. Don't ever mistake me for saying that.
And that they don't put up with bullshit.
And they don't put up with bullshit. What I'm saying is, it's not the oath of poverty that they make it seem to be.
Yeah, and I have heard teacher friends of mine complain that way, but then I do kind of look at them silently. I'm like, you literally don't work all summer.
Your insurance is paid for.
You have
Your
great
retirement's
insurance.
paid for. I mean, look, man, you look at insurance, let's say it's just you. That's about, for average insurance, $250, $300 a month, depending on where you live. You look at retirement, that's, $500 a month at least. And that's probably going to come up short nowadays. So that's 500 and 300. That's almost 10 grand a year extra in income.
Yep.
That you're making. 11009 from PayPal says that's a DSP reference when his bank account was exposed. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
All right. That's
Poor guy.
I like that. It's kind of cute. People are a little torn on whether or not we have the strippers
Okay. Wow.
in the on the show.
I figured that'd be overwhelmingly yes.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Hobo Chili Recipe says the only good thing about teachers, they're freaks in the rack. All right. I'm gonna take your word for it, buddy. Let me think. I've never fucked a teacher.
I don't think I have either.
Oh, you don't think? Neither of us
I
think.
don't want to let all the secrets out.
Neither of us think we fucked a teacher.
What were they teaching?
Anatomy.
It's a matter of opinion.
All right, guys, moving on to our next thing. I think this is Florida. Yes, Stuart, Florida. Now we have quite a bunch.
Stuart.
We have quite a few listeners in Florida. Is Stuart kind of a trash fire? Is it a bucket of shit?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's Stuart, Florida like? Because this next story I have is going to remind me once again, don't fuck with old people, because you never know which ones are the ones you can walk all over and which ones might have a goddamn Vietnam flashback
Whoa.
right in front of you. You got to be very, very careful. Let's go ahead and check this one out. Somebody got really testy in, I believe, it looks like the laundry room of their apartment building. Let's check this story out from Stuart, Florida.
The investigation and arrest this evening after an older couple was shot to death in their condo in Stuart. Good evening, I'm Todd McDermott.
And I'm Tiffany Kenny. Investigators now releasing information regarding the suspect and the 911 call. Our Terry Parker is live with the latest on the person in custody. Terry?
Jesus, what is this? What time of day is this? Midday?
Oh, you wouldn't?
Just saying, the ladies in the actual stories
I guess.
This
I don't
could
know.
be the midday news.
The one in the green isn't so bad, but I get where you're going with it. Very mid. Why the Christmas lights?
And first I'm going to tell you about the victims. HOA President Ginger Wallace had just put...
Uh-oh. Do you see where this story's going? She was what? The HOA president.
Yeah, I do. I see.
She
where
was
this
the
is going.
homeowners association president, and
no-
her and her husband have been smoked. Somebody wasn't allowed to put the lights up that they wanted, and they'd fucking had it.
They had the they wanted to put the lights up, but the HOA people did what I just said. I'm like, why the Christmas lights? Do we need them?
You know, I'm going to tell you that this is where I'm actually kind of proud of America's restraint. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more.
I agree.
Because I'm of two minds about homeowners associations. On the one hand, I hate them as much as the people who live in them, because someone else gets to tell you what you can do with the shit you bought. It is the ultimate looky-loo, gossipy-gerty enforcement agency.
They only let me put my pride flag out. I can't even fly the American one.
Right. I can't fly I can fly my Black Lives Matter flag, but I can't fly my American flag. What's the deal? So, on one hand, I totally get it. Homeowners associations are obnoxious. It's the worst. It's it's the nosy ass Karen neighbor gone berserk. But at the same time, that's why I choose not to live in a place that has a homeowners association. Why do you people keep choosing to live there? Quit moving into places that have an HOA thinking that this one's going to be different from all the other ones you've ever heard.
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of nosy bitch you have to want to be in charge of the homeowners association?
It's perfect for nosy people, though.
Right.
And I feel like if you choose to live there, you don't get to kill your HOA people. You know, when they decide that you can't put up your lights because you chose to live there.
No matter how much they may deserve it. Let's be very clear.
Why I'm not denying that part. It's more so you chose this life. Now deal with it.
Look, man, I look at, the murder of HOAs the way that dope slangers look at the killing of a cop. You know, it's like, it's too bad, but, ain't going to see me crying over spilled pig, So let's go ahead and find out why the HOA president got shot and who done it.
Put up these Christmas decorations, and neighbors tell us she was anticipating her family coming to visit for the holidays. Instead, they say her upstairs neighbor.
This happened, and they're just kind of getting into the charging the person and, getting the trial ready and everything else.
Or they're dumb and do their holidays in the summer.
Maybe they do that.
Shot her and her 81-year-old husband to death right here outside their shared mailboxes.
So at least
dun, dun.
At least the husband didn't get cheated. He's 81, for God's sake. He's right at about the average.
Yeah, but you could have seen your grandkids a couple more years, maybe.
Would you have remembered?
It all started over an...
You married the HOA,
Ew.
bitch. Does anyone feel bad for Ava Braun?
Nope, I guess not.
You married the devil, not me.
open laundry room door.
What is going on?
My husband just shot 2 people, and I believe he killed them.
That's a rough day.
Oh, my God.
That's a rough
Somebody
day.
get her safe, too.
Pretty sure my husband just murdered 2 people. I'm having a rough time over here.
I think he forgot to take his meds today.
Is that letter?
According to the arrest affidavit, Hugh Hootman told detectives...
Oh, this guy's a hoot at parties.
Oh, man, we can't believe that Hoot done shot 2 people. Nobody thought that the Hooter would go ahead and go nuts and shoot. I mean, Hoot always told me down at the Legion that he was getting tired of his HOA. But, man, I tell you what, I would have told you folks if I would have thought Hoot was up to something. You know Hoot. Hoot just always blowing off steam.
Oh, yeah. Fuck the hitman. We got the Hoot man.
Yeah, I mean... We never thought that Hoot would actually do anything. I mean, Hoot's been coming down here talking shit since his daddy was alive. We didn't think that Hoot would actually act on the shit. We just go, oh, there goes Hoot again.
I never really gave a hoot anyways.
Oh, man.
Several days ago, his downstairs neighbor, Henry Wallace, yelled at Hootman's wife for leaving the shared laundry room door open.
Are you saying they were hooting and hollering?
Everybody knows that you don't talk that way to Hoot's wife. If there's one thing you don't do look, you don't tug on Superman's cape, you don't spit in the wind, you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't yell at old Hoot's wife. We know these things to be true. You leave Hoot alone. God damn it, I'm here to tell you, as God is my witness, I don't think Hoot would do this to nobody if they didn't has it coming to him.
And when he saw 81-year-old Henry at the mailbox Saturday, Hootman told Henry he needed to apologize.
A neighbor downstairs just the other day shouted at me and swore at me regarding the washer and dryer.
Oh, I feel bad for this poor woman.
Ability to yell at woman for the washer and dryer, neutralized. I mean,
it's a laundry room, you guys. And she's old.
A couple of days ago, that man and his wife ganged up on me, and they yelled at me in the laundry room, and now Hoot done shot him. Ma'am, don't worry. If they really did that to you, I'm sure Hoot will be fine. He'll be, we'll process him, and he'll be back home in no time.
You know what I heard the two detectives were working on this one?
Who's that?
Turner and Hoot.
God damn it. I really wish old Hoot. You know his name. You know they call him Hoot.
Yeah.
You know they call
He's a Hoot. What do you do?
You can't be Hugh Hootman and not have people call you Hoot.
He does seem like a Hoot for
If
sure.
I met him, I would go, hey, my name's Aaron Imholt. He goes, my name's Hugh Hootman, but my friends call... Stop. Let me guess. They call you Hoot. No, they call me Skeeter, and I don't know why.
Hootman told detectives when Wallace tried to push past him without apologizing, quote, I lost my temper, and he pulled out his gun and shot him several times.
I want to remind you all this is over a washer and dryer.
Yes. Guys, I just want to point out, I have lost my temper before. I have never taken that lost temper and manifested it in the form of shooting an elderly couple to death. I mean, I feel like we have to develop a new term for that. It can't be, I lost my temper. Maybe Hoot could have told the police, look, fellers, I went a bit ape shit.
This was old on old crime, though. I'll have you realize.
I think when you murder old people, hear me out.
Oh, God, here we
I
go.
think when you murder old people, your jail sentence should only be the combined age they had left due to
yes.
the average life expectancy.
No, I was just going to say how many years, on average they had left. You're
like
right.
He gets like 1 year for the guy and maybe like 3 years for the woman. He does 4 years in jail. If Hoot makes it out, he can have his freedom.
I have questions.
And now he gets to wash and dry his clothes in peace.
Yeah, but where did the Christmas lights come into this? Because this really didn't seem like it was something over an HOA problem.
Oh, no, the HOA people yelled at... Well, yeah, it's an HOA problem. The HOA president yelled at his wife about the washer and dryer in the condos.
Okay, I have it straight now.
He was like, you know what?
So the Christmas lights didn't matter.
No, you really thought the Christmas lights would have come into play. It's
Why'd you start the story with that?
In a movie, we'd call that a MacGuffin.
They literally started the story with, they put up these Christmas lights.
The Christmas lights were the glowing gold object in the Marcellus Wallace briefcase. We never really find out what they had to do with anything.
Okay.
When his wife, Ginger Wallace, ran outside yelling, he said he shot her twice.
Well, she just kept making a fuss, and old Hoot likes his peace and quiet, so Hoot had to do her too.
She probably was real ginger-like after a shooting.
Yes, you get real ginger after you get shot. What did Ginger Wallace look like? Did she look like a bitch?
Maybe there was a foot rub involved.
Oh, no. Old Hoot caught somebody giving his wife a foot rub, and old Ginger Wallace had to pay for it.
They were trying to rub the neuropathy out of Ginger's feeties.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be that Ginger Wallace got shot outside her condo because you got yelled at outside the washer and dryer.
Huh.
You think that Hoot shot Ginger Wallace because I used the washer and dryer inappropriately? Boy, I tell you, when you little scamps get together, you're worse than a sewing circle.
Maybe a washer and dryer was a code word for something else.
Oh.
I heard her yell, oh, no, no. And then she screamed, and then she was silent.
That's usually what happens when you get shot and die.
So wait,
See,
you heard that, but not the shots?
You don't have a lot of life in you if all you can get at is, oh no. I actually heard her last words were different.
What did you hear?
I heard she said, oh no, ain't scared to hustle. It's been 7 days the same clothes. Ask them originals because they know. Mos Def, Nate Dogg, and Pharaoh. That's what she said, step away from the washer, it's too cold. The washer might fracture your nose.
I don't feel good now.
Nor should you.
Oh my gosh.
It'll stay with me all my days.
Kathy Barker.
It'll be with
all
me.
5 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Till next Tuesday. You'll be fine.
Oh, her in her Matrix glasses. Look at her. She's looking good.
Come with me, Neo.
She's a nicer spray nozzle than I have.
Fucking bit. Well,
Will you upgrade mine?
No, we'll just have Hoot go talk to her. You'll have a new nozzle by sundown.
He'll bring it to me.
Yeah. Hoot, fetch me that nozzle. You got it, boss. She was talking shit about how you use laundry detergent.
Barker says she was outside and she heard Ginger Wallace scream as she opened the door and realized her husband had been shot. According to the affidavit, Hootman said when Henry Wallace tried to walk past him, Hootman pulled out the gun he carried in his pocket and shot him several times. When Ginger came out and began yelling, police say Hootman told them he shot her too. Next door neighbor Raymond Bowes heard the shots.
Look, there is one constant in life. There is one constant truth. Do you know what that constant truth is?
Wiener always feels good.
Don't fuck with a guy named Hoot. Just don't.
The owls try to warn us all the time.
Exactly.
Opened the door to see a shocked mailman calling 911.
She was curled up like a baby, and he was standing there, and he was on the phone and asked me, said, "You calling the cops?" He goes, "Yeah."
Deputies say Hootman went upstairs to tell his wife, "Call the police. I just shot Henry and Ginger."
God damn, man. You talk about a guy who was just at the end of his rope. It did not take much.
No. Well, I was thinking, what if the laundry room offense was valid? Like, what if it was real bad? Like, she was dumping scent crystals into the dryer instead of the washer.
Now she's going to feel really guilty about all this.
Dude, I've had to share laundry rooms before where I wouldn't have, but, like, it runs through your head, like, if I could just catch whoever's fucking this up right now.
Honey,
I
got some good news and some bad news. Hoot, what's the good news? You can use the washer and dryer freely now. Hoot, why are you covered in blood? Well, that's the bad news, honey. I just killed Henry and Ginger.
But now you can wash the clothes, though.
But you can wash my clothes and nobody's going to give you any static because you're under my protection. You're a Hoot disciple.
The SWAT team arrived and took Hootman into custody. Detectives say he said, "So sorry. I wish I could take it back."
Oh, Hoot, you don't mean it.
And on that emotional 911 call, you can hear Susan Hootman telling police that her husband was remorseful, that he immediately unloaded his gun, left it outside with the ammunition, and then was sitting silently in his recliner in shock, she says, as she called police and told them to come get him.
Can we take driver's licenses and guns away from old people?
Yeah, I think the elderly really have to go through some learning.
We have to do some, cleaning and stripping in that department, I think.
Well, old Hoot it got away from him a little bit. 11009 from PayPal with $2 says, as a Marine, we like to support single moms. LOL. I don't know what that means. What you mean? Fuck them? You like to
Are we still on the stripper story?
The Marines I get the stripper story. Well, God.
They're all single moms, right?
Yeah.
We've all got that C-section scar.
Pretty much. Rex Dart parody account says, I'm Hoot. This is my brother Toot, my brother Poot. And we're here to make sure that the laundry room stays nice and accessible.
You want Hoot out of those three, right?
Omega Wolf says Hootie and the blow 'em away fish. Very good one.
How did we miss that one?
Yes. Hobo chili recipe. If you shoot them after an early bird special, can the sentence be minimized? Yeah, there's just certain times of the day where the elderly get sentenced 15% less.
I bet they just came back from their 4:30 p.m. dinner where they got turkey commercials.
The last statute says they weren't separating the whites and the coloreds. The Hooter don't play that shit.
Oh, that's tragic.
H says Hugh Hootman has a ham sandwich hanging high in Houston. Very nice. Oh.
It's painful.
Hoot's wife, Annie. Yeah. Two less boomers. Oh, no, says familiar human.
Hoo-hoo.
Hulkamasha Baby says, do I have a sign that says dead HOA storage? No, because storing dead HOA members ain't my fucking business.
Doesn't that get you scared that you're going to say it on accident? I really try not to quote that.
I never get scared of saying that word.
Oh. Well, I admire you.
Eric K says it was a rootin' tootin' hootin' shootin'.
Hootin' in the streets.
Connor Fullerton says, give her noticinol. She'll be fine. The Pickle Man says he must have gotten a bad meal at the Country Kitchen. I came by. I had lunch at the Cracker Barrel. It didn't go very well. The day just got away from me right from that moment on. I said sweet tea. They brought me iced tea. You know how these things go. I just, look, it's like a bad tea shot. It started left. It stayed left. There's nothing I could have done.
Have you ever shared a laundry room?
No.
Really?
Absolutely not.
I'm trying to think. I've shared.
Oh, you know what? Yes, for a year.
2.5 plus 2. I've shared laundry rooms, 2 or 3 different ones for a total of 4.5 years, I believe. And there are a couple of offenses where it's like, if you saw whoever committed said offense,
you could back hoot.
I could back hoot. Right. I wouldn't do it, but I could back him on it.
All right, guys, 295 away from today's goal. We do need to get a move on that. If you feel like being generous today, let's start a little rally here. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, 295 away. Let's get that down to a manageable level so we can keep knocking it down piece by piece. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. They take the smallest cut, but we understand that YouTube is very easy, convenient to use.
Yes, it is.
For you. So, if you feel like contributing, we do appreciate it. Just $5-10 makes it nice. If you want to become a Steel Toe VIP, there's a very easy way to do that. $250 in a 1-week period gets you all 3 of our T-shirts, our Steel Toe hoodies, 2 of our 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. It also gets you a free piece of merch whenever we come out with the new stuff every year, 2 tickets to every live event we do, and you get entered into a $100 drawing every month during our appreciation show every month. So that's $250 in 7 days, all the merch, entrance into the monthly drawing of $100, and 2 tickets to every live event and a free piece of merch when it comes out. That is the Steel Toe VIP. Gary Crouch says, speaking of VIP, did you get my contact info?
Yeah. I believe
Yes.
he snuck in on the last order.
Yes, and Gary, the order is in, my friend. So $295 away. If you feel like chipping in, it does help us a lot. It is how we keep this show on the air. The goal is the main source of funding for Steel Toe, and we've only got 2 goals left this week, and then we've got it all knocked out.
Looking good.
Elon Musk was on CNBC yesterday, and CNBC wanted to grill old Elon about a few things.
Oh, no. What did he do?
Well, Elon, he owns Twitter now. He's got the rockets. He's got the cars.
Tesla.
He's got the whole things. They wanted to talk to him about some of his tweets regarding George Soros. Elon Musk, like as far as billionaires goes, he's pretty based.
Yeah, he is.
He's about as based as you can get for a guy who has that much money, power, and influence. And he's talking shit about George Soros, and on CNBC, they don't want you talking shit about George Soros because, hey, they got to make sure they're doing the bidding,
A little bit.
So they confront. Now, if I were CNBC, I would not talk to Elon Musk about George Soros because I think there's a lot of people. I think most people in this country don't know who George Soros is.
Nope.
They don't know what he does. And every time you bring him up to defend him, and I get it, these media and political people have to defend him. He's their benefactor. He's the one. You don't think that people get let out of jail in New York after 40 assault charges just because that's the DA thinks that's the best way to run a city.
That's the way.
No, they do it because somebody's paying them to do that, and that guy is usually George Soros. He wants to destroy the not the sanctity, what's the word, the where it's your individuality, sovereignty. He wants to destroy sovereign nations so he can create a one world government. That's always been his goal. He's a power hungry narcissist. He's crazy. He has the money to fund all this shit so he can slowly break down Western civilization.
Cutting checks everywhere.
He wants to destroy religion. He wants to destroy sovereign nations. He's a bad guy. Well, Elon Musk was kind of criticizing him the other day, so CNBC felt like they needed to stand up for their daddy against big bad Elon Musk. The only problem is George Soros is the man behind the curtain for a reason. the more you open the curtain and show him, the more people notice that he looks like Palpatine, and they go, no, not him.
He's really ugly.
So he's supposed to stay behind the curtain.
Yeah.
But now the media organizations have to bring him out in front of the curtain to go, hey, he's not the bad guy. Because Elon Musk keeps saying this guy's a piece of shit. He's a bad guy. He's trying to wreck your country. And the media has to bring him out and go, this doddering old shithead? No, come on. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says in college we used to put bleach in the offender's laundry.
Yeah, but you got to catch him first.
You do.
Sometimes you don't catch him doing it.
Yeah, you gotta catch him in the act, as Grandma said in Rounders. $2.90 away from today's goal if you guys want to contribute. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. Let's make that the start of a rally here. So let's watch this CNBC fucking the guy. I don't know if he's like their big interviewer. I don't know anything about CNBC. But he wanted to talk to Elon Musk about George Soros. Here we go.
Even today, Elon, you tweeted this thing about George Soros. Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But
right.
Elon's
I don't actually know the quote because I actually didn't see you tweet it. But our bosses here at NBC made sure we knew about the quote so we could confront you about it. And they've told me exactly what to say.
I like how you have to rifle through papers when this is clearly your topic, by the way.
That's why, you're grilling him about this. But, like, Elon, you're not going to, like, intimidate anyone. Anyone who's talking shit about George Soros, and the news goes, I want to talk to you about George Soros. A guy like Elon goes, good, let's discuss George Soros. You ready?
Batter up.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what you wrote, but...
George Soros is a conspiracy theorist pinata that they get to smack the crap out of, and good New World Order candy comes out.
Mm-hmm. The city reminds me of Magneto. This is like, calm down, people. This is not like made a federal case out of it.
You also
he's like, come on, guys. He just reminds me of Magneto from the X-Men. What's the big fucking deal?
You said he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like,
yes, and
point me in the direction of where I'm wrong.
I mean, anyone who wants to destroy civilization so he can rebuild it in their image probably isn't much of a people person.
That hasn't worked out well in the past either.
No, well, Thanos got a W for about 5 years.
Is he real?
It's real to me, damn it.
When you do something like that, do you
I think that's true. That's my opinion.
Okay, but why share it? Why share it? Especially.
That's all Twitter's for, is sharing your opinions.
Think about that. If you want to know if the media is in the bag for this evil sack of shit, listen to that question.
Oh, boy.
Hey, I think George Soros is evil. He hates humanity, and he wants to destroy civilization. And I'm a multi-billionaire whose words can actually reach people and educate them about this. Well, why share that opinion, Elon? Look, if it was my opinion on turtle soup, I can see why you think I should keep it to myself. Who gives a shit?
Now I want that one, too.
Yeah, I'd like to hear his opinion on turtle soup. I've never had it myself.
Delicious.
But do you eat it out of the shell? Kind of have to.
No, Aaron.
You should. I think they should eat turtle soup out of a turtle shell.
What, just put a straw in there?
Yeah, and just kind of sip it. Well, anyway, they're like, Elon, why would you voice your opinion on this? Because it matters. It's very important. The guy, New York City, Portland, Seattle, L.A., Chicago, Baltimore, all of these cities are falling to absolute horse shit. They happen to be major cities, and all of their DAs and politicians are funded by groups that are backed by George Soros. I mean, it's a little bit too big of a coincidence to ignore at this point.
Dude, that must be... Think about it this way. If you're George Soros and you're trying to break everything just so you can rebuild it, the breaking part's got to be hard, doesn't it?
It's got to be tough.
You got to watch everything fall the fuck apart.
And now you got this smart ass who can't be bought, and he's got way more money than you do. And he's buying
He wears
Twitter.
a t-shirt everywhere, man.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
Wearing from the Ricky Gervais collection.
Yeah.
Especially, why share it when people who buy Teslas may not agree with you? Advertisers on Twitter may not agree with you.
I hate this guy.
Listen to how these fucking worms think. Listen to how they think. Hey, Elon, I know you think that this is really important because it could mean the life or death of the country that you've kind of adopted as your own at this point. But why would you share that? You know, you've got advertisers, you've got Tesla.
Customers.
People might not buy your cars. People might not want to use your social message media app. So why would you say that? He's like, I don't know, because I think it's fucking important and I don't want to see the country rot to death from the inside because this millionaire elderly fuck is trying to kill us.
Could he just answer that way?
But
you
Elon,
consult him.
yeah, but Elon, if you warn people about the evil, miserable, elderly fuck that's trying to kill us, people might not buy an electric car.
But he knows that's not true. He's just saying that to fucking shame him on the spot.
Well, yeah, he's trying to shame him. Which, by the way, is going to work great.
I'm sure it will.
Why not just say, hey, I think this. You can tell me. We can talk about it over there. You can tell your friends. But why share it widely?
Because I think it's important, point blank. That's it.
You know how we were talking about in the Obama thing? How when you get more voices and more opinions, you force these people to tell you exactly who they are, when back in the day when there were 3 companies, they could hide it? This is what I'm talking about.
They're going with now Elon's the nail that stands up that must be hammered down.
Elon Musk reaches more people than NBC or CNBC does. So they now have to address what he says about Soros and try to control it and put that genie back in the bottle so they can control the narrative. So he's like, Elon, why don't you tell me privately what you think about Soros? And then you and I can go over here and talk about it privately, and it can stay off the microphones. And Elon's like, wow. Elon has the Asperger's stare going on right now, but what he's thinking is this spineless fuck he is a symptom of the rot that this country is going through.
Elon, I'm just going to need you to, keep your voice down a little bit.
You know what?
Don't tell your parents, maybe.
You know what bums me out about this guy? Before they paid him like a whopping, I don't know, probably $300,000-400,000 a year, because it's only CNBC. Before they paid this guy $300,000-400,000 a year, I'm sure he was like, I'm going to be a journalist someday, and I'm going to make a difference, and I'm going to investigate the big stories.
You're going good intention again.
I'm going to crack them wide open, and then he gets there, and they go, yeah, we don't do any of that. Matter of fact, this car and rocket ship maker guy has been talking shit about our daddy. I want you to go in there and tell him to stop it.
Yeah, I don't want you to talk about any of the cool shit he's done, or any of the good ideas he has. Just break him.
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I want.
You absolutely are, but I'm trying to understand why you do, because you have to know it puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism.
Yeah, and that genie was put back in the bottle. Elon's never been a lightning rod before. So, why, Elon, why would you say that? Don't you know you could be seen as controversial? Oh, yeah, because everyone loves me.
That's chapter and verse what every single person in every media talks about. And Obama earlier in this show is the division word. Oh, you're just part of the division. The division in this country.
This guy is the walking mascot for the problem.
You're the division in this country. You.
Do you like that? People today are saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite, if anything.
I'm out. No.
Yeah. I understand. But
I'm kidding.
You can't even criticize somebody if they're black because you're a racist, or if they're Jewish because now you're an anti-Semite.
I'm going to amend that statement. If they are a powerful black person or a powerful Jewish person who pushes an agenda that the media is in lockstep with, you cannot criticize that person. You can criticize Ben Shapiro all fucking day if you want to. Doesn't make you an anti-Semite.
People tried to criticize George Floyd as a person after he died, and you're racist.
But he's part of again, you made my point. He's part of the agenda. If you can shit on the Hodge twins, 2 black guys, all day long. You can shit on Ben Shapiro all day long. They're not going to call you a racist or an anti-Semite. But if you go after their daddies, who are being either used as a vessel to push an agenda or they're actually pushing the agenda, then they're going to call you those scary names to back you off. And Elon Musk is too autistic to care.
I believe that probably is the case.
Yes.
But why would you even introduce the idea then that would be the case?
Look, we don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no. I don't want to at all. But
I don't want to at all. I brought it up. I told you should shut up and stop talking about George Soros. But I don't want to make this all about George Soros. God, this guy's the worst. Guys,
I really do hate him.
You have to pay your propaganda men better so you get better propaganda men.
What I'm trying, even came up though in the annual meeting. Do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you got to stop, man. I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
Well, then I don't want those ads.
Yeah. He's thinking. I like that he thinks before he speaks.
You know, I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care.
Fuck.
You want to share what you have to say?
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Okay.
Well, ladies and
not
gentlemen,
much to say back to that, huh?
I believe we have renamed Elon Musk Azor Ahai, the prince who was promised, and his sword Lightbringer. Behold.
He really does. Anyone who interviews him, he makes them look foolish. Every single one. And immediately, it's like, no, if that certain people don't want to advertise for Elon Musk, I don't think that's a problem for him. Because there's going to be plenty of people buying his cars or wanting to advertise for him to make up for those that don't.
That was uncomfortable.
Really bad.
That was uncomfortable.
I hope he keeps taking interviews like this.
Yeah. Zen Rhino says, here's where I disagree with Elon. The Princess Bride was overrated. D. Gulag says, that's where I disagree with Elon. Princess Bride sucks.
I can't watch that movie.
Who gave me, Laughing Lions. That would have been funny if Elon would have went. It reminds me of the movie The Princess Bride, where he says, anybody want a peanut? Elon, what? He's like, that's how I feel. Sometimes.
Is that the movie with the big rat in the tree with the big red eyes? Because that's like my childhood memory of that movie.
Are you thinking of Labyrinth?
I don't know. All I remember is I thought my parents were watching Princess Bride when I was a little tyke, and I saw that scene, and it terrified me, and I can't watch the movie. I've never seen it.
I don't know. I don't know why people hate on Princess Bride so much. I think it's a pretty enjoyable flick.
Really?
Yeah. I think Elon should have more quoted the Joker from Dark Knight. You have nothing to threaten me with. That might be it. It's like they say in the movie The Princess Bride. Inconceivable. Would that be funny? This guy's like, it's like they in the movie The Princess Bride. My name is Elon Musk. You kill my father. Prepare to die. Like, what? Elon? No, it's from a movie. It's fine.
He'll actually just put you in space and never bring you back.
It's like they say in the. I'm reminded of the quote from the movie, The Princess Bride. Iocane immunity. Dave Doors says, I'm sorry, who is this guy to tell him what he should and shouldn't tweet? That's right, nobody. Well, here, have some sympathy for that man, because number one, he just got killed on live TV. And number two, he's just carrying water. Somebody told him to ask that question. He didn't come up with that question on his own.
You look like a serious wiener guy, though, now.
He does look like
a serious wiener guy.
Yeah. He does look like a wiener guy.
God, that long pause was just perfect.
Yeah.
I bet he started sweating.
Oh, yeah, because as a TV guy, you want
You
that
can't have
space.
dead air.
Yeah, you want that filled with words, but you can't yell at Elon Musk.
What are you going to do? Awkwardly chuckle while he's thinking?
The Pickle Man says, weird movie to quote for a low-key fuck you. I do what I want. Yeah, I mean, that is, usually people don't go to The Princess Bride for a fuck you quote, but.
He actually starts quoting Monty Python.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really funny if he just pulls out like weird movies.
Exactly. He's like, it's like they say in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. What are you going to do? Bleed on me? What? How does that fit? It's like they say in the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail. On second thought, let's not go to Camelot. It is a silly place. Thank you. It's like they say in the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I blow my nose at you, you window washer. I call up your daughter and request a silly thing. Thank you.
Riveting.
They're saying no, that the rats in the forest are from The Princess Bride. Okay,
See, I can't watch that movie.
I haven't seen The Princess Bride in a long time, so I'm sorry. He starts quoting from the movie The Last King of Scotland. I mean, he is African American. That's true. That's very, very true.
He actually just quotes "There will be blood. I drink your milkshake."
To quote Daniel Plainview in "There Will Be Blood," why don't we get them liquored up and take them to the Peachtree Dance? What, Elon? I don't know what that has to do with George Soros. I told you I would bury you in the ground. Yag says it's like they are saying that line from the movie Forrest Gump. Stupid is as stupid does.
That is a very true line.
All right. Elon, I want my father back, you son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with George Soros. Lesbo Louis says, as they say in The Princess Bride, I'm your Huckleberry.
Oh, yeah.
No,
that was the one.
Elon, that's the wrong movie. Don't
Don't tell him that.
Elon.
He finally looks like an idiot.
It's true. Guys, we're almost halfway through the show, and we are only $45 into today's goal, so I hate to get e-beggy on you, but we do need to knock that out. We're at $290 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can get a move on that. April shows, I don't mean to brag, are usually the easiest ones to knock that out on, but knock wood. Let's see if we can go on a little bit of a run here. If you want to throw in a couple bucks to Steel Toe and you haven't in some time, maybe today's the day. You want to pick up some Steel Toe coffee?
Hell yeah.
CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. That would be welcome as well. $290 away from today's goal. We got to get a move on and knock that out so that we don't get extra beggy towards the end of the show today. All right. We got a little more Elon. Oh, by the way, I'd be remiss. We mentioned it during the evening show last night, but we haven't mentioned it this morning. Rest in peace to WWE legend Billy Graham. Superstar Billy Graham died yesterday at the age of 79.
Long life.
Yeah, he had not been in good health. So this was not unexpected, shall we say, but
Sure.
Superstar Billy Graham dead at the age of 79. All right, so I have one more Elon thing here. They asked about conspiracy theories. Now, again, remember that this CNBC guy said, I don't want to make this all about Soros.
No.
I don't want to make this all about your tweets, Elon. But now we have the second clip of Elon being asked about his tweets.
You know, you do some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy theories.
Well, yes, but I mean, honestly, you know, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
He just kind of says it. I
So,
like that.
The media kind of throws these terms at him that work for everyone else, but they don't work out for the guy who has like $100 billion.
Sure. Like some people, it shames them into like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe I am kind of wacky and out of place.
You know, Elon, you said some things about George Soros. Some people might think you're anti-Semitic. I don't, but some people might. And he's like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Elon, you know, a lot of tweets you put out there might say that, you know, you promote conspiracy theories. He's like, yeah, but a lot of them turned out to be true, didn't they? It's like, I don't think the media should really be bringing up conspiracy theories over like what they've told us is not true that turned out to be true over the last 3 years.
Right.
I don't know if they can really be going, oh, conspiracy. These are conspiracy theories, Elon. Like what conspiracy? That the Biden administration is in bed with the Chinese government for millions of dollars? Or that Ukraine has given the Biden family millions of dollars over the last decade? All right, besides that one. Okay, fine. That the COVID outbreak didn't come from a Chinese lab. Or how about the one that Trump had some connections to the Russian government? All right, besides that one, Elon, you smart ass.
I am kind of starting to think that maybe Elon shouldn't be the target of based shaming anymore because like whatever they throw at him, he doesn't care.
He answers honestly.
He does.
Who was it who said that? If you always tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything.
Oh, that's a great line.
Yeah.
I actually think about that a lot, but I don't know who said it.
Mark Twain?
I don't know.
I think you know what? Whenever there's a clever quote and you don't know who said it, just lean on Mark Twain.
He'll catch you.
As Norm Macdonald said, he goes, yeah, Tina Fey, they're giving her the Mark Twain Award. Yeah, what do you got to do to that? You got to be as good as Mark Twain.
Which ones?
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
By the way, I want to go back to that because every conspiracy theorist is like living their wet dream through Elon Musk right now. When you go, well, some of those conspiracy theories turned out to be true. And the news media man on TV goes, which ones? And they just open up a giant spell book.
Let me alphabetically, let's list them.
Pick a number between 1 and 3,000. I'll pick a page here.
Right. They've all checked out.
Right.
Conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
Which ones?
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, he brings up, and by the way, he brings up the most tame conspiracy theory.
Oh, God, yeah.
Like, he could have swung for the fence. He could have gone with COVID. He could have gone with medicine.
He's working you up. Okay?
Yeah, he could have gone with some real conspiracy theories.
It's like picking the cheap ones on Jeopardy.
Yeah. It's like pulling your punches, you know?
Yeah.
So, that was a pretty big deal. There was Twitter and others engaged in active suppression of information that was relevant to the public. That's a terrible thing that happened. That's election interference.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's true. That's election interference right there. That Hunter Biden laptop story happened during the 2016 election.
It
or
sure did.
2020 election. It would have made a difference. It would have swayed people's votes. And it got buried. I mean, the government buried that story and said it was Russian misinformation.
Yep.
So if Trump saying something is election interference, then actively interfering in information is election interference. Elon's totally right about that.
So much of like COVID related information too that everyone was called liars about, or like their lives were turned upside down.
Yeah.
And then all that shit turns around in a couple of years.
Yeah. Gary Crouch says WWE star and megachurch preacher Billy Graham. No. That's why we have to call him superstar Billy Graham, not what would his title be? Reverend Billy Graham. There's superstar Billy Graham and Reverend Billy Graham. Superstar is dead. I believe Reverend is dead too, but superstar died yesterday. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, it reminds me of the line in the movie The Princess Bride, tell us about the chicken. Epic Dance Party says, as they said in Princess Bride, I have hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
That was that movie. I remember.
Red Fox Mad with a great idea, April. Why haven't we thought of this? Get an Elon Musk interview on Steel Toe.
I have thought about it, but do you know the clearance I got to go through?
How have we not figured this out by now? Guys, we are fucking up over here. 280 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Again, if we go on a nice little run here, we can get this thing back under control. Will Kirby says, geez, this is stupid. Hey, this guy understands the show now. Congratulations.
Very good, sir. Very good.
Will Kirby says, geez, this is stupid. See, you don't have to think any harder than that. I mean, but let's be honest, Will Kirby. This is kind of your fault. If you came in here with any kind of expectation, you're a buffoon.
He came in here with the expectation like this is stupid.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Right. I don't. Yeah, I mean, you came in. It is not my fault that you came in here, Mr. Kirby, thinking this would be good. You think anybody's here because they're expecting brilliance? They want to watch buffoonery at a high level, and that's what we're here for. Last statute with a good idea. Maybe we could get Elon on the show if we offer to share half the donos with him.
Oh, okay. Maybe he would like that. Trump, too? Do you think Trump would go for that?
Yeah.
He's a businessman.
If we get those guys on and we offer them half the super chats and PayPal contributions, I think they're gonna be good to go.
Maybe let's start with Tucker.
Yeah. I forgot. I'm
gonna go through Alex Stein, seeing as we're friendly. Because it's his father, and he's going to reach out to him and be like, hey, these Steel Toe guys, they're good guys.
Yeah. Laughing Lions with a great point. We could even sweeten the pot, offer him 60%.
Fuck it, 65.
Oh, shit. Well, don't give away the farm right away.
I would give away my dress.
We got to negotiate. Well, then we might hit the goal.
Okay.
MSO says, I can't say no goal to sweet April. Oh, man.
Aw, shucks. I'm blushing now.
That's very sweet of you, buddy. 280.
Well, let's knock her out.
Yeah, 280 away from today. There's Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo in the chat if you'd like to contribute to our little donation-supported show here.
I'd like to knock it out before 9 o'clock.
Wow, April wants to knock this out in an hour, and we got a long ways to go. Trucker 18-wheeler with $25 says, I'll give money to this stupid show.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there we go, 260 away. All right, let's see how much stroke April has.
Apparently too much, according to Fauci's pangolin.
Mr. Approachable says, call Donald Trump, offer him 60% and a VIP package. Guys, you don't think we're giving away too much in the initial negotiations?
Dude, I'd make a special shirt for him.
God, you guys are really giving away the house here.
You know that ripped shirt that I'm supposed to be mailing to somebody?
Yeah.
We'll sign it for actual Donald Trump, though, and send it to him instead.
God damn.
Because he'll know that we cared more.
You guys are just assuming I'd agree to these terms. Oh, boy.
We could offer him Gordy.
All right, now you've gone too far. Now you've gone too far.
I'm sorry.
Familiar Human says, this show is so stupid. I love it. Oh.
It is gross.
Thank you. Chuck the Canuck says, real truthers don't ask or beg for money. Pretty shilly. Well, then I got to tell you, Chuck the Canuck, I got to tell you this. We are not real truthers.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I know that this might affect you. I am a filthy, dirty e-beggar who does a morning show that is that hinges on its existence, the generosity of its viewers. So I am not a real truther. You can knock me out of the real truther camp. I'm sorry. I guess I have to believe that Building 7 and Buildings 1 and 2 and the Pentagon, it's all the 9/11 report, buddy.
I bet Chuck the Canuck has his own show, and I bet he is a real truther, and he doesn't ask for money.
Not only that,
he might be accurate.
Not only that, Chuck, you spelt cunt wrong. I don't understand the name.
Yeah, that's the real C word.
That's the real C. It actually is. I found this story, and look, I don't know who these people are.
Okay.
Apparently, they're celebrities.
These people.
Yeah. I want to read this one, too. NSBDBS is his name. He says, this show is stupid. Guys, that hurts my feelings. As you can tell, this show is presented as a very serious news program with a lot of biting social commentary, and here you are calling it stupid? How dare? Would a stupid show have this?
I've been in a punch-up with a dozen monkeys.
Would a stupid show have this?
Look, if you fuck 1,000 men, you're a whore.
Would a stupid show have this?
Saw the message. Jumpy, jumpy, beep, beep.
Maybe that one.
That's right. You call this show stupid, I give you this.
He's gonna puke.
People are calling me a half-truther. I like that.
I'm thinking that name is stupid. I can't even pronounce it.
What?
All I know is it's an N-word.
Well, technically it is
the
an
N
N-word.
did attract me.
Yes. Better be the last fucking time.
I'm sorry. I had to tell you. I don't like secrets.
If we were a stupid show. Now, look. I'm going to turn
I bet you will.
If this show was stupid, would I have this drop? You want me to put my dick on your shoulder, motherfucker? Exactly.
I would like that. I want to know what it smells like.
I know. Look, I know it's check and mate right now, but I'm going to bury you a little further. If this, and by the way, you can go back and replay that. I've been pronouncing that name the same way every time. He says, no, see, now we got to continue our war of words here because he has now retorted.
Oh, this is good.
And he has said, your dick is stupid.
How would you know?
First of all, I want to tell you right now that is a personal attack. I have not made a personal attack on you.
Right.
That hurts my feelings, and I feel like that's a low blow. Literally.
Now his dick is going to tuck and run.
However, would a stupid show with a guy who has a stupid dick have this?
Sage retard PhD KF.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
Hey, buzz. I think I said it wrong that time. If this was a stupid show and my dick was stupid, would I have this drop?
Hey, jerk. Off my nuts.
That one, yeah.
Or this one?
Yeah, fuck me in the tushy.
Exactly.
That was him.
I don't mean to rub it in this buzz, but I think I win. I think my point has been made here.
I'm just glad you can pronounce his name because I can't.
Because
I too have a stupid dick.
Yes. Stupid ass dick having motherfucker.
Why don't you have a bigger dick?
Exactly. Colton Ryan with $4.99 says the only difference between a conspiracy and the truth is 6 months. Oh, that's an interesting quote.
Not always untrue.
Yeah, not always
Thank you,
untrue.
sir.
That's not bad. And thank you for your first contribution to this program.
Very cool.
Mr. Ryan. Red Fox Man with $9.99 says, let's go. Donate and help support the show. Let's show the haters. Let's meet the goal. I don't want to do it to show the haters. I want to do it to just have some fun.
And just because of this Nidbidiz guy. Whatever
April,
it is,
one more time, all right? A little respect on his name. Indizbuzz. No, April, that is a racial slur for black people. That's not how you pronounce it.
I would like to hit the goal by 9.
Okay. All right, we'll see if that happens. 250.
Just for that guy.
250 away after all that traffic. H says, this show is so stupid that I've listened to you on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. God, I hate you guys.
God, and some of us have even listened on radio.
Oh, my
Before
God,
that.
you guys are disgusting.
That's gross.
Shaft says, F indizbuzz. I love that. Magic 8 Ball saying F indizbuzz.
Can we at least can we get one vowel in there?
Indizbuzz. Could you do us a favor and just become a recurring character on this show? You're too much fun.
You actually sound like his vibrator. I don't like that.
It's an egg.
He has to electronically stimulate his clit or he can't come.
I can't come. I actually have to shove cumbersome objects up my asshole.
Like a car battery.
Yes. Marine battery, to be more specific.
Oh, the trolling motor gets in there and batters things up a bit, too.
Cocktiff says, did Let's Go guy get back from out of town? Sore subject, no, he did not. Aaron doesn't strike me as the type that would be into pegging. We never do. We never do. David Lyons with 1999 says, this show is stupid. Yeah, you fucking enabler, David Lyons. Thank you. 235 away, boys and girls. There's Indizbuzz. He says, I will come back to this stupid show. Thank you, buddy.
That was quick. Your turnaround time is impressive.
We always have fun with haters, and we always end up turning them around. Fucking Ian Hawk came back to this show the other day.
Who is that?
He goes back to hating back in the Mud Shark days when he was like, he thought it was hilarious when like our private family shit was being given out. So
that guy.
If you can bring back Ian Hawk, you can bring back just about anybody, especially Indizbuzz.
Let me get this right. Indizbuzz. Buzz.
Yes, she nailed it.
Okay.
Indizbuzz.
That sounds like a racial slur. I'm for it.
Whoa. Only for pygmies.
The goats, really.
Yes. Jennifer says, I have been around long enough to remember the Aaron in the afternoon days. That's AM radio in Litchfield, Minnesota.
It's gross, isn't it?
It's fucking disgusting.
I believe that man interviewed me once when I was just a young churn.
I did. And I had...
He wanted to fuck back then, too, but he figured he'd better not.
I did terrible things. No. I whacked off.
He went back to his office that day and, squirted all over the computer.
April, you dirty piece of shit. You got your wish. These fucking simps, you guys are disgusting.
Thank you.
You guys are You don't even care about entertainment. You simpy ass. I'm just kidding. You guys are wonderful. Let me open up Streamlabs because we got a lot of people to thank here. And boys and girls, we've hit our goal for today. Save it. Save it.
Ew,
save
who's that
it.
whore?
Save it. That's me. All right. I'm using Socialist Media with $50.
Hot dog.
Thank you very much, buddy. Where's that one in here? There it is.
Holy shit, you guys.
Just wait a second.
Fuck.
I'm using Socialist Media with $50. Gray Duckling with $50. Braden with $20. And we got Mr. Dizbizbuzz sounds like he'll grow into the program. Steel Toe has survived 7 purges in 9 years. And that's approachable?
No, that is King Kong Dong.
King Kong Dong. Oh, my God. I get all 3 of them all mixed up now.
You're a bad person.
And then, of course, fucking David Chandler says, can I make this a VIP for MSO? Yes.
Yes,
Write that down. MSO, if you're here, you need to contact April because David Chandler just bought you a VIP package.
Wow.
MSO, we welcome you.
Wow. Congratulations.
Now I got to do math, guys.
Yeah, I'm humbled. Thank you. You have absolutely slaughtered this goal and gotten into tomorrow at least, right?
That's 270 plus $5 from Happy Plague Doctor says this show has lowered my IQ 50 points and I love it. Much happier now. Bleeding head good.
I will wear a better shirt tomorrow just for that.
And Hobo Chili Recipe with $9.99. Thank you very much. What did I just say it was? 270?
Plus 5.
Plus 5 plus another 5. That's 280. So we are now $45 into tomorrow's goal. Thank you guys.
Killed it by 8:13 in the morning.
Yeah, very much. What did I say?
Thank
45 away from
Look at
tomorrow's
that.
goal?
All I had to say was by 9 o'clock, you guys.
Yeah, the simps are out in full force
Yeah,
today.
I love them. I love them all.
The simps are out in full force.
Thank you, Mr. Approachable. MSO, contact me there.
Yeah, MSO, there's all the contact information. Mr. Approachable has it right there in the chat. Get a hold of her. We need your shirt size, address. That's it, right?
And your dick size.
And your dick size.
Just in case, he leaves me.
Right.
I need to go shopping.
And I need dick. Right.
Right, I'm shopping for him.
Precisely. All right.
No tucked ones.
Guys, here's the new message pinned to the top of the page. Here's what I'm doing. Every bag of Steel Toe coffee that gets purchased today is taking $3 off the goal. $3 a bag is our cut. It's going off the goal. Every Steel Toe coffee that gets ordered today. There you go. Link is in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the page. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com.
Guys,
All right.
I'm humbled. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. That's very generous. And David Chandler and MSO have had such a back and forth that VIP thing kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I hope he messages me.
Bill Billy says, love the show, guys. Thank you, buddy, but we prefer to be called stupid.
We're girls, actually.
Yes. We're little,
stupid girls.
Little fucking bitches over here.
I think we both have to wear tit shirts tomorrow because they slaughtered that goal so hard.
Why do I have to wear?
Just for fan service.
Oh, well, if it's for fan service,
yeah.
The hell can I do?
You
to
wear that V-neck.
I have to have
that plunging V-neck.
The tit shirt. Toolman Mike says, did one of you mods mute me or am I that boring? Look, man.
What?
Between Rumble and YouTube, when you got 700 people kicking around shit, it gets a little difficult. I'm sorry, pal. Ned Pepper says, just to say thanks for entertaining me while I work with headphones, of course. Yeah, you play this in your work, they're going to kill you.
No, I blast it from the mountaintops.
Flying Minister says, show off the moobs, Aaron. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. You're afraid.
You have nice hairy ones, too.
You guys are just trying to get me to do it.
Wouldn't you, though, for them? What if they got that tomorrow's goal knocked out today? Then would you do it? If they knocked out tomorrow's goal today,
you are becoming a disgusting, money-begging shill monster.
That's how
I'm so fucking proud of you.
I know that there's a number on it because you're reacting that way.
You're saying if we hit the goal today, will I wear a tit shirt tomorrow?
Yeah. No, he wouldn't. He has some dignity.
Well, you mean like a large T-shirt instead of an extra large T-shirt? What kind of tit T-shirt are we talking about here?
Just a low cut, shows him a little something. You don't got to wear a push-up or anything.
No, I can't fit into anything like that.
There's stores for that.
I can't fit.
If they make tuck-friendly bikinis for ladies,
that's true. We go to Target.
We can get you a plunging shirt.
KJ Fury with $5 says she came, she tucked, she farted on her helmet.
What?
Thank you, buddy. $300 away from tomorrow's final goal. Thank you, everybody.
Wow.
That was very kind of all of you. You are all wonderful, wonderful people. Okay, let's continue on here. It's fucking bananas.
This is crazy.
Also, guys, hit subscribe, hit like, and make sure, because we're really threatening that 10K by the end of May thing. I know we were sort of fucking around, but 10K by the end of May is a very serious possibility. Like I said, if we hit 9,800 by the end of this week, which is looking, be honest, it's looking pretty good.
Okay, if they hit 10K, would you do it? By the end of next week.
Yes, if it's 10K by the end of May, then I would honor
the V-neck.
The V-neck in this audience. And thank you guys very much. That Tim Pool clip.
Nice.
Doing very well. Captain January with $5 on Rumble says Elon missed the most appropriate quote from The Princess Bride. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
That was the quote to use. Yeah.
And Alcada with $10 says, cheers. Thank you, guys. You're $290 away from tomorrow.
You're welcome.
I had a very nice compliment. Oh, Gray Duckling with $19.99 says, I'm all for Aaron sporting some chest. All right, guys, enough.
I'll have him get some sun this weekend so it's, not so glaring white.
I think we're good. We're $275 away from tomorrow. That'll be fine. Hobo Chili Recipe says $199. April, you talked over my super chat. I'm leaving.
Me, sorry. I don't know.
The Real Stonies, Cheetos says, I fit in a baby sweater one time. You can fit in a tit shirt. What the fuck, man?
No, I'm saying he's a big, muscly, burly man. He's a biker man.
That's our biggest
That's
advertiser.
Not saying he's fat. He's very muscly.
April, I have had so many advertisers close up shop and fuck off in the last year. I can't afford Cheetos,
He might be the
too.
most badass one I've ever met.
He will fuck you up.
Have you ever hugged that man endearingly?
No, I've just jerked him off once. Against his will. I just want to say it wasn't gay. It was forceful.
He pulled your hair.
I do want to say he's such a badass. He beat the living shit out of Chad Zumach and said, "Don't fuck with Kumia."
He did do that.
Cheeto says, had to cut it together it off. Had to cut it together it off.
What are you going to do? Make fun of your sponsor's grammar now?
Nope.
You asshole.
That makes total sense. I read it wrong. That's the real problem.
Aaron, you've worn my lace-up shirt before.
I have.
He's worn a shirt of mine back in the day.
I certainly have.
Back in 2020.
All right, boys and girls. I want to get to a story. I like this one because I have no idea who the fuck these people are.
Okay.
And I don't think our audience knows who the fuck these people are. But I know I hate the woman.
So you're on brand.
Yeah.
Today.
So there's like a celebrity divorce going on.
Okay.
And this chick, we got mad at Alex Jones's ex-wife for releasing that tape like 15 years after she took it.
Oh, it made herself look terrible?
It made herself look terrible. She looked like a passive-aggressive, abusive ex-wife. Well, these two, let me get their names right. Kroy Bierman
Ew.
and Kim Zolciak. Do you know who these people are?
No.
I don't know who this is. And it doesn't say in the... I guess I'm supposed to know who they are. Because in this article, it does not tell me who Kim Zolciak and Kroy Bierman are.
I'm against that name.
I'm against both of their names. But Kim Zolciak. Oh, Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Oh, so nobody knows her.
Yeah. So one of the Real Housewives of Atlanta is getting divorced. And thank you, Wayne Chambers, for the $4.99. Says, Karen, show some chest. I need to know you do have more hair on your face than your chest. Yes.
Aww.
I do, I promise. All right, so Real Housewives of Atlanta chick, so she'll be a lot easier to hate.
And she can't be on the show anymore. She's not a real housewife.
She's an ex-housewife of Atlanta. She's getting a divorce from this guy. I hate this shit. I hate when this happens during breakups or divorces or anything else where shit that they were both fine with. And this is where lawyers, if you can just settle shit privately, that's the way to do it. Because once you get lawyers involved, they are such manipulative bastards that, and by the way, your divorce lawyers are playing golf with each other.
Absolutely. They're friends. Just
want to let you know that. They're agreeing to rack up the bill, as it were, the more money you have. But I hate when the lawyers get involved and they do this thing where things that you both were fine with during your relationship are now all of a sudden this, oh my God, it's so terrible and I don't know if I can allow my children around this. Meanwhile, you guys were doing this shit together the entire time.
Right. Like meth.
Like meth. Exactly. So I would have never picked out a Real Housewives story for the show. But I think this is going to ring true for a lot of people who have had bad breakups or a lot of people who have gone through divorces. Kim Zolciak says she's witnessed her estranged husband, Kroy Bierman, smoke pot, and she's afraid for her kids' safety, asking a judge to step in and force him to get a drug test. This guy smoking weed is nothing new. He probably smoked weed before he met this chick.
Absolutely before.
He smoked weed during their relationship.
Yep.
He smoked weed while they were married. He smoked weed. I mean, look, let's take a look at the picture here. This is a picture.
He smoked weed before this picture.
Yeah, July 7th, 2022. This is their family photo.
One of them doesn't match.
Who's adopted?
That's what I mean.
So, or why is he on the outside? I don't
Why is
understand.
he looking off into the distance longingly?
Right. So, you think that he just, look at how old these kids are. They're anywhere from looks like 14 or 15 down to about 5.
Sure.
Do you really think he just started smoking weed now and she's worried about the kids?
I'll tell you why. Nobody just starts smoking weed.
Nobody.
It started long ago, and it's just a thing you do now.
Some people started doing it forever. Oh, God damn it. Some people started doing it not knowing what it was, and they'll keep on doing it forever just because. This is the song that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friends.
I hear you.
Now I'm in a loop. So this guy didn't start smoking weed, when his son got into high school. He's been doing it for a long time. It's never been a problem in their relationship. It's never been brought up. You know why I know it's never been brought up? Because these two are reality show whores. And they would have brought this up for material at the drop of a hat. The producers would have said, Kim, aren't you a little upset at Croy's, fucking terrible name, by the way.
Yeah, Croy, ew.
Aren't you worried about Croy's pot smoking and how it might affect the children? These fucking reality show producers treat these people like cattle anyway. They would have injected that into the show if it was a problem.
Yes, they don't care if it causes problems for them. That's actually more show.
What happened was she got a lawyer. The lawyer said, tell me everything he does. I'll get you all the money. If you get the kids, you'll get more money. And by the way, I'll tell you a little secret about divorces.
Oh.
It's a difference between men and women, in my opinion. That scene in Liar Liar where the woman goes, if I get sole custody, I'll get this much more in child support. Yeah. Women 100%, and look, I'm not trying to say that we're better than you guys or anything else. But if you told a woman that if she got this much more child, not security, what do you call it? Custody.
Oh, custody.
This much more child custody, you'll get this much more money. Women would go, ooh, I think we should go for that. If you told a guy, we'll give you this much more kid time and you'll get this much more money, a dad would say, I don't give a fuck about the money. Get me more time with my children.
Yeah,
I would love. I have always said that. It's always been time. With women, I'm not going to say it's money, but it's time. And oh boy, that money sure would be nice.
Sure is.
I mean, when it comes to shit like that in relationship, in general, in my experience, when it comes to relationships, men are much more, let me get my shit and let me get the fuck out of here. And women tend to be a little more, look, I know it cuts both ways, but I think women tend to be a little more vindictive. They want to take a piece of the guy with them.
Yeah.
They want to take a piece of the person with them. Whereas guys are like, would you please just let me grab my shit from the bedroom and get the fuck out of here? Whereas the woman's like, well, what are you going to do about this? And why you got to do this? And what about the rent that we have to pay? And all this other shit. This woman saying that this guy smoking weed is all of a sudden a problem for their kids when these two apparently have had kids for about 15 years, at least
Long
10 years.
time.
At least 10 years.
Well, they're older than that for sure.
Yeah. And he didn't just start smoking weed.
No, and I guarantee you she started out their relationship smoking it with him.
Yeah. Spicy Mustard says, Jesus Christ, Aaron, did you witness my divorce? Look, man, luckily I haven't had to ever go through a lawyer divorce. I've never had. I mean, April says she's going to take me through one, but I think that's just because she cares about me and wants me to see what it's like. But I've heard, I've witnessed it. I've seen other people do it. It can be a fucking nightmare, and these lawyers create problems that never existed before. So, and I get it. They have to work for their client and they have to, get them as much as possible. It's their job, but it's so dirty for the woman to go along with it because these women go, what? It's just what the lawyer told me. Yeah, but you're fucking burying this guy. You know that you're taking cheap shots. You know that you're just trying to squeeze more out of him.
And then they always hide behind the kids too. They're like, oh, it's for the kids and what's best for the kids.
That's what this woman's doing.
It's not. It's what you want.
Yeah, this woman's doing that. She's like, oh, I'm just worried about how his pot smoking will affect the kids.
I guarantee you he doesn't do it around the kids. Most people don't.
Johnny 1.0 says both my exes pulled that shit. The wife takes care of the kids more, says Union Jack. Look, when kids get to a certain age, taking care of them is pretty fucking easy. I get it when it comes to diapers and shit like that. Historically, women have a little more patience. They're a little better at that nurturing thing. But once the kid hits like 2 or 3, you feed them, you clothe them, you bathe them, you make sure they've got fun stuff to do. There you go. That's raising a kid. You teach them not to do bad things. A woman doesn't do that any better than a guy does after a certain age. But her going to this weed shit, and again, fuck her for 2 reasons. 1, for being a selfish bitch in this divorce. And 2, making me give a shit about a Real Housewife of Atlanta.
I know, that's maybe the most insulting part.
That's the worst part.
I don't know these people. I didn't want to.
According to legal documents, Zolciak says she's got serious concern for the safety and well-being of her 4 minor kids in Croy's care. And she points out to his marijuana smoking as the source for her fear.
There's 5 kids in that picture. Why'd she say 4?
Yeah, this one's adopted. I don't think there's a custody. I don't know. I'm not really sure. He probably doesn't give a shit about the adopted
He doesn't want
one.
the adopted
It's
one.
it's okay.
It was her idea.
This is going to sound worse than I mean it.
Okay.
But it's a black kid, and it was probably her idea as a celebrity to adopt the black kid. White women love to adopt black kids. White celebrity women like to adopt black kids.
So when I hit celebrity status, I'll adopt a couple.
You notice that Brad Pitt, I don't think, did Brad Pitt really fight for the custody of their adopted, like, Malawian children or whatever?
What are you saying? You just give up custody of your adopted kid you've helped raise?
No, I could be completely wrong about this. But what I'm
That seems
saying
a bit
is,
weird.
if she's saying 4 children,
Yeah, and she did say just 4, and there's technically 5 in that picture.
then he probably doesn't give a shit about
They're just not considering that one a person.
Yeah.
That's an accessory.
It's better than her saying 4 3/5 kids. I mean, let's be very fair about this. Wow. Yeah, I mean, he didn't just start smoking weed during your divorce, so you didn't have a
No.
problem with him being around the kids then.
And I bet every time you had fucking period cramps and shit, you asked him for a few hits. I guarantee you, that's how that shit goes, I promise. I've seen that before.
So now we're also the first to report the estranged couple's financial problems, owing more than $1 million to the IRS.
Ew.
Jesus, at that point, do you even have enough money to get divorced? You know, a lot of people stay together because they don't have the money to get divorced.
Maybe.
Because if you split up,
Because
you
they
got to
have so
split all
much
that
debt.
debt. Yeah. Well, what's her net? What's his bitch worth? 300 grand. Oh yeah, they can't pay that back.
And what's his?
About this, if they're married, I guarantee it's
okay, sure.
it's the same. But I'll look up Croy Bierman just
Your
so I can.
parents hated you. Don't name your kid Croy.
Oh God, football outside linebacker.
Cray would have been a better name.
How do I not know that Croy Bierman is a football player?
Because you're not supposed to know him. He wasn't good.
37 years old, 3 defensive touchdowns, 23 sacks. If he played 10 years, that's 2 sacks. Oh yeah, I wouldn't know. He was a
That's
backup.
it's like saying like that. What the fuck, Colton Underwood. You didn't even
Yeah.
know he was in football either.
Yeah, so he doesn't have any money left. Oh wait, at the peak of his career, his salary was $4.2 million. Yeah, so he wasn't like a great player. He's one of those guys.
She married money.
He's one of those guys, like if he played on your team, you remember him, but nobody else does. Like I'm trying to think of a Viking that we would be aware of that the rest of the people would be like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Cameron Dantzler.
Sure.
There you go. Cameron Dantzler. Wait, did we cut him this year? I feel like we might have cut Cameron Dantzler.
I think we did let go of Dantzler.
I think did we let Cameron Dantzler go this year? Uh-oh. Nope, he's still a Viking.
Oh, I thought we did let him go. Okay.
I thought we did too.
Maybe we talked about it.
Cameron Dantzler. Yeah, okay. Well,
We talked about the option.
Yeah, he's still here. All right, I like Cameron Dantzler. But anyway, people would people who are like Raiders fans wouldn't know who Cameron Dantzler is.
Mm-mm.
But we'd be like, oh, I kind of like Cameron Dantzler. He's all right. Yeah, Jim Kleinsasser. People, yeah, if you were a football fan in 2000, you didn't know who Jim Kleinsasser was, but we did. We fucking knew who Jimmy Kleinsasser was. Old Jimmy Football. So, yeah, I hate those two. I hate her way worse. I hate anyone who makes me think about any Real Housewives show, which luckily I've never watched a single second of.
Me either.
But that bullshit, that whole, oh, yeah, the kids and his weed smoking. And I'm just, when women are getting divorced and they clutch their pearls and try to make a guy look like shit by going, oh, I'm worried about the safety of the kids. No, you got $1 million in IRS debt and you're trying to get as much money out of him as you can so you can,
the pearls, the pearls always do have the words "kids" written all over them, and they fail to remember that sometimes like it's good for those kids to spend time with their dad too.
Yeah,
they don't think about that. It's all for me. That's what it is. It's for the moms. It's all for me and the kids, and with me though.
Right.
Not dad.
Lab Glass. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Matthew Hatchett would be. That's a Croy Bierman name. Matthew Hatchett. Here's another one.
That's a cool name.
Kyle Brady. Kyle Brady is the perfect example. He was a Vikings middle linebacker after Jack Del Rio.
Okay.
Nobody should know who Kyle Brady is. But
Not
if you're a
even
Viking,
you.
but if you're a Viking fan, you should know who he is.
I just noticed what you had for breakfast. You lucky bastard.
I ate the rest of the ramen and chicken sausage. It
was a bourbon chicken sausage with apples.
It was pretty fucking
delicious.
good, too. I ate the rest of it. All right, guys, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. I don't even know what time it is. We're just ranting and raving and having a gay old time out here on Steel Toe. Thank you guys very much. Steel Toe Coffee, any orders that go in today, I'm taking the $3 a bag and I'm putting it towards tomorrow's goal, which currently sits at $2.75.
Thank you.
So that all the coffee is going towards the goal today. Thank you for all your generosity. And MSO, thanks to David Chandler, is now a VIP. Very cool.
Yeah, you guys have been very generous. Thank you.
All right, let's go into our next story. This one is out of Farmington, Missouri. Lightheartedness after an I almost said anti-Semitic rant. It wasn't that it was a misogynistic rant or a misogynist rant.
The I hate women more
rant. The I hate women more rant. The dishonesty. It's just, oh yeah, it's weed smoking. The kid's like, you don't, just that people can say that they, you know that's horseshit. You know you're lying. You know it doesn't bother you, but you say it because your lawyer said he can get you more money.
Yeah, the manipulation through kids is really sick.
And you guys owe
$1 million.
Oh, you know what? You guys are right. Not Kyle Brady, Jeff Brady. Jeff Brady. You guys were right. They're shitting on me pretty hard.
It doesn't matter.
They're shitting on me really hard in the chat. They're saying Kyle Brady was a tight end. Jeff Brady was the Vikings middle linebacker.
Do you feel better now?
Way better, because now people, I don't want people thinking I don't know shit about sports, man. They'll think I ain't got no dick.
Right, me either.
Well, anyway. But just that whole you're fucking lying and you do it anyway. Ugh. There's no recourse. There's no way you can get that back. All right, let's do this story out of Missouri. A young lady was banned from her school track team.
No, track is awesome.
Forever.
No banning.
She's banned. She's done. What do you think she did?
Had sex with the pole vaulting coach.
Had sex with the pole vaulting coach. All right, that's April's guess. I know what the answer is. This is from Fox 2.
A regional competition this weekend. Athlete was not allowed to participate in a regional competition this weekend after she brought her pet goat to school on Friday.
What? That is awesome. That is such a Litchfield thing to do.
That kind of sounds like a Mad Libs story, doesn't it? It's like a young girl was not allowed to run track after she brought her pet goat to school.
I have been involved with bringing tractors to school. I've helped with bringing chickens to school.
We don't doubt it.
Do
you ever
I never got banned from track.
As you do this show, do you learn over time that you really had a fucking crazy hillbilly upbringing?
No, I loved it.
I'm not saying you didn't love it. You can love it and it can still be a crazy fucking hillbilly upbringing, but you grew up in some hillbilly shit.
I am learning that people are not okay with that.
No. It's not that we're not okay with it. It's that we acknowledge it. We just want to make sure that the people doing it acknowledge it.
But these people get banned from their sports for doing cool things.
You find this to be a severe injustice.
I hate it. Goats are great. Goats are awesome. They're wholesome. It's not a gun.
April, the rest of us in the civilized world don't believe that goats belong in school.
Why not?
Because they're filthy beasts.
Maybe it was an emotional support goat.
It doesn't matter. But you guys don't believe in that shit in Hillbillyville.
No, we don't.
That's some
That's why I'm
pussy-ass
laughing.
shit. Right?
Nope. I have goats for pleasure. Thank you very much.
Don't we all?
Not that kind of pleasure.
But this is what we mean. Like you take it as you take it as an attack. It's not an attack. We're just looking. We're like Woody Harrelson in No Country for Old Men, and you're Anton Chigurh, and we're looking at you going, "Do you have any idea how crazy you are?" And we're asking you, "Do you have any idea how much of a redneck you grew up as?"
No, I see this as pretty normal.
But you just said no and then made our point for us. It's a contradiction.
It's a goat.
Right.
You're going to ban her from a sport? Goats don't have anything to do with track.
But that's what we're saying to you.
It's a goat.
Right. Exactly. Redneck upbringing.
What if somebody brought a puppy instead of a goat? Do you
It's
get
not
banned from track now?
filthy shit beast, but you still say, get that fucking
They
dog.
are filthy shit beasts if you don't clean up after them. What if that thing's shitting in the hall?
But in the suburbs, we take care of our dogs and bathe them. We don't let them run outside and stink.
No, we give our dogs, our big Labradors, baths with hoses while they're tied to the apple tree.
You hose them down once a month, maybe, and then they roll in shit immediately
they
after.
get shampooed. Look, do they use the same soaps as the horses? Yeah, they do.
Rural dogs smell like shit.
No,
always.
they don't.
They always smell like shit. They always
My dogs smell like
when you pet a
the
rural dog.
Westminster competition.
When you pet a rural dog, you get that grease on your hand. It's fucking disgusting. I hate farm
then you
dogs.
should probably stop going to those farm dogs because they're greasy. and
Your
weird.
parents' dogs, you pet them. They can't help it. It's not their fault. It's just how
They
roll.
smell like fresh air and sunshine.
You pet them and you just get that grease. And you're just like,
No, you
oh,
don't.
yeah. Yeah, oh yeah,
Labs keep themselves very clean.
Ooh, man, that everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say that greasy rural dog feel. Everyone
Your
knows
dog
what
smells
that
like
feeling
Frito chips when he naps.
He's a lovely dog. It's a clean
That's a real
animal.
thing. Every time Gordy's like curled up in a bean shape and he's sleeping, when he stretches and like moves his paws and shit, he smells like a bag of Fritos.
Yeah, it's delightful. Which, by the way, we found out is like because there's shit in his paws.
Oh, so yeah, that seems clean.
Yeah, no, it's not good. But I wouldn't bring that to school. We're sitting here saying, hey, a girl got suspended from track because she fucked around and bought a fucking goat to
Do you know how much better my day is if I have a goat next to me?
But that, April, we're not saying you're wrong. We're saying you grew up in some redneck
He can wear my
ass.
backpack.
You had a redneck ass upbringing.
I can put saddlebags on him.
Nobody's saying you can't. What we're saying is acknowledge that you had a redneck ass upbringing and it's not normal to the rest of us.
I will not.
You are ignoring, then you are not aware. You had a you know what? We're going to the chat real quick before we go back into the story.
No, you leave the chat alone. Leave the chat alone.
Yeah, the yeast grows in between the dog's paws.
Don't use the word yeast. It's gross.
Aaron, some dogs roll around in cow shit to mask their smell from other dogs if they aren't running around in a park.
Do you want to know the most
That's
disgusting
fine, but
thing?
then they get greasy.
Do you want to know the most disgusting thing one of our labs ever did?
What's that?
And almost died. So you know how when you have horses, you have to give them deworming paste every now and then?
Sure.
To make sure they don't get worms. Okay, eventually they shit that out.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a big pile of shit from me cleaning out the stalls, right? So I will borrow the shit over to the pile. Sometimes the dogs would go over to the pile because horses have sweet shit because they eat oats and stuff. They'll eat it. Well, our dog one time ate the horse shit that had the deworming paste in it. And it started having seizures.
Does nobody...
Then you need to take it to the vet and make sure it's going to live. And it did.
She
but
doesn't... Guys, she doesn't listen to me.
It's farm hazards.
She doesn't listen to me. I tell her she had a redneck ass
No,
upbringing. And
you
she
just-
goes, no, I didn't. Horses have sweet smelling shit because of the oats they eat. And then the dogs roll around in it after I dump the wheelbarrow shit off. That's my fucking
Well, when
point.
you see the dog having seizures, you got to like,
That's
be like,
a-
okay, what could that thing have eaten?
That's
okay,
a-
we're going to take it to the vet because
Right.
it probably has horse deworming paste.
That's
in
a
its body.
redneck ass upbringing.
See, I don't know. Or is that just normal for some?
After school, I went in the batting cage we had in our backyard and I hit some balls.
You would be hitting balls, wouldn't you?
I was hitting balls after school. Actually, you know what? No, I was the only kid who had a batting cage in his backyard, and I used it as a pitching bullpen because I was that obsessed with pitching. And you wonder why sophomore to junior year, my batting average dropped by about 160 points.
And your IQ. From living in a city.
Yeah, but I had 160 to lose.
How was your muscle tone from growing up in that soft serve fucking city?
Yeah, probably about as low as everyone's IQ in your town. Wronghole Rick says, don't let Erin shame you for being country. I'm not shaming her. I just want a recognition.
Tiny bit.
Hey,
You married this.
ask me if
okay?
I had a suburban upbringing. Ask me.
Did you have a suburban upbringing?
Yep. April, did
you
have...
feel better for it?
It doesn't matter. It's immaterial. I'm just acknowledging my upbringing. April, did you have a redneck ass upbringing?
I don't like saying it like that.
And this is...
I had a country farm upbringing.
Okay, redneck ass upbringing. There you go. Look, I can't help how I was raised. We were raised to believe that we are better than you in almost every
See, that's
single
not
way.
okay. I don't sit and preach about how I'm so much better than you.
But it's hard for us to...
I have some humility.
It's hard for us to look at the world and then not acknowledge reality.
I wouldn't be damn near as handy for this household if I didn't have that upbringing.
Hey, I fixed the toilet.
He tried to fix the fucking
No.
flapper seal on the toilet and he broke part of the toilet. Now I can't use that bathroom.
Let me tell you what happened. Fucking original stopper that we had on that toilet was
a
so
$5 part.
was so fucking tight to that tower that when I tried to, peel it off, get it down from the bottom and up off the hook thing, the fucking hook snapped off of there. Cheap little fucker. So then I just said to the other one, I'm just getting a fucking scissors, and I cut that shit.
And now I have to go to Menards for the second time in a week.
I'll go with you. How's that?
Thanks for being a chaperone.
I've fixed many a toilet because I've broken many a toilet. And this
with
time,
your farts, right?
And this time I got a little impatient with the fucking loop, and I ripped the son of a bitch off.
I see, and I feel like you could just drop the pride for 2 seconds and ask for help sometimes. What if my small fingers had been able to be more nimble and get it off?
See, look, Silverwolf says, I'm with Aaron on the toilet, actually. Cheap piece of shit. Exactly. Those little plastic hooks that flapper goes on, and they so goddamn... The one you bought, the new one, is great. It's nice and loose. You can just pull that one right off of there. But the one we had on there... fucking, come on, you snap. Son of a cunt. Why does it need to be that tight? It doesn't need to. At any rate, I feel
I'm
better.
with Katie. While April was pulling calves, Aaron was juggling balls.
And I was very happy with that existence.
I don't know how to juggle balls.
Pulling calves. See, this is how suburban people view it.
You got to put little chains around them if they're backwards.
All of you rural people, you go, well, you were doing that. We were neck deep in shit. And we go, good. That's what you should have been. While we were doing the things that keep this world going around, you guys can play in the shit. That's what you should be doing.
If we didn't help pull those calves out sometimes if they were backwards, they don't get to produce milk because they die.
Well,
and then you don't get to drink that milk.
Well, and then you don't release methane into the air from that animal and destroy the planet.
Maybe you should not put as much methane in the air. You ever think of that?
Look, I don't want to win this argument by invoking climate change, so I'm going to tap out.
He farted on a bath towel last night.
I just farted now. And I didn't fart on the bath towel, by the way. I thought a fart was coming. I had to switch gears right in the middle and run off into the bathroom. After I took a shower.
After a shower, which is fucking disgusting.
It's terrible.
Because then your ass is warm.
Joe Smith says, "Can we get the link to your YouTube do-it-yourself channel, Aaron?" Oh, I got some good ones for you.
No,
I got to take
would be a really good comedy channel. Actually,
we should start that channel. The first video we should do is when I take that dryer apart and put the new rollers in.
It hasn't been squeaking.
I've got new rollers.
I don't
sitting
care.
In there.
There's a squeak when our dryer runs and it needs new rollers, I think, so we bought them. But I'm dreading the day that you decide to pull that thing apart when I'm not home.
The reason it's not, I'll tell you why it's rollers, because it's not a squeaking, it's a knocking. It's the knocking that indicates
it hasn't been
rollers.
squealing all winter?
Well, both. It's been doing both. Familiar Human says, do you like food, Aaron? Because that's where it comes from, the country folk. Yeah, you guys always lean on that one.
But that's because it's true.
I can find any retard to make food.
Where did that food come from?
No, I'm saying farm hands are a dime a dozen.
Well, now they are. Now that the border's open.
and we end on an agreement.
A truce, if you will.
Yes. Aaron is Ricky LaFleur of Handyman. Mizzle T. Shizzle says, don't fuck with it, Aaron. All right, I won't.
I kind of agree. Is there any problem with having one person be the handy guy in the house and the other one that's good at computer shit?
I'm good at handyman shit. That was a shitty flapper on that toilet, and even our audience agrees with me.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Bullshit flapper is what it was. All right, let's continue on here.
You shouldn't call them that. They're people.
Oh shit! Speaking of handymen, I stripped that screw on Louie's bike. We got to take that in.
That was you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I stripped it.
Aaron comes back in and he said, "Yeah, there's a stripped screw on there," and I'm like, "Well, it had to be stripped from somebody."
I snugged it a bit too much. And as soon as I did, I went, oh, fuck. Oh, shit, I stripped it. All right.
Yeah, and now there's going to be a weekend of nice weather where that kid can't ride his bike.
No, we got to put a new chain on that bike because the current one is too tight for how powerful he's getting. Who gives a shit? All right, anyway.
Aaron tried riding it and broke it.
I did. The seat went all the way up my asshole. Let's go back to the girl banned from track because of the goat. That's what got us on this chapter in the first place.
New at 6, Fox News' Patrick Clark shows us that goat that got the girl in trouble and out of the track meet.
We see him on all fours with his pants down like, oh, shit, we weren't supposed to show you the goat quite like that.
She just might be the greatest of all time in the high jump category.
Oh, don't. If you don't. Do you see what they're setting up for?
Not really.
You don't see what they're setting up for?
I'm not sure what you're so enraged
You
about.
didn't see yourself getting set up on the second win? You didn't see yourself getting set up on the second win. If you didn't see yourself getting set up on the second win, that means you were either in on it or you're too dumb to notice. Either way, you can't be here. You're out.
What if that goat gives her confidence?
Okay, do you see what they're lining up for with she may be the greatest of all time in long jumping? And the story's about what?
A goat. Oh.
Get it? It's a different. I'm going to guess the
What's
line.
your best goat noise? You really will do anything.
Well, it sounded like a challenge.
You were such a gay.
I like impressions. By the way, somebody left a very nice comment on one of our videos from the evening show last night. They said, I've never heard Kevin Brennan talk until now. And your impression is so fucking spot on, you could fool a computer.
It was scary because when we played those clips with Gino last night, it was like he was playing back the impression you make.
Gino's stupid. Gino's a fucking idiot.
You gotta spit more.
Bob, he gave away suffer and succotash. Bob, he gave out Ray's number. Fuck you, Bob.
Can somebody dangle like a $400 super chat over Kevin and have him say suffer and succotash?
Please. Nicholas, first name Nicholas, last name Gers. You got to throw one of those patented $3.99 OP super chats at Kev and see if Big Kev will say, well, yeah, he has to yell, suffer and succotash.
And then I want to hear him say Sylvester.
Yesterday's MLC, Bob Levy has figured out that this drama shit is bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's really calmed him the fuck down. But almost too much, because on yesterday's episode, he put up with something that would have been fucking it for me. Because
I agree with that.
They were talking about Gino, and Bob goes, well, no, I don't think he gave it out on the air, and I don't know if he gave it out in any messages. And
Very
Kevin
calm.
goes, fuck you, Bob! And I would have been like, okay, fuck, no, I'm out. No, fuck me. No, fuck me.
I agree, because who are you? I'm Bob Levy, and you're Kevin Brennan, the lesser Brennan brother. I mean, like...
You know what Bob
got how many other good shows to be on right now?
Bob should have told him. He should have went, look, I'll put up with that from Neil, but not from you.
See, my heart wasn't even in that, but hearing that from Bob would hurt.
If Bob would have went, look, I'll put up with that shit from Neil, but not from you.
In the state of Missouri this year,
back to the
but
goat.
We will never know. What we do know is that she has a Nigerian dwarf goat named Rachel, and it's kind of Rachel's fault.
Because she's black.
Wait. It's the goat's fault that she doesn't get to be in track anymore? Bitch, don't bring your goat to school. Who
Black
are you?
goats can't high jump.
Yeah. But who are you, fucking Mary, who had a little lamb? You just bring your fucking goat to school and all of a sudden you're hot shit?
Quick question. Where was this again?
Missouri.
Yeah, you get to in Missouri.
Oh.
Rachel actually is more of a pet than a goat. She comes into the house.
It's more of a pet than a goat. No, it's still a goat, you fucking redneck retard.
My dog lives in the house. That doesn't mean he's not a dog.
Yeah. Oh, he's more of a pet than a goat. Well, no, then he's a pet goat.
He's like our churn.
The laws of physics and biology still exist. He identifies as a pet. Really? Does he have horns and hoofs and fling shit all over the place? Guess what? He's a fucking goat.
He does fling shit.
Flings shit.
She is in the house all the time. She wears a diaper when she's inside. She has a harness and a leash. She's not a typical...
most kids. Harness and a leash.
Wait, your daughter or the goat?
Him.
Which one's wearing the diaper and the harness and the leash?
Outside goat.
Family friend says Farmington High School senior Jade Roth, seen here after setting a record high jump of 5 feet 2 inches at a track meet.
Well, that's very good.
Brought the goat before school on Friday, the senior's last day for the year. Wearing a harness and a diaper, Rachel was photographed on the chair of her coach. Administrators told her to take the goat home and return to school.
And when they came back...
Shut that fucking goat up, Bob!
No, you shut up. Leave the goat
They were called to
alone.
the office and told that they were being suspended for the day.
It's
That being
the last
Jade's
day.
last day of high school meant she was ineligible to participate in any extracurricular activities during the weekend, which unfortunately was the district track competition.
Via email, Farmington School Super...
Then think about that shit before you bring a goat to school. You got one track meet left. Behave accordingly.
I will stand up for her in this regard. I have known many seniors to either skip school or do much worse as a senior prank on the last day of school than bring a goat
The
to
school doesn't want a dirty fucking animal walking around in its halls.
It had a diaper on.
Oh, well, then
I know
in that
people
case.
dirtier than that goat.
It's true, it is a high school. Yeah, maybe they overreacted a little bit.
Yes.
But what can
What
you
did
do?
you guys do for senior skip day and shit like that? Or
we-
like your senior pranks?
We
Because
didn't
I know
do-
we weren't good.
We didn't do senior skip day because they scared the shit out of us and told us we couldn't walk.
Oh, we did.
We couldn't graduate if we did. They sniffed out what day we were organizing a senior skip. And then they said, if any of you are absent, even if it's an excused absence that day, because we all would have called in. Even if it was an excused absence, we're still not going to let you walk if you take this day off of school.
Well, you had a gay school.
We have really gay school. But what we did as a senior prank is the day after our last day, and we had our all-night lock-in party or whatever.
Okay.
After that, 4 or 5 of us got together, and we put paper bags over our head, and we went outside one of our favorite teachers' classrooms, and we dropped trow and mooned the whole class, and then ran off and went to Dunkin' Donuts afterwards.
Are you gay?
Probably a little.
Did you actually do that? That means your balls were dangling. too, if you had any.
No. We just showed ass. We dropped our shorts down. You can moon people without showing your cock.
Really? Because every time you moon me here, your shit's dangling for a mile.
Well, that's just because you love me and I want you to get the whole view. But no, we wore paper bags over our heads and we mooned them and we took off running.
That is so dumb. Like for us, we did a senior skip day and like different groups did different things, but a huge chunk of us, like 30 of us, went to Special Forces paintball gun and did that whole like storming the beaches like thing. It was really fucking
Some
cool.
real redneck shit right
It was fun.
Superintendent Matt Rubel responding, the Farmington R7 school district does not comment regarding individual student discipline issues.
Every action has a consequence,
Whoa.
but I just hope that they would take into consideration whether it be the child's first offense or not when they're looking at the discipline.
Jade Roth, who had been an all-state athlete the last 2 years, was not able to make it her third and final year in high school as a Farmington Black Knight.
Oh, that sucks ass.
A
You know
Black
what?
Knight, huh?
She was a 2-time all-state jumper. That's like college level shit.
She's probably going to go to college for that.
Yeah, you gotta be able to let the kid do her high jumping stuff. You can't let the goat thing get in the way.
And if you were watching the goat hop up onto his platform, maybe he helped teach her to be better at high jump. Maybe he was motivation.
The goat helped with her form.
Yeah.
Pragmatic Baxter says April has called Aaron gay twice, alluded to the fact that he has an anal stimulator, and revealed he wears her clothes. See, that's what I'm saying. She'll do anything to try and get over.
See, but I didn't put all that together in a big picture. It just kind of...
Everybody tries to get over at Aaron's expense, and Aaron just keeps plugging away.
Okay,
Plugging
but
away.
you in your position can say that, and we can do that because we don't have your lead position. We are your underlings.
I understand it comes from a place of envy.
Absolutely.
Yes, comes from a place of envy.
You are the...
Go ahead.
You are the man.
Thank you.
You know?
Thank you. Johnny 1.0 says that was a deep cut. I'm sure no one got that reference. Hey, Aaron, did you guys bomb the DK house too? A new poll came out and...
Lucky poll.
Didn't we just have a poll that said that Trump is like kicking Biden's ass in like a general election poll?
Yeah.
Like he's winning by like 4 points or something like that.
Mhm.
This is why you can never trust polling. And whether it's, Biden's ahead or Trump's ahead or this and that, always take it with a grain of salt. Because now a new poll shows that Biden is up 7 points over Donald Trump.
No.
In the popular
That's
vote.
not... I don't... Even if you're not Republican, how can that be the case today? Like, aren't you just ashamed or even just frustrated?
I'm just saying, just based on the way the country is.
Yeah.
If you told me that Biden was up 7 points on Trump or Trump was up 7 points on Biden, I would say you're full of shit. There's no way either of them.
way.
Yeah, there's no way either of them are 7 points ahead of each other because you can't get that much of the country to agree on something that important. The WPA intelligence survey of 1,571 registered voters. See, like, why even do these polls? There's like 100 million.
That's what I've always said.
There's like 100 million voters in the United States. And you're going to take 1,500 people, and you mean to tell me that those 1,500 people are going to be an accurate reflection of 100 million human beings? I have a hard time believing that.
All topics, they'll take like 500 to 1,000 people and just swear it off as gospel.
Okay, but like radio, for example, when the ratings would come in for St. Cloud, you would get, it was a listening area of 250,000 people, and you would get about 12 to 1,500 books back. So 12 to 1,500 books for 250,000 people, not great.
Not at all.
But you can maybe get like a small snapshot based on that. They're taking St. Cloud radio market survey numbers and extrapolating it out to 100 million people.
That should be accurate.
It's impossible. They found Biden leading Trump 47-40. By comparison, Biden defeated Trump by 4.5 points in the 2020 popular vote, while former President Barack Obama beat Mitt Romney by 3.9 points in 2012. What happened in 2016? The poll, which has, well, actually, technically, Hillary won that one, too. She had the better
This
popular
is all
vote.
fucked. Can we stop with elections now and just...
You just want to appoint them?
point at somebody.
You want to have a reality show? We have Nick Cannon host it. Whoever can name all his kids wins.
All of his kids can be on like the choosy board.
Oh. The poll, which has a margin of error of plus or minus 2.5, how they determine that, I have no fucking clue, was conducted between May 10th and May 13th. Also showed independent voters backing Biden by a whopping 14 points. See, you cannot tell me that independent voters, and those are the people that vote on like kitchen table issues more than anyone. You know, if you have a Republican or a Democrat, they'll vote Republican or Democrat. Yep. Independents are the ones who go, how much do eggs cost? How much does gas cost?
See, that would be me.
I don't really give a shit about this political issue. What's college looking like? All that. I have a hard time believing that the people who vote on those topics break for Biden by 14 percentage points.
And it's because nothing is going well.
Wednesday's poll also showed Democrats leading generic down-ballot races 47-42, with Trump at the top of the Republican ticket. That's gotta be insane.
Can you tell me any one topic in this country right now that's going well?
Oh, you know what? This WPA survey, here's how you know it's horseshit. You know how all the approval polls have Biden at like 35%? This one has him at 46.
So just outward lies.
Yeah, you know what? I think we can put this poll to bed. I don't think that this one is very dependable. They've got 46% approval rating for Joe Biden.
I think that's unheard of for him, isn't it?
Yeah, that's like day one numbers for Joe. Here, let's go to 538.com. What's his approval rating at? Let's see. We have the Rasmussen poll has him at 42.
Oh.
There's that poll that had him at 46. Another one at 42. Another one at 35. And there's the WPA.
How are we spreading between 35 and 46% approval?
Because it's almost like these are all bullshit. Yeah.
That is a big spread.
36, 44. This one has him at 48, 42, 40, 40, 36, 48. So yeah, one has him with almost half the country liking him. The other one has a third of the country liking him.
And I'm sure they only look at the half, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking this might be a bunch of horse shit, if you will. Cockdiff says, wait until the busloads of Mexicans start arriving in St. Cloud. Oh, then we'll see the numbers kind of fluctuate a little bit.
Will our roof get done faster?
Grew Vinegar says WPA survey. Is Carl doing polls now? No, that would be a WATP.
Oh, you see, because I thought he had some affiliation.
By the way, I saw something. I love Carl. I think his show is great. But
he doesn't like me.
He hates April. He thinks she's a dirty cunt is the word he always uses when I talk to him. But I think Who Are These Podcasts is wonderful. You should check it out. But I saw yesterday, and even Carl tweeted to this person. He went, is this real? Because Carl understands that people on Twitter are just trying to start beefs between other shows.
Yeah.
Apparently on Shuli's show, they were doing a bit called Name the Bob Levy Quote. There is a bit Who Are These Podcasts does where it's what did this person say next? And Shuli has often been accused of ripping off Carl, of, basically stealing WATP, this, that, and the other thing. And he doesn't like hearing that. But when you do bits like that, you got to wonder, like, Shuli, are you trolling people a little bit with that one? Because if so, that's a good one. If you really did just start doing that bit, you should at least throw a little wink and a nudge over to Carl. Like, hey, Carl kind of came up with this bit, and now we're doing it.
Like, you have a lot of mannerisms from Cumia, and you've acknowledged it many times.
I am wildly influenced by Anthony Cumia
he's
and
a
Howard
son.
Stern. Yes, Jim Cornette's
You have many dads.
Jim Cornette is my father. Let's get that straight. Right here, right now. Yeah. Give me that. Give me that. Give me my dad's picture. Listen, motherfucker, if you don't think that Aaron is my goddamn kid, then when this picture drops down from the fucking frame, you take a look at Aaron's fucking face and you tell me that he's not my boy. And if you don't think he's my boy, then I'm going to accuse you, like that piece of shit Vince Russo, of exposing the goddamn business.
Why is there a white crusty on him?
Because I came on it.
What'd you do to him?
I jizzed on my dad's
That
picture.
is uncanny.
Look at that, right?
It is.
I got to shave my facial hair off. I feel like I'm betraying my family lineage.
Can you please shave it in stages, please?
Look at that.
I don't get this chance often.
Look at my dad and I. I'm your father,
Boy, you really are
motherfucker.
looking at him longingly.
I love my dad.
That might become up there.
Great. That's a copy, not really signed, says CK Benzona. Bullshit.
That is bullshit.
One of our fans bought that, and they got the personalized autograph. You can buy it on Jim Cornette's website.
Right, it is from the exact site. And it literally has Aaron's name in it.
Yeah. It literally says, I'm your father, motherfucker.
I had a hand in that.
Nebo says, Jim Cornette loves Wendy's much like me. That's my dude. Now I kind of want to get Wendy's again today.
I kind of want junk food, but not Wendy's.
I know. That was my mistake last time. I'm like, oh, I really want Wendy's. And then I went, do you? And then I ate it, and I went, I didn't.
Do we want something greasy and gross?
We'll see. We'll see. We got a show to do right now, but we can always look into these things. Guys, the coffee link is in the chat. Not Croy Bierman. I got to put the coffee link in there. It's pinned to the top of the page. Every bag of coffee we sell, of steel toe coffee we sell today, our portion of it is going to go towards tomorrow's goal, because today has already been knocked out. And say congratulations to MSO, because David Chandler just made him a VIP today.
Congrats, sir.
Well, Family Guy is dead again. Now, this is like the 13th time that Family Guy's been over with. Seth MacFarlane, because he's probably a homosexual, has a hard time making up his mind.
I never like that when people say that. I don't know why, because I don't have like an affinity for him by any means, but I'm like, I have like a weird attraction to him physically. Like, I like how he looks, and I don't want to believe that he's gay.
As Patrice O'Neill once said about Seth MacFarlane, no gay man writes that many show tunes, and that's a fact.
I do understand that take. Yeah.
A little Patrice here, so that we know. Oh God, fucking Comedy Central's website. We all remember how fucking cancerous and terrible this is.
40 seconds of loading.
Yeah, we're not doing this. I'm going back. I'm finding a YouTube copy. Where's Patrice's?
It's probably loaded by now.
Motherfucker.
It would be loaded by now, sir.
I want to get Patrice O'Neill's. They got everybody else.
You're not listening. It would have been over.
Oh no, it was the Charlie Sheen roast. That's what it was. But that's not the one. That's not the one.
Oh, look, it's sprinkling outside.
I know, I'm fucking up. You know what? I'm just going to see if this one loads.
It would have been loaded.
But I think Patrice O'Neill said it best about Seth MacFarlane when he said that, Seth MacFarlane needed a partner, like the South Park guys or Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah.
And he tells the story about how Hanna-Barbera once said, I'm bigger than Yogi, and Barbera slapped the shit out of him for saying that. And he said, Seth needs someone to slap him and slap him twice. One, just say you're gay. Number two, don't forget why people love you. He said that Seth MacFarlane almost seems like he's jealous of the cartoons. And he goes, my critique of Seth is that it's too much Seth. And that's always been my critique of Seth MacFarlane and Family Guy. Has always been just like, all right, I fucking get it. Dude, I have screamed, I fucking get it, at Seth MacFarlane so many times. I think it might be his middle name.
Why do you watch then? Isn't that on you at some point?
Whenever I end up... All right, here we go. Here's... let's fast forward to the Patrice part.
Like, I don't respect him. Way too much confidence.
There's the Jeselnik part.
He reminds me of a medieval restaurant waiter. I got a critique about Seth.
Here we go.
Stop skipping.
I'm not going to play the video. We'll get popped.
I consider Seth an icon. I do. Like, I got a critique about Seth. It's too much Seth. It's almost like he's jealous of his own creation. Where he wants to prove I'm better than the cartoons. But he's not better than the cartoons. See, but I think the problem is with Seth is that he don't have a partner. You know, like the South Park guys.
He's just
or
cute. That's my only thing.
I know we've read that old story that Hannah once said, "I'm bigger than Yogi," and Barbera slapped the shit out of him for saying that. Seth needs a Barbera to slap him and slap him twice. Once to say, "Hey man, don't forget why people love you." And two, just say you're gay. No straight man writes that many show tunes. That's a fact.
It's got a point.
I love Mike Tyson, and I don't.
Well, that was the end of that one.
I love Mike Tyson.
I love Mike Tyson. Well, no, his thing about Mike Tyson was actually kind of funny too.
I don't have much to say. I, as a fan of Mike Tyson, I love him, and I don't mean, I love.
Fuck you.
I love you, man.
I love his work with
Disappointed
women.
and hurt at how much comfort white people have around you now. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of like people should be scared shitless of Mike Tyson, and they're not.
Because he's black? Because that's your take if you're saying you agree with what Patrice said. He said white people.
He's a giant, monstrous black man who beat people half to death for a living. Yes, it's okay to be afraid of that guy.
But not because he's black.
If Jerry Quarry hit like Mike Tyson, I'd still be more afraid of Mike Tyson than Jerry Quarry.
Okay.
Yes, I will admit that. There's something
it's very revealing of
There's
you.
something
like
about
that.
Jerry Quarry's coiffed hair that made me go, all right, look, that guy hits really fucking hard, but that hair wouldn't hurt me.
I'll absolutely say I don't give a shit about Seth MacFarlane. I literally just think he's attractive.
Look at here.
That's it.
Take a look. There's gentleman Jerry Quarry. Look at that. He looks more like a serial killer than a boxer.
Yeah, there's a little Dahmer in there.
By the way, Jerry Quarry could fucking bang. And all of that body hair, that's definitely a 60s and 70s boxer. You don't see that shit today.
No, today they wax.
Jerry Quarry could fucking bang, man. He beat everybody. The three people who beat him in the 60s and 70s era, Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, Ken Norton. Everyone else he beat. But he just, every time, he was that guy who would win like 6 fights in a row and they'd be like, hey, time to give Jerry Quarry a shot. And then some really good fighter would beat the fucking dog piss out of him. And he always bled and got beat up. And then holy shit, Jerry Quarry's won like 6 fights in a row. We got to give him a title shot again. And then they'd half cripple poor Jerry Quarry. And then Jerry Quarry would, oh my God, it's 1975. It's been 3 years since Jerry Quarry's last title shot. He hasn't lost since his last title shot. And then he gets in there and they go, oh, I forgot why we don't give him title shots anymore. He's almost dead again. Poor Jerry Quarry.
What was that?
But he kept coming back. Jerry Quarry. All right. Anyway, Seth MacFarlane.
You're insisting upon yourself. Too much Aaron.
I think Jerry Quarry deserves more respect in America.
Nobody knows Jerry Quarry.
Everybody knows Jerry Quarry now. Family Guy and American Dad creator Seth MacFarlane has called it quits amid the ongoing contentious writers' strike. Oh, is Seth standing with the writers? That's wonderful. Fuck the writers.
This could be a good excuse to finally retire.
Yeah. The 49-year-old and his showrunners walked out in support of the ongoing Writers Guild of America work stoppage. I will give a lot of credit to the first show that goes, fuck it, I'm using ChatGPT to write my show. Just being honest, just going, you know what? If the writers want to know, because the writers' whole thing is ChatGPT can't replace us. I'm going to run a late night show and I'm going to go, oh yeah, let's check it out. Let's see if they can. And if you're right, we'll give you what you want. You can have your money. You can have your credits. You can have all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if this ChatGPT writes a show and we go along and people watch it and we're fine, you guys got to fuck off forever. It's like a loser leaves town match.
I mean, that's where this is headed.
Yeah. MacFarlane, who has voiced Family Guy characters, including fucking everybody, reportedly has no plans to return until an agreement is reached between the WGA and his studio, 20th Television.
See, to me, I bet a lot of people don't actually care. They just see this as it's a reason for a vacation.
Right.
Who cares?
What does Seth MacFarlane lose in all this?
He doesn't. He's fine.
I think they said they wrapped up. Yeah. So 21st season of Family Guy just wrapped like last week.
Yeah.
So he was due for a break anyway.
He doesn't need
So
it.
he gets to virtue signal and he gets to go, I'm standing with the unionized writers and I won't cross the picket line. It's like, dude, you weren't due back at work till like October.
I bet he said that with a yawn. He doesn't care.
Oh, yeah, he does. He's one of those guys who cares. He's a writer. Of course he cares.
Well, how much is he worth? What's he worth?
Probably a lot, but he's a writer. He definitely is on their side. MacFarlane's popular American Dad is 2 months into its 20th season, which premiered March 27th. So yeah, one of his shows just wrapped the season. The other one's still in the middle of the season they've already written. They're not like the South Park guys. They don't show up on Tuesday to start writing Thursday's episode. They knock that all out in advance. The latter has 3 months of scripts and voiceovers already in the can.
That's most cartoons, I think, because like we talked about the Rick and Morty guy getting in big trouble, and they still aired the last season with him in it because they already had it done.
Because I think South Park, they're the only show that's ever gone like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make every episode in a week, and people are like, you're out of your fucking minds. They've done documentaries about like, what is it, like 6 days till launch, I think it's called, and it's about how South Park makes their episodes, and it's psychotic.
It stays really like up to date that way, which is cool.
But it's insane. Like there have been times where Matt and Trey, it's like the show goes on, let's say on Thursday, and on Monday they're like, guys, this episode we're working on, total shit. We got to burn it down, start a new one. And they're like, are you out of your fucking mind? We got to animate this thing. We got to voice this thing. We got to write this thing in like 2 days. And they'll be like, we'll be fine. We'll be all right. Like Matt and Trey are like those kids in school who like could not for the life of them study for a test until it was 6 hours before the test.
Yep. And then they cram it.
They couldn't motivate themselves to do anything until they're like, all right, when do we absolutely have to do
They do a bunch of Adderall the night before and they get it done.
They're old school. They probably do coke. Zen Rhino says, Google says Seth is worth $330 million.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't really care if he has to if he gets to keep writing. What's it matter?
He might care. It doesn't cost him anything. Like
when you care about something, isn't there usually some cost involved?
Yeah, but he doesn't give a shit in terms of like, you know, he doesn't like some of these writers, like their career depends on it. That's why they're striking.
Right.
They're like, this is our last stand against AI. Yeah, Seth cares that people see that he cares.
Right.
He cares.
He needs the optics of it, but I'd say he's got 40 combined seasons in the can. I think he's fine.
Yeah, Potato Head said he's an egomaniac. Oh, he cared. Yeah, all these guys care. He wants to keep doing his show for sure, but he gets to say, "Hey guys, I stand with the writers." But you watch. If this strike drags into August, September, and he's got to start writing Family Guy again, he'll be like, guys, why don't we just quietly fire up the ChatGPT and why don't we see if we can knock this season out?
I bet he's like still writing shit down. Don't writers just write shit down daily when they come up with ideas and stuff?
Well, now the writers are writing things down daily, but it's on their little whiteboards that they're striking on.
Sure.
You know, it's real clever. I'm sorry, but there's so much less support for the writers from like TV viewers this time around because they've been watching the late night TV shows. They've been watching the sitcoms. They've been watching how much these people are preaching to them and how much these people are lecturing them on different things instead of just making them laugh. And now these writers are like, guys, they might replace us with computers. And the rest of us, instead of like back in 2010 or whenever it was, going, oh man, this is bullshit, guys. You got to get in there and help. Instead, now we're going, good, fucking finally. Maybe if a heartless robot writes these things, they might just figure out the formula to funny and just write that instead of giving me dancing vaccine needles and fucking James Corden dry humping a picture of Anthony Fauci while singing with Ariana Grande.
Or like that episode, was it The Good Doctor with that autistic doctor that would like they were doing that whole transgender bit?
See, I want more of that kind of shit.
Well, I want his character's response. I don't want that fucking bit.
That fucking The Good Doctor where the good doctor's like, yeah, no, she's a man. Because he's just autistic and he's like, no, I don't care about feelings or anything. This is just the mechanics of it. And they're like, no, they identify as a girl. And he's like, well, she has testicular cancer. And they're all like, oh.
How about identifying doesn't mean shit when it comes to science?
Yeah, it just matters how you feel.
Like, cells don't get to identify as shit that day. They just are.
Yeah, Wrong Hole Rick has a great point. he says he can just start writing the show just like South Park described it. The manatees will write the same shit anyway. Yeah, how can he be striking in favor of his writers when his writers are a tub full of manatees? Don't you remember in South Park how they described how Family Guy shows are written?
I don't remember.
A manatee takes a ball, and then he pushes it to the center of the thing, and it's a person. And then another manatee pushes a ball to the... I'm sure if we look it up on South Park or on YouTube, South Park Family Guy writers. How Family Guy jokes are made. Yeah, is the whole premise of this episode.
Oh, I got that.
And then there's something about a picture of Muhammad, and Cartman wants to destroy family.
Deep, situational, and emotional jokes based on what is relevant and has a point. Not just one random interchangeable joke after another.
I mean, you got to admit, South Park kind of did Family Guy better than Family Guy.
Tiny bit.
South Park out Family Guy. Yeah, Semper Reloaded with $3. That's me too. This episode ruined Family Guy for me. Yeah.
See, that shit doesn't ruin anything for me. I can still enjoy both shows.
But it's like that glass breaking moment where it happens. I'm like, oh yeah, that is kind of every fucking episode of that stupid goddamn cocksucking show.
I don't go look at Family Guy and think, wow, this is really riveting shit.
But
it's usually more like, oh, that's good background noise.
But it is the same fucking thing over and over, and then you get mad when other people don't see it because you're like, dude, they're not doing anything.
What if they do see it and they just watch it because it's easy watching shit?
That reminds me of the time that I saw the thing at the thing, and then it flashes back to that. Like, oh, cool. All right, that's fucking talent.
Do you watch Anchorman for the hard-hitting, substantial jokes?
Anchorman has a story. And it follows the story.
It's a retarded story.
And the humor serves the retarded story, and the story moves along. Family Guy is a bunch of little twigs off the branch. Fucking drives me insane.
That's why there's different things for different people, I think.
Right. There's things for funny people and things for retards. Family Guy is for retards.
They all have a place.
They do, you're right. What would retards watch if they didn't?
Exactly.
Because they wouldn't get South Park.
It's like when the press burned down downtown. I'm like scared where all the roaches are going now.
That's what April calls violent black people.
That was not a black people hangout. That was methy white kids.
Zen Rhino says Trey and Matt actually animated Family Guy better than Seth MacFarlane does. I know they did Family Guy better than Seth MacFarlane.
I don't like that animation better. No way.
Seth has always been really jealous of Matt and Trey too. That fucks him up when you bring up Matt and Trey in front of him. He doesn't like.
I think you should be jealous of the better writers.
I mean, that's true.
Like, are you shitting on him for being jealous of the people you're saying are better? Are you not jealous?
Yeah, fuck you, Seth.
Yeah, what the fuck's your problem?
How about JJ says Family Guy is for low IQ viewers. South Park is for us geniuses who sip wine and smoke cigars while watching. Yeah, you've seen me watch South Park. I go, oh yes, the social commentary here on how we all don't notice what's really ailing society until it's far too late is actually portrayed here in the JokeBot 3000.
You really do have your nose up.
Well, yeah, because South Park's way better, and it bothers me that people like Family Guy.
I think most people would acknowledge it is the better show. I just don't think that you need, like, where people that might enjoy both shows, they don't be, like, hostile towards the better one, where you guys are, like, super hostile towards the other one.
I be like hostile. Semper Reloaded with $3 says, can you please ask her to stop yelling at us? Hey, we're just trying to enjoy our program. And hate the other one at the same time. Matthew Jenkins says, I love both shows, but that South Park episode is brilliant.
It absolutely is. But like I said, that doesn't ruin the other one for me because I didn't go to Family Guy thinking, wow, this is really highbrow shit.
Flying J Lot Lizard says, South Park is for us sophisticated folk.
You're talking like you've never shopped at a Five Below before. Like you only shop at Saks Fifth Avenue.
I only watch South Park.
Again with the game.
By the way, and if anyone wants to argue this, they can show what retarded Family Guy fans they are. Even though I've never been a huge fan since like 1995, The Simpsons is better than Family Guy by 1,000%. I have nothing but resentment for that dog shit program.
I actually seriously hate the animation of Simpsons. I hate it. I hate the look of it, and I hate Marge. Whoever played Marge's voice is just atrocious.
As much as I say that, much as I love South Park, and I do think it's the greatest animated show of all time, I don't think you can say it's better than The Simpsons, simply because there is no South Park and there is no Family Guy if you don't have The Simpsons.
You can still do it better than The Simpsons.
You
You can have a reason for something existing, but the product can still be
But
better.
it's like a president being
That's
better.
insane.
But it's like a president being better than George Washington. Can they really be better?
Yes, you could, because you could have been influenced by something but did it better.
I guess, you know,
What?
there's me and then there's Anthony Cumia and obviously me. No.
That is insane, though. Like, you can absolutely take an influence from somewhere and do it better or refine it the next time.
All right. D. Gulag says, first of 10 seasons of The Simpsons was amazing. Family Guy heavily ripped them off. I will say this. I have not watched enough Family Guy to know. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, I must agree with that jarhead Semper Reloaded. Use your inside voice, you heathens. Plus, you forgot to read one of my donations. Well, Jesus
You
Christ.
stop forgetting him. He's very generous.
I apologize. Where is it? Where is it?
I'd laugh if there actually wasn't one.
Where is it?
He's
I've
just
scrolled all the way up.
scrolling.
The chat moved too fast. I fucked it up.
What did it say, buddy? We're sorry.
Yeah, I really apologize for my failures, and I will. I'll do better in the future. Holy shit, guys! We only have an hour left in today's show. This is one of my favorite stories. I'm glad we got to it.
Okay.
Senator Dianne Feinstein. You remember the one who looks like Palpatine now?
Sack of bones.
Yeah, here she is. Here's our darling, sweet
I
gun
bet she
grabber.
fucks.
Yeah, I bet you she doesn't. She
She fucks suppositories.
takes one of her own finger bones and just
Ew,
diddles.
okay.
So, Dianne Feinstein, who looks like you can just snap pieces off of her, returned to the Senate last week. In fact, about a week ago, she returned to the Senate. They wheeled her old 88-year-old ass in there, and she looked like she had no idea where the fuck she was, which I guess is kind of part and parcel of the Democratic Party now, if you look at who the president is.
It's not far from Biden.
But I would argue she's worse than she's in worse shape than Joe Biden is.
Physically.
Oh no, we're going to show you that she's mentally in worse shape than he
Oh,
is.
really?
Too.
And that's a tough bar to cross.
Dianne Feinstein has been out of the Senate for 3 weeks. They claim fighting shingles. It's whatever. I think she's too old to be roofing, but that's just me. So Dianne Feinstein out of action for a week. Or out of action for 3 weeks. I'm sorry. She's been back for a week.
That grit will fucking tear her skin off.
She was doing an interview, and she said the following about what she's been doing the last few weeks.
How you're feeling since you've returned?
I'm feeling fine.
Yeah.
I have a problem with the leg.
The leg?
Yes.
What's wrong with it?
Well, nothing.
Nothing?
It's anyone's concern.
Okay.
Oh, well, fuck me for being a concerned voter.
Well, does her leg really make or break how she does her job?
It's just kind of a cunty response when you're a public servant.
What if a dog humped her
Not
leg
of
violently?
anyone's concern. Oh, but whether or not I own a gun is part of your concern. Okay, cool. So you can write all these laws and you can vote on these laws that bust my balls and regulate all the shit that I have. But if I ask you, how's your leg? You go, oh, that's too personal. I'd appreciate my privacy.
I'll tell you what, a fucking stiff breeze came by and blew on her leg, and it's bruised now, and
That's
she
about
can't
it.
use it.
Well,
I got it, fucking Paul Pelosi.
Hold on. What does her leg matter? Like, why does she have to be out of the Senate? She's in a wheelchair.
It was for shingles. Here we go.
Wrong with it?
Well, nothing.
Nothing?
It's anyone's concern.
Okay.
But mine.
What has the response from your colleagues been like? What have the well wishes? What have you heard?
What have I heard about what?
About your return. How have they felt about your
No,
return?
I haven't been gone.
Okay.
You should follow them. I haven't been gone. I've been working.
You've been working from home, is what you're saying?
No, I've been here.
I've
been voting. Please, either know or don't know.
Everybody heard what she said, right?
Yeah.
She got mad at that guy for bringing up that she'd been gone. And she
then?
said, no, I've been working. And he goes, oh, from home. No, I've been here voting. And we're going to play this probably like 3 or 4 more times. Listen to her people in the background. They all start shuffling and like, oh, fuck, we got to get her out of here.
And then she follows up with either know or don't know. Like, she's being bitchy about
She's
it.
being a bitch about it. So she's senile. She doesn't remember that she's been gone the last 3 weeks. And of course, showing you that you don't have to be there to be in the Senate because you're just a yes vote on everything for the Democratic Party. There's no, independent thinking.
How much makeup do you think you need to fill in those cracks?
Oh, boy. I think they just go to where, the trucks that fill the potholes on the highway, they just go to those and they just
those are fun to watch.
Yeah, they just start shoveling that in.
Okay.
Anyone's concern.
Okay.
But mine.
What has the response from your colleagues been like? What have the well wishes? What have you heard?
What have I heard about what?
About your return. How have they felt about your return?
No, I haven't been gone.
Okay.
You should follow them. I haven't been gone. I've been working.
You've been working from home is what you're saying?
No, I've been here.
I've
been voting. Please, either no or don't.
You hear that guy in the background?
Somebody
He's like,
stepped in.
yeah, excuse me. I need to get over here. I need to, yeah, fuck. Oh, boy.
I've been voting. Please, either no or don't know.
What do you say to Californians like Rocano who say you should resign?
That's
they
them
cut her
leaving.
mic
Yeah,
or something.
they wheeled her away.
Oh, boy.
They took her away. So this guy's like, what do you think about all these people? So after she goes, I've been here the whole time. And she hasn't. She's delusional. I either know or don't know, you piece of shit. He's like, you even heard him. He went, So then he goes, the only logical follow-up after that is like, hey, bitch, do you think you should probably quit? Because,
Things are just, they're not right.
And then her handlers just go, and they just start wheeling her down the hallway. Oh, shit. You can't, and this, like the state of California, they're all like blue pieces of shit too, because if you're not a partisan and you just care about like the country, you immediately demand that she leave.
This isn't good.
You recall her, you vote someone else in. What's the difference? You guys are just going to vote in another liberal anyway. Just get a younger one in there who knows what's going on.
Wait, wouldn't you rather have somebody a little more in touch?
Right.
With literally anything?
It's California. You're going to get an AOC style candidate anyway.
Right. Why are you afraid of getting the opposite in? Because that'll never happen.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Well, nothing.
Nothing?
It's anyone's concern.
Okay.
Just a standoffish bitch from the get-go.
What has the response from your colleagues been like? What have the well wishes? What have you heard?
What have I heard about what?
About your return. How have they felt about your
No,
return?
I haven't been gone.
Okay.
You should follow them. I haven't been gone. I've been working.
You've been working.
God bless this this journalist too, because if it were anyone who was like an opinion guy, they would, after she like insulted him like that, he'd be like, oh, I should follow shit. Really? You dumb bitch? Look at this. You had shingles. You've been gone for 3 weeks. How do you like them apples? I can't eat apples because my teeth are too soft. You should follow the news.
Shingles are scary.
She's just daring herself to be hit.
Working from home is what you're saying?
No, I've been here. I've been voting. Please, either no or don't know.
What do you say to Californians like Rocano who say you should resign?
They're just wheeling her ass away. God.
That would be kind of annoying as an old person in a wheelchair where they can just take you away from the questioning. You're like, no, I want to answer
they're definitely
that.
doing well. They're a
Sorry
little
about
tired.
that. Yeah, but like the entitlement and the shittiness of her to just go like, yeah, you should know. I've been here and I've been voting. And it's like, is anybody, you know who she is? She's Drew Barrymore in 50 First Dates.
Oh, right.
Whenever she wakes up, they got to put a tape in for her so she can watch what's been going on.
Her slate gets wiped clean every night.
Cordell. Somebody calling her Mason Verger.
I was going to say, who wore it better, her, Mason Verger, or Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah. Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, or Gary Oldman. Who did a better job with it? You forget that's Gary Oldman, don't you?
I do.
It's fucking good. He did a good job. That movie's probably, of the three, it's probably the third best. I think they're all pretty good. But like, yeah, Gary Oldman killed it as Mason Verger.
That's freaky, actually. Yeah, I do forget that.
Cordell, why don't you just push him in? You can always just say it was me. And then I love that Cordell's like,
he just does.
Yeah. Like the implication Hannibal's giving Cordell is, if you push him in, I won't fucking come up there and eat you. And Cordell's,
which is a fair trade.
Yeah,
right?
and Cordell's like, sounds like a good deal to me.
Oh, and those piggies are now fed?
Yeah, I know where he keeps all his cash. I can be out of here with a cool $1 million. I'll be good to go.
Right, you can clean that house out because you're the first to know.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, you can call. The cops can be on their way, and they're going to see all these dead bodies being eaten by pigs.
Who's going to tell him anything's missing, by the way?
Right.
Nobody.
Hannibal Lecter came in. Like, if Cordell stays there for when the cops get there, and he loads up a couple duffel bags with cash and valuables.
Sure.
And he gets them into his car, and then he calls the cops. And the cops come out, and they see this bloodbath and all these hogs eating this shit. You think if he tells them, oh, by the way, this was Hannibal Lecter, he came here and he did this, you think the cops are going to question him?
No.
They're going to be like, nope, that checks out. That sounds like Hannibal Lecter. Fair enough. Wronghole Rick says Mitch McConnell plays Mason Verger the best. You know, another guy who you don't realize it's him until somebody tells you, and I didn't realize it was him until like the fourth or fifth time I'd watched it, is King Baldwin in Kingdom of Heaven is Edward Norton. You really don't like Kingdom of Heaven.
It's not even that. It's one of those situations where the fans are worse than the movie, and you're the fan, and you have a fucking boner for anything with him in it. Anything Ed Norton, I've got a huge boner. Anything with what's his face, Orlando Bloom, huge boner.
I like Orlando Bloom.
It's not even the movie for you. It's just those men.
Rotten Tomatoes, Kingdom. Not true. Jeremy Irons also in that movie. Brendan Gleeson.
Another man.
Love them all. Brendan Gleeson, dude.
It's not the world's greatest movie.
You don't even need to tell me the premise of the movie. If you go, Aaron, here's who I got. I got Liam Neeson. I got Edward Norton. I go, stop. And they go, no, you're going to want to hear the rest of this. I got Orlando Bloom. I'm coming. And they'll go, I got Brendan Gleeson. I'm shooting to the stars. I got Jeremy Irons. I've bathed the dog at this point. You can stop. I've got Ava Green.
Why the dog?
I've got Ava Green. All right, fine. Cool. And I've got, I've even got a cameo from Jamie Lannister.
See, for me,
and you know who else I have? I have Jorah Marmont at the end as King Richard the Lionheart. Sold.
I really don't mind the movie. This I mind. There's a weird obsession for you where, like, if I did the same thing over, like, fucking Pirates of the Caribbean just because all the men are sexy in it, you'd do the same thing.
Yeah, I don't really watch it for the women, though. Watch it for all those guys fighting in medieval armor. Zen Rhino says, we get it, Aaron. You love men. I appreciate great thespians. That's what it is.
Great thespians? Is that
Yes.
even a word that people use anymore?
Yes, redneck, it is. Us cultured folk who watch South Park
Use
and drink
it in
wine.
a today sentence.
Edward Norton is a master thespian. Got any other brain busters for me?
That's
what I thought.
I don't know. I don't have a problem with the movie. It's just that you have such, like, you want to grind on things when you talk about it.
It's a great
And that's
movie.
a weird thing to me. Like, I don't get that way over anything.
It's a great, well, I have,
except maybe fishing and hunting.
look, I have passion.
I would grind
can't-
on a tree for
I
that.
can't help that I have passion. It's just, it's part of me.
But for Kingdom of Heaven,
It's a great movie. Wronghole Rick says, Edward Norton is a massive lesbian? No.
that is
No.
what I heard too.
By the way, I think also in Kingdom
It's
of
more
Heaven,
like Edith Norton.
Kingdom of Heaven is also one of those movies where you can look at like the smaller parts that people play and you can go, oh, they've all definitely been in an episode of Law and Order. Have you ever watched a movie where you're like, you watch a movie and then you see him in Law and Order and you go, oh, that was guy on the train number 3 in Speed.
Yeah, there is a correlation.
Yeah, there's a lot of little tiny movie character actors in Law and Order.
And you somehow know the names of all of them.
I do. I think we did one last night. We were watching an episode.
Yeah,
And
we did.
I went,
And-
holy shit, Rob Bartlett. It's fucking cool. It's awesome. Rob
And I
Bartlett's
laid
in
there
this.
dry like a desert.
Although you did the other night, you yelled out a Mary Steenburgen one. So you did get
It's
that
Mary
one.
Steenburgen.
It is Mary
Nobody
Steenburgen.
like, you have to know who that is, right? That's a very common one.
That is. Groove Vinegar says, Troy greater than Kingdom of Heaven. I'm not going to give you my opinion on that because I have not seen Troy.
I haven't either.
Is that Eric Bana and Brad Pitt?
I think so.
No, it's Alexander.
I
I'm
thought
not
Eric
sure.
Bana was in Troy. So was Brad Pitt. That's a Troy movie, right?
I'm not sure.
Can we look up the cast of Troy real quick?
We're looking up the cast of Troy. First,
We're looking
Rotten
up
Tomatoes.
The Cure first.
Kingdom of Heaven got a 39 on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, did it?
Nice.
Did it really?
How about the director's cut? Did the director's cut
Okay.
do a little better?
You know 2 versions of Kingdom
Let's
of Heaven.
see. Oh, yeah. I love the director's cut.
Oh.
39% tomatoes, 72% audience. Suck a dick. I'm going with the audience on that one. What was the other one?
They all sucked dicks too.
Here, Troy, Rotten Tomatoes.
No, we were looking up cast.
Well, you'll get the cast too. 53% on Rotten Tomatoes, 73% audience score. There you go.
It's pretty good. Way better than
Troy
Kingdom of
Photos.
Heaven.
Here, cast. Brad Pitt, Eric Bana, Orlando Bloom, Diane Kruger, Brian Cox, Sean Bean. I'm fucking watching Troy. How did I miss this thing? Brad Pitt, Eric Bana. He's, Eric Bana, we know him as, what? What?
It's moving.
Oh, sorry. You don't have to look that close. You can see it from space.
I had to put my spectacle on.
Eric Bana, of course, we all know and love him as Hoot in Black Hawk Down. Hoot.
Don't get confused with Hootman
No.
earlier in this show.
Brad Pitt, Eric Bana, I could take him or leave him, but he's
Dude,
fine.
Brad Pitt is still so fuckable.
The fuck? I gotta ask you something.
You would too, right?
Yeah. What the fuck happened to Eric Bana? He had like a 3-year run where he was in everything, and then I don't know. He must have told on a producer that like touched his cock or something, and they just cast him out like a leper.
Like the ones in Kingdom of Heaven?
Yes, like King Baldwin. Brad Pitt, Eric Bana, Orlando Bloom, Diane Kruger, Brian Cox,
Rose Byrne is in there too.
Bro, Uncle Argyle is in the fucking movie. Sean Bean, Brendan Gleeson, Peter O'Toole, Garrett Hedlund.
Who the fuck is a Saffron Burrows?
Who gives a shit? You know who else is in it, April? Nathan Jones, the fucking A-Train. Wait, was he A-Train?
I don't know.
I think he was A-Train in the WWE.
Did you just come though? He's bouncing his knee uncontrollably.
Dude, I'm going to have to watch me some Troy. I didn't know that.
I will too. That first row there looks pretty porn-ridden.
Got yourself...
Sean Bean doesn't look good anymore.
Look at that fucking Balin of Ibelin. You got... what's her name? Come on.
Nope,
God damn it.
you're on
Inglourious
your own.
Bastards. Bridget von Hammersmark. Uncle Argyle. Ned Stark. Hoot.
Ned Stark looks like shit now.
Joe Black. You got fucking
Mr. Smith.
Seamus from Braveheart. You got 2 Bravehearts in there. And then you got Garrett Hedlund from, of course, Country Strong.
Rose Byrne is in everything now too.
Is she?
Yeah.
I ain't know that bitch.
She's in a lot of shit with Seth Rogen now though. So I don't know.
Saffron Burrows is the redheaded main female lead in that shark movie with LL Cool J and Samuel Jackson.
Deep Blue Sea.
Nathan Jones was not A-Train. Okay, so Nathan Jones was just Nathan Jones. Did he have a tag team with A-Train? Because for some reason, when I think Nathan Jones, I think A-Train.
Robert just said, did Sean Bean die?
In every movie he's ever been in.
In every movie he dies, but not in real life.
Not in
Can't
real
kill
life.
him.
He's still good. Yeah.
Never hurt him.
He's actually discovered the secret to youth. If you die enough in movies, you actually can't die in real life. And he's learned that.
It's like a superstition thing for him.
New York Sewer Rat says Joe Black, Jack Black's brother. No, you've never seen Meet Joe Black? Fuck.
It's been so many years for me.
You don't celebrate Anthony Hopkins' entire catalog? The fuck is wrong with you? Next, you're going to tell me you haven't seen The World's Fastest Indian. By the way, people love that fucking movie. It's so bad.
I've never seen it.
The World's Fastest Indian is old man Anthony Hopkins trying to set the land speed record on an Indian motorcycle.
Oh, I was going to say Dr. Feather.
You know how I just described it and you went, oh, that sounds boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that boring.
That made me think of how bad I have to pee and how you should do a catch-up fucking thing for a second here.
All
but
right.
you never do.
Zen Rhino says Meet Joe Black was a remake of Death Takes a Holiday. Thank you for that.
Really?
You guys want a good movie? Go watch Trumbo today. All right. Steel Toe Coffee. Crescent Mount Coffee.myshopify.com. There's the link right there. Get your Steel Toe Coffee. It's also pinned to the top of the page. We get $3 a bag from that coffee, and every bag that we sell today is going towards tomorrow's goal. Thank you guys very much for your support. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Promo code JITTERS for $1 off a bag. And those prices on the website include shipping, which is nice. It's delicious coffee. You're going to love it. Check it out. Midland Armory, downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, knives, optics, and so much more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Check out that selection. Maxim Defense Industries PDX semi-automatic SBR 300 blackout 5.5-inch barrel 12-gauge shotgun. Look at that bad motherfucker. Of course, you can have these sent to an FFL dealer near you, or if you are an FFL holder, have it sent right to your door. That's midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get yourself a bunch of savings. Take a look at those optics, knives, shotguns, handguns, rifles, parts and gear, and so much more at Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Our friends at Stoney's are playing host to the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party Saturday, August 12th. That's at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. But tonight at Stoney's, bike night. They're going to have Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. Bring the motorcycle. It's going to be beautiful weather. Check out Stoney's Garage, the patio with the attached bar. It's a fun hang. It's a great dive bar. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Live music every single weekend. Great Bloody Marys. Awesome pizza. Nobody better than Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 at All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's 320-253-5203. Nobody quicker when your car goes in the ditch, you get in an accident, you need to be pulled out. Nobody better than All Care Towing. Robert says Crescent Mountain Coffee has great customer service. My Steel Toe coffee got lost in transit, and I contacted the company, and Jim wrote me back and said he was sending me another bag. Well, that's awesome because Temecula Roasters handles the production of the beans and whatnot. So that's great that Crescent Mountain stepped up when it wasn't even their issue. That's pretty cool. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. I've been hearing everybody has been getting their coffee within 5 days, which is pretty awesome. Okay, boys and girls, April's back.
I gave the dog kisses and he smells like chips.
See, that's a bacterial thing in his hoof.
He's snuggled in the sack.
We got to wash him out.
Did you just say his hoof?
Yep, I did. Rich Durant says Aaron needs to shave and embrace the baldness. I'm expecting Chris Hansen to appear. No, Rich. This is good. This is fine. We're good here. I've looked like this since high school.
Check it out.
Nothing's moving. We're good.
Some of you don't know, but back on an evening show in 2020, I did, in fact, shave his whole head and his back on camera.
There was more hair on the back.
Yes.
Believe it or not. Let's go ahead and hit play on this story. This is a fun one out of Scottsdale, Arizona. God damn, we got less than 45 minutes
I know.
left in today's show. All right, let's go ahead and play this one. Scottsdale, Arizona. This is just romantic.
Yeah, Jared, they're definitely doing well. They're a little tired, though, because it has been a whirlwind 11 days since they got married here at this White Castle.
A lot of fucking, right? In that first 11 days? Yeah, married at White Castle.
Married at White Castle.
Haven't you ever considered it?
Never even knew it was an option, quite frankly.
Oh.
I didn't even know there was an inside of that place. I thought you just went there at 2 a.m. in shame and ordered a bunch of... Now I kind of want White Castle.
I do too. Those sliders are weird. They're like good.
You're just hungry. That's all.
No. I grew up drinking them.
Drinking. You grew up drinking.
I grew up eating them. Like my grandma really loved White Castle.
2 or 3 bites at a time. Just...
Those little like minced onions get me.
On Cinco de Mayo, their story, it has gotten national attention. You can see that their faces taking up the pages here on this edition of People magazine. And
they're just fucking weirdos. That's fine.
That's like people that go to the Renaissance Festival.
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
But like, you can't go to the Renaissance Festival and be like, so you know where we get married? We love the Renaissance Festival. Therefore, do you know where we get married? White Castle. No, that's not the connection you make. You find a medieval times near you.
Ew.
You know, where are they? There's obviously one in Las
Chicago.
Vegas, Chicago, probably New York. You know,
I hope not. I hope New York doesn't have one.
You go get married at a medieval times. You don't get married at a White Castle.
They're definitely still getting used to being the king and queen of this Scottsdale White Castle.
I have to do this. This is a necessary thing.
Drew and Jamie Schmidt are officially married, tattoo rings and all. But they both have long accepted that White Castle will always have a piece of their heart.
No.
Yeah,
like clogged artery.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's this part of your heart right here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on the wrong side.
We're going to have to put some stints in there. Just consider it jewelry.
Yeah, it's actually the scar from that bypass surgery. That's the place in my heart that White Castle has.
Oh, and it just reminds me of you.
Yeah, exactly. When I almost lost you at our wedding reception because you had a heart attack into your 7th slider.
All that sodium, too. Oh, the high blood pressure.
Just gunking up your blood.
Oh, trying to fuck with that kind of blood pressure?
Just
That's dangerous.
Shooting sludge blood through your arteries. Or sudge blood. Indus business.
Admit something. You are jealous of that armor.
That is pretty badass armor.
It's pretty cool.
I will give the guy that. It's probably plastic.
Needs a family crest on it.
It's pretty cool. I like her crown, too. His, not so much.
You really, really love sliders, and you crave your partner just as much as you do the sliders.
Oh, shit. Do you think she can fit a whole him in her mouth just like she does the sliders? Lucky devil.
Oh, God. Man.
I saw her
There's
over.
like passion in her face right now.
I saw her over in the corner. She was one biting those sliders, and I thought, boy, I got to have me a piece.
Like a slider, she was standing there.
Then it's a match made in heaven.
Drew and Jamie said, I do. To each other, but also to a giant slider wedding cake, to crowns and armor, and to around 150 family and friends joining them at their happy place.
I couldn't wait any longer.
For Jamie, White Castle isn't just a place she and Drew eat at hundreds of times per year.
Jesus.
It's a home, and been one when she didn't have anywhere else as a physically and sexually abused teenager.
Oh, well now, come on.
Wow, and now she treats her sexual fantasies with sliders.
Bro, we already made jokes. You can't break that news to us right here, right now.
Talk about burying the lead, right?
When my stepfather would abuse me, I would run to the White Castle and I would tell the manager, and then the manager would pat me on the head and he'd give me a slider and I'd talk to him, then the cops would come, and then I just love this place so much.
Chad, it's going to be okay.
Oh, no.
I truly would not exist right now without this company. I had been
Aw.
kicked out of everywhere I went into, and I went into a White Castle. I was welcomed, I was fed, I was given water, I was allowed to use the bathroom, I was
Okay.
treated like a human being.
Now I'm gonna fucking cry.
Come on.
Why'd you do this?
I don't like that this story, because I don't actually watch these fucking things. I don't like that a story sets me up to make fun of. They're doing this on purpose. They set it up so we all went, aha, look at these fucking medieval reenactor retards getting married at White Castle. And then she's like, when I got butt fingered by my uncle, I went to White Castle and they gave me food. And you're like, oh, come on. I already called you a retard.
That's pretty cool of him to marry her there, though, right?
Yeah.
That's really cool, actually.
That's really sacrificing all your, like, parts of the wedding, because you're like, yeah, honey, I'll marry you in the place that you ran to after an adult molested you.
I did that for you.
That's true. That's why we got married in Las Vegas. After I was molested, I really wanted to go play craps.
I've never had a big wedding.
But when I found out that they were the safe house for Jamie before they were safe houses, became a super fan.
When we showed up at
Tastiest, tastiest safe house ever, am I right?
No shit. You might
God.
poop a lot, though.
Nothing, well, from the molestation you might already, so what the hell, might as well, swing for the fences.
Just make it easier to come out.
Right. At least then you can tell yourself when you're on the toilet, you're like, it's from the White Castle.
I'm actually kind of into him now. Like, he fell in love with this woman, and once he found out what kept his woman alive that he loved so much, he fell in love with that, too, for her.
Well, that's good, because he's going to probably have to deal with a marriage full of a lot of emotional outbursts and, shit.
Well, they can just have a trial by combat.
I guess so, yeah. How'd your last marriage end? Well, I put a mace in her face. She was yakking.
Mace in her face. I like that.
White Castle to meet Drew and Jamie today. They got there early to have a few sliders beforehand.
Double meat makes it so much more flavor, and the jalapeno cheese is awesome. Love it.
And don't forget the onion chips.
Oh, yeah.
They know a White Castle.
But now
Do
every
you want
time
to get White Castle today?
there's not one near
There's
us.
a freezer section near you.
No, I got the shits the last time I had those.
You guys, I don't remember why we did this, but on an evening show, we had microwave sliders from White Castle here, and I think I got a box of jalapeno cheddars one time.
Nay, doggy.
And then the originals. I prefer original.
No, thank you.
I was fine, and he fucking shit his brains out the next day, like squirts.
Laughing Lion says this is what happened to Jenny in Forrest Gump. Exactly. Jenny wanted to get married at Forrest's house because that's where she'd always run after her dad would,
It's Jenny. You said it wrong.
I'm such a retard, by the way. I watched that movie. It had been my favorite movie for years. And I did not put together that she was molested until I was in my 20s already. Well, a very key part of that movie.
Are you kidding me?
No, I didn't. Like when he said kissing and touching her and her sisters, I thought they meant like he would hug them and like hit them maybe, but not like sexually abuse them. I didn't figure the sexual abuse.
Oh, I'm with Silverwolf. White Castle over therapy.
Right, yeah. She just went, no, I don't need to talk to some doctor to tell me that I'm going to be fine. I'll just have another slider, thank you.
Jeez, I didn't even know that it was like questionable that she was abused.
Oh, yeah, you forget the deleted scene in Forrest Gump. Laughing Lions has it. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here to White Castle. Dr. Climate Abortion says, it's official. Aaron has the weakest stomach in radio. No, I can eat some vile shit. But there's just certain triggers that just...
That's actually true. He will eat, like we don't waste food often, but if there's like a really questionable leftover in the fridge, he'll still eat it and he'll roll the dice and he'll usually be fine.
I'll be the canary in the coal mine. Yeah. Magic 8 Ball says, if you would all join us after the wedding, we will be serving White Castle. Lieutenant Dan White Castle. Lieutenant Dan White Castle. Lieutenant Dan, I got you some White Castle.
Where's the restaurant you'd get married at? If you, like, let's say on our 10-year anniversary, you wanted to do a vowel. A vowel.
A vowel, yes. I'd like to buy an E.
You'd like to do a vowel renewal.
Katie Kidney, no. I do not eat truck stop sushi. I will
You
not
do
do
eat
that.
truck stop, like, chicken, though, and sandwiches
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, I can go for a truck stop chicken. I can go for a truck stop. A lot of their tinfoil wrapped sandwiches and stuff, if it's at a truck stop, not just a gas station. It can't just be a gas station. But, you know, I'm talking about, like, you know, the real deal fucking truck stops.
No, you'll eat a Quick Trip McRib.
That's true. I'll
That's
eat those.
fucked up.
I thought about getting one the other day. I passed. I settled for
We just got done with you pooping.
I settled for the cheese-filled breadsticks and the mini tacos.
Do you know what bothers me about you're talking about Quick Trip, right?
Yeah.
Those breadsticks, I've had one good set of those once, and everyone after that have been like soggy.
But you
in
keep
the
chasing the
wrapper.
dragon?
I do, but I gave up
man.
on it recently.
With that cheese seasoning they have on the top, if they're nice and crispy,
yeah, but when
that
they're
is a delight.
soggy and wet.
I get it. Yeah,
Ugh.
it's no fun. I've always had good luck with the filled cheese
You like a good
breadsticks.
filled
Like when
breadstick,
it
right?
oozes on me.
Breadsticks don't sell tickets.
So you're saying where would I go if it was like if I had to pick a fast food place for a vow renewal?
If you're gonna marry me again,
And it has
did
to
you
be-
just say vowel too?
No, I said vow. Vow renewal. So I have to pick but I can't pick a nice restaurant. You're saying what fast food
No,
place?
I'll allow you. You can pick a restaurant. Go ahead.
I have to pick one here though. You can't just go anywhere.
Yeah, Las Vegas is off.
Yeah, you gotta pick
because there's
one
a lot
here.
of nice restaurants.
I'm
there.
going to say if I have to get married at a restaurant, if I have to do a vow renewal at a restaurant, I'm going to say McDonald's because it means more. It just means more.
Yes, it does.
I don't give a fuck what you all think. White Castle is the fucking jam, says
Dude,
Optic Nerve. That's
I'm with you, dude. I think it's delicious. It is total dog shit, probably actually molded into a square patty, but it's good.
pretty accurate. They're going way too far with reality shows now. We gotta cancel it.
Oh,
It's
now
gotta be
you've
done.
decided that?
Yeah, it's got to be done. They're making a Bachelor Senior Citizen edition.
What does it say about me
No.
that
Mm-mm.
I heard you say senior citizen, and somehow I was comforted that it wasn't trans yet?
Oh, I see. So you were thinking, oh my God, this is gonna be the worst. It's gonna be like a trans bachelor thing.
Yeah.
That would be.
There'd be so many fights.
What do they call? Yeah, as soon as they find the dick, they lose it, and there's just fist fights
It's
in the
somebody
house.
that looks like me, but you get up under my skirt
Yeah.
and there's a fucking...
Ah! And you're attacking them not only because you resent them for lying to you, but also you have to beat the feeling of gayness out of
playing
yourself.
whack-a-mole with my wiener.
Yeah, you're sitting there, you go up, and you're like, yeah, does this make me gay? Gorilla rage.
Oh, Shaka's dancing when you do that.
Thanks, buddy. You just heard gorilla. And that's what's gonna happen to Hogan tonight, gorilla. So they're going to call it The Golden Bachelor, a senior version of The Bachelor debuting this fall. After more than 20 years of fostering young love on The Bachelor, The Bachelorette and Bachelor in Paradise, The Golden Bachelor, showcases a whole new kind of love story. One for the golden years, ABC said in a press release.
Well, you know what I can't wait for?
What's that?
The overnight dates.
I'm excited to see how this show does, because remember, I think the people that watch TV regularly tend to skew older. And so with those people skewing older, this might actually be a hit.
When does this start?
This is going to start, I believe, in the fall.
There's
Monday nights after Dancing with the Stars.
Not really since football have I had any like TV that I actually plan on watching. Maybe I'll watch that one. I'll see how it goes.
And if the Golden Bachelor goes well, they might have the Golden Shower Bachelor. Thank you, Magic 8 Ball.
Can we get the black one, though? I would like the Black Bachelor.
Why?
I just want to see it. I think they deserve it.
Okay. Just checking. Do all the women have to be black?
Yes, everyone.
Everyone has to be black.
Film crew and everything.
Oh, my God. The whole staff. Well, it'll be cheaper to make. Hobo Chili Recipe says, when I am old and retire, I'm going there. I've heard fishbowl parties, girl-on-girl geriatrics. It's AARP Shangri-La.
Dude, they got to take out their dentures first.
Oh, man.
Or they're square dancing or something on like a group date and everyone's teeth are falling out.
Like, do we have like a follow-up with The Bachelor like we do for Bar Rescue? Like how many of those actually worked out? Because
no, there's shows like that.
I just can't imagine that they stay together and like have kids and they go, you know how I met your mom? I was fucking like 20 broads on a TV show.
You don't get to fuck 20 of them.
What?
You get to take, I think it gets whittled down to when you have, I think it's 3 partners. I think you do hometowns or overnights. I can't remember which one that is.
So how many do you get to fuck at max?
3.
So your wife, as you're picking her and proposing, you have to. She has to.
You don't have to have sex with them, but you do spend the night together.
You do fuck.
So you know they all do.
You fuck them, yeah. So then the girl that you pick has to be like, oh, you fucked these other 2 girls just before you picked me.
Or if it's the girl. The girl was the bachelorette. Now you're taking 3 dicks in a week.
Whore. It's gross. When you really break down these shows, you realize like any of us who think that the empire has fallen this year or like in the last 5 years, just trace back however long The Bachelor is. That's when.
And dude, I think with Bachelor in Paradise, it's kind of a free for all. Like you can get caught doing whatever you want always, and you get to choose who you want to go out on like dates with and shit.
Scarface says we had the Black Bachelor, April. It was called Flava of Love.
Oh, damn it.
They have a point.
That's true.
Yeah, it's already been done.
Can we get a Jewish one?
It's called Hollywood. That one's already, yeah. I mean, what more do they want? You know?
I didn't know.
Yeah. No, you had no idea.
Oh my God.
Glad
I feel like
I'm
my whole world's changed today.
Glad I'm here to educate. All right. We are in overtime now. Thank you guys very much for all of your generosity.
Thank you.
We have our final stories. I'm just opening up now. Well, that's a page 404, so that one we're not doing. Oh, what'd they delete? Rumors of an alien invasion created to stop math test, superintendent says. Oh, so this was a story where a bunch of kids created a rumor that aliens were invading, and they did it to get out of a math test, but now the news organization that reported it has deleted the story. Can you say cover up?
Tiny? I don't know, man. Is it a tuck-friendly cover-up?
Well, I mean, everything has to be tuck-friendly now. That's called The Flavor of Manischewitz, says Hobo Chili Recipe. That's the name.
See, I would watch that. Yes. I think they should all be Hasidic, though, and have, like, the big beards.
And the
what are those called?
I almost called them dreidels. Payas. The payas. The dreidels. The tendrils. Like
tendrils. Fucking dreidels.
Yeah. Is it tendrils or payas? What's here?
What the fuck? It would be kind of funny, like, you know how sometimes, like, you go to certain, like, beachy countries and you get those shells and beads put in your hair if you put just dreidels in your hair?
Here. The Jewish hangy hair. What's that called? Side curls. What the fuck are they? Payas. P-A-Y-O-T. All right.
Trisha
Payas. She changed her name. Magic 8 Ball says, yeah, Payas. All about money. That's
tomorrow I'm expecting that goal knocked out by 8. Okay.
Oh man. All right. We did the Dianne Feinstein story. This story I had some hope for, but then I found out that the kid was just being one of those YouTube prankster douchebags. There was a guy who got kicked out of SeaWorld recently for fishing.
With his dick?
No, just fishing. I thought it was going to be like some old man who was like, it's like, come on here, I always wanted to catch a dolphin, And he's like, he's just out there fishing, seeing if he can catch anything.
What do you fish for dolphins with?
Well, it turns out it's just some fucking douchebag kid. Some guy who does a YouTube prank channel. I hate these prank channels. First of all, they're such bad pranks.
Isn't Mr. Beast a prank channel?
No, I don't think so. No, he's more of a challenge channel.
Fine.
Yeah, he more does like challenge type shit.
Ticky-tacky.
So, internet prankster YouTube Ricky. Okay. By the way, YouTube Ricky has a TikTok. Get it? YouTube Ricky?
Or it could be YouTuber Icky.
That's what I would call it. Found a secret spot that no one else was fishing. Unfortunately, that spot was a tank at SeaWorld in Orlando. Before we could get to that, how do you get a fishing pole into SeaWorld? Someone at the gate should have probably flagged that. As the employee stated, it doesn't matter if you're playing. That's not safe for our animals, and it's not safe for you.
He actually just catches a shark and it eats him.
Okay, so this is YouTube Ricky. Let's see here. Let's check out his.
Sir!
I got a bite.
Sir!
I got a bite.
Doesn't matter if you're playing. That's not safe for our animals. That's not safe for you.
I don't want to do this. I was told to do this.
By who?
God.
Not what I expected.
You know what? I kind of what I expected. Because a lot of those prank channels tend to be. I mean, the last one we had was a black guy.
But
they just, I don't know. Yeah, this is him. Okay, so I found his YouTube channel here. He has 374,000 subscribers.
Isn't that just tragic sometimes? Like, we're sitting here really trying to truck for 10K by the end of May.
Wow, we're going 10K by the end of May, and this asshole who brings a fishing rod into a SeaWorld is up at 375,000. Why do I try?
Real quick, though.
Yep. That's probably part of the joke.
Oh.
So anyway, let's pick out one of these. April, you tell me to stop when you see a title that we should check out to see if Ricky is any good.
The second one.
I gave her a kiss?
Yep, that one.
All right.
Good afternoon and welcome back to another video, y'all. So I never in my life thought I'd be beefing with a big corporation. I don't know if y'all remember, but in my video last week, I dropped some merch. I dropped a sweatshirt that had the Pizza Hut logo, but instead of saying Pizza Hut, it said MILF Hut. Literally a day later.
Yeah. Pizza Hut's going to fucking sue you for that.
Yeah, that's not good.
Man, I used the Pizza Hut logo and I just changed a word. And can you believe they threatened to sue me for that shit? Yeah, I can believe it.
You can't sue a black man.
Let's skip ahead here.
Looks like Lamar Jackson from that angle.
Holy shit. It's just, you just see his hair.
That's the same hair.
Oh, I'm a petty lawyer, bro. I'm one of those lawyers you see on the commercials. All right, man, let's get it, bro. Let's go get back, dog. They took from me. They took from me. They took from me. Even though it was theirs, they still took from me. We drove a little bit of ways to get here, but hey, it's all worth it, man. It's all worth it. This inspection just take 5 minutes.
Oh, so
okay.
he went to Pizza Hut to fuck with them and do inspections. Yeah, this isn't highly illegal.
No. I was in it for the woman I saw in the thumbnail for the record.
This is hey, you know what? Chalk up another prank video YouTuber that is not funny. Congratulations. We have yet to find a funny prank YouTuber.
How do we get all the subscriptions?
I don't know.
How?
I hope he's buying them.
It's hard.
Huh? Can we see your guys' stoves?
Stove?
Yeah, real quick. Or the oven.
The oven?
Okay.
The stoves. Can we see your stoves? How dumb are the employees and the managers that this guy says, can I see your stoves? And they go, get the fuck out of here. So he's saying he's from like Pizza Hut corporate. And he's here to inspect their shit.
Not only that, if you're from corporate, you don't have braces with the rubber bands connecting your jaws, okay?
I mean, everything seems to look pretty fine. Is that a mouse? Is that a dead mouse? Behind the stove back there?
That's a pan.
Oh, okay.
We put the pan there to stop it from being pushed up against the wall so it can ventilate.
The only reason we're here is we got a call that someone found a piece of foreskin under the cheese. So we just had to come and do a surprise inspection.
Ha 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 ha. That's so funny. Get it? Part of a wiener was on the pizza.
A foreskin ran away.
A foreskin. Yeah, somebody in the Pizza Hut just cut off their foreskin. without any kind of antiseptic or any kind of cleaning products or solutions, without any kind of numbness.
Just rub a little olive oil on it. You're good.
Yeah, they just cut off one of the most delicate, sensitive pieces of the body and put it on a pizza.
Don't you want only the rare toppings on your pizza?
Could you imagine the retards who watch this on YouTube and go, oh, he told them that there was foreskin on it.
I worried that that's going to be the kids.
True. This is probably all teenagers watching this. Yeah.
Foreskin under the cheese.
You can't make it up, right? I know. Crazy. So, how y'all doing? Y'all work for Pizza Hut? How y'all like it?
It's all right.
It's all right? I can't believe they gave me permission to do this. I didn't even say how it worked.
Yeah, it's almost like you lied and said that you were there to inspect their equipment.
For anybody. I just said I'm here for the inspection, bro. And I was walking this way or whatever, and I happened to open the freezer door, and a naked dude ran out, flicked me off, and ran out the door.
He flicked him off, get it? There's a naked man in the freezer, and he flicked him off and ran.
I opened the freezer. There was a naked man in there. Oh, my God. You got to give this guy a break, guys. His writers are on strike, but that was still very good.
What are you talking about, sir?
I opened the freezer door, and there was a naked white man. He was a bald guy. He flicked me off and then ran out the door.
When?
As soon as I opened the freezer door and tried, like during the inspection.
Are you seeing things, sir?
I could be.
Let me call Miss Chanel, because I don't know what's going on.
Who are you calling?
I'm calling my boss.
Your boss? Are they the ones that gave me the cease and desist?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's why I'm calling my boss.
I made a sweater.
Some type of ID saying who you are.
My name is Nicholas Kerr. You can call me Nick for short.
Oh, I see. Nicholas Kerr. You can call me Nick for short. Yeah, okay. Oh,
Is she going to say it, though? I kind of want to know.
Do you want to see if she says it?
I do kind of want to see if...
This is fucking terrible. God, you're right. If they're making this for like 12-year-olds, then okay, whatever. It's dipshits making stuff for dipshits, but this is depressing.
Short.
Hello, Miss. They're doing a live video.
Didn't show it.
Talking about, I'm not giving you my name, sir, till I know who you are. I'm not giving you anyone's name till I clarify. You're not showing me an ID or anything.
Nicholas Kerr.
Can you please go to the front of my store?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No problem. No problem.
I knew the perk was fake, but I still.
Oh, get this shit off here. Get this shit off here.
This guy fucking stinks.
That guy has over 300,000 subscriptions, and we're trying for 10.
375,000 subscribers. And he's going to Pizza Hut as Nicholas Kerr to inspect their ovens.
To illegally go trespass in their kitchen.
Wow. That is funny.
And that man just got kicked out of SeaWorld, was it? Because of he was fishing at SeaWorld. Get it? Because it's funny.
It's funny to fish at SeaWorld. Nice says, your number one coattail rider, that could be any of 4 people, is going to be doing a special on how to smoke pork butt. Oh, wow, that's fucking hilarious. That's almost as good as these 12-year-old prank things.
I will give him that. Whoever you're talking about, at least it's his own content.
Yeah, that's an improvement. I mean, it's going to be dog shit, and it's not going to be any good, and no one's going to watch it, but at least it's you doing something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an improvement. SH says, was that his mom or auntie? Nothing else explains how that could work. Oh, really? You don't think that the fucking dumb lady that was there at Pizza Hut would have fallen for that one? She didn't seem like the brightest bulb.
There are people that will fall for that.
A mother has divided users on TikTok. Here we go. After jokingly suggesting she uses fake tans on her infant, preferring him with a golden glow. The mom, Kylan Sutner, 21, young single mom.
Kylan?
Of course, the young single mom has a TikTok. It's only a matter of weeks until she has an OnlyFans.
She's 21.
Uploaded the short clip to TikTok, writing she gives her son a sun-kissed look to match her tan.
Good.
When everyone is telling me to stop self-tanning my baby, but the loving tan employees have families to feed, she joked in the video. So is she really doing this, or is this some kind of bullshit thing?
No, she's actually fake tanning her baby.
Everyone commented on his color, so I decided to make a joke about it. I would never actually use self-tanner on my baby.
Oh, well,
okay,
thank God.
So
Never
there
mind.
we go. So there's the kid. But yeah, there she is. So the 21-year-old has a new baby. She's got to put the baby all over TikTok. Uh-oh. Anyone else got a theory on what's going on here?
Yes, of course we do.
Is that baby a statistic, or?
Well, I think that baby's got a normal tan.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You're starting to get the picture now.
Looks a little Mahomesy.
A little Mahomesy?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, man. You know,
Maybe that guy Ricky was the dad.
Yeah, we need less single moms because they're never going to change. They're never going to get better. They're never going to improve. We're never going to get a better class of single mom. We've seen that now. With as long as they've been around and how much this thing has been getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
We're not going to get an improvement. They're always going to be narcissists. They're always going to use their baby as a little accessory to accentuate themselves. They're always going to use the baby as an excuse to hide their own shortcomings. We just need to find a way to make less of them. How do we do that? Stop impregnating broads?
Yeah, stop having sex with women that are not mother material.
I'm not going to...
If you're not going to be with that person, stop having kids with them.
I'm not going to tell people to stick with the women they knock up because we've lost. That battle's been lost. You know, that they're not going to, they're going to abandon, people are going to abandon children when they knock somebody up at 19 or 20. It's just baked into the cake. But in this case, how about we just stop dumping in these fucking broads? It's not hard to prevent pregnancy.
It would be nice because clearly the girls aren't doing anything to stop it. So if you guys could take a little, action, just pull out.
Yeah, guys, look, the single mom thing, we've tried to make it a woman's responsibility and it failed. It didn't work.
The women are not taking responsibility.
Guys, like anything else, we're going to have to take over and make it better.
I saw some tweet yesterday, a screenshot of a woman tweeting, somebody give me something positive in my life. Somebody knock me up or somebody get me pregnant or something like that. It's like women just really do. They need a baby for like, oh, I just have this baby now.
Mark Atkinson says, just have butt sex. There you go.
Put it in her pooper.
Just take it right in the shit cutter and everyone will be fine. Apparently, this with all this migrant hopping across the border now, they're starting to notice a pattern. And guys, don't be alarmed by this. But there is a huge increase in Chinese migrants hopping across the southern border.
No.
Yeah. Now, you might say, Aaron, China is a long way away.
Tiny bit.
From the southern border. So these people would have to be getting shipped to the southern border of the United States so that they can then infiltrate America. That's good. The country that is our number one enemy, although number one enemy of our country, not of our president, they're business partners. So our president currently is business partners with our number one enemy. And since a guy like him values money over patriotism, he serves China before he serves us. I can't believe that his administration is not stopping potential Chinese agents from, waltzing across our southern border.
Dude, we're not stopping anyone.
No.
Here. And we're trying to throw Trump in prison, but we won't let anybody into our country.
And by the way, I don't blame China at all. They have a soft enemy in front of them, and they're taking advantage of it.
They've got police factions here.
Yes, they have police departments inside the United States that keep tabs on Chinese nationals that moved here.
I'm sure that's all they're keeping tabs on.
That's some super communist shit right there. Since the media won't even admit there's a problem at the border, you might not know that the illegals pouring into America aren't just from Mexico and Central America. There are hundreds of thousands of people from as far away as Pakistan and China pouring into the country and being released.
And you know why I go there is it's the easiest point of entry.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
A Texas DPS trooper encountered a group of 30 Chinese nationals walking along a road near Roma, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. Texas DPS says the trooper got them off the road, called Border Patrol, and agents responded to process the group. RGV continues to see a surge of Chinese nationals at the border. That is, why?
Are we all just being cucked?
I think so.
It does seem just kind of like a big joke sometimes. You hope it's a joke.
And the fact that they won't say anything about it is the most worrisome part of the whole thing. Like, if they would admit it, at least you go, okay, they just can't stop.
And it removes the sensation of being crazy.
Right.
Like, because I see that stuff and I start thinking things that make me feel like I'm crazy.
Right. But the fact that it's happening and that nobody will say it's happening, that's the part that makes you feel nuts. Let's check out this story from, I think this is Arizona, could be Texas.
Shocking sight off Sunny Isles Beach. About a dozen people jumping off of a boat.
Officials say these were Chinese migrants swimming to shore. Local 10's Bridget Matter is live in Sunny Isles Beach with new details. Bridget.
Okay, best case scenario, they're poor Chinese people who want to escape communism,
Absolutely.
and they hopped aboard and were smuggled on like a freight ship.
Best case, yeah.
They stowed away on a freight ship. They're Chinese nationals who want to get the fuck away from communism and come to the United States. Okay, great. But China has shown through like their purchase of American real estate and land and stuff like that, the balloons, that they will, they're not above pulling some goofy shit.
They'll come into our house and unannounced.
Oh.
Border Patrol says 10 Chinese migrants were taken into custody. Now Homeland Security is investigating. U.S. Border Patrol is investigating a Chinese migrant landing in Sunny Isles Beach as a possible smuggling event. Just after 11:30 Monday morning near the Newport fishing pier, cell phone video shows a group of migrants jumping off of a boat. The migrants made their way to shore, including this woman with a backpack.
It was a little family. It was dad and a mom, of course, and then
I can see something like this being a bunch of people escaping communism. I mean, that's nothing new.
I understand that too. It's just that everything else that's going on,
right,
leads your brain in other directions.
Yeah, like China is fucking with us so bad that it almost seems like anything that ends up being Chinese almost makes you paranoid because you're like, are they setting up some shit? But then you also have to remember this, though. Even if things are going well in China, there's still a communist country where you have no rights.
And some people don't agree with that.
And some people do, and a lot of people don't want to be there and will risk their lives to get their families out of it. So I would say it's probably more likely that they're just trying to escape communism and come here. But again, we have an administration that has been business partners with the Chinese Communist Party. We already have these weird police stations that the Chinese are using to spy on their own people who come here, and a bunch of other wacky, goofy shit. So I don't know. It's a little odd.
It's just all the happenings in the world really do leave you at unrest with yourself sometimes.
Right. I just saw something pop across the screen. I don't know if this is true, but it's big news if it is true. Wow.
Woo.
Wait, what? ABC fires Jimmy Kimmel during Jimmy Kimmel Live. This is 11 hours ago. Only MSN is reporting this. This can't be true. This has got to be a bit.
MSN's no joke, though, right?
Kind of a joke.
Okay.
The Disney upfront needed Jimmy Kimmel. It got Pat McAfee. Oh, yeah. ESPN also signed Pat McAfee as well.
Okay.
The Tonight Show staffers will be placed on unpaid leave. So they're not having that. ABC fires Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel had his monologue interrupted Monday night by breaking news. After 20 years, ABC has decided to part ways with the late night host. That can't be true. The breaking news came just moments after Jimmy Kimmel mentioned the termination of Tucker Carlson and CNN's Don Lemon mid-sentence. Oh, it cuts to Jimmy Kimmel's sidekick, Guillermo Rodriguez, who says, we have some breaking news. After 20 years on the air, ABC has decided to part ways with its host, Jimmy Kimmel.
So it's a joke, right?
Yeah. Jesus
Well, they
Christ.
got us for about 3 seconds.
Yeah, because somebody wrote it in the chat, and they were like, oh, Jimmy Kimmel got fired by ABC. But
whatever you got to do to be talked about.
Yeah, I guess. He's still doing a show?
I don't know.
I thought you weren't supposed to be doing shows anymore. Huh.
No more of that late night shit.
Yeah, all the writers are gone. One of the late night shows, I think it was Letterman, stayed on during the last writer's strike because he owns his show and owns his company, and he hired his own writers. So they weren't Writers Guild people. Mm-hmm. So I think he stayed on the air. And I think Jay, to his credit, Jay paid his writers while they were striking, which pretty
good
sweet
on
of
him.
Yeah, pretty cool of him. Jay was always Letterman was always known as kind of the standoffish, not very friendly, not very personable guy.
As shown to us by the Late Shift.
The Late Shift. And Jay was always, for whatever people want to say about Jay Leno, he was always known as very nice to work for, always nice to be around, always treated his people very well.
Personable.
Yeah, very personable. But I always liked Letterman better.
Letterman was prickly. That's because you like that kind of person.
I do.
You kind of can be that kind of person. You're not shitty to most people.
I am. I mentioned Anthony Cumia and Howard Stern a lot. I don't think I really give enough credit. David Letterman was a huge influence on me as well. I'm pretty heavily influenced by Letterman, I think. A Bud Light seller apparently stuck with too many cases of the unsold beer in the wake of the Dylan Mulvaney fiasco is offering $20 rebates on a purchase of 1998 cases of beer. That's smart, man, because
that is smart because now people will take the Bud Light.
You think about it, they're gonna buy it, and a lot of those people aren't gonna mail in the rebates.
No, because it's an extra step.
Right. They won't claim their rebates, but they might buy the beer because they're like, hey, it's a free case of beer, even if it's piss water that Dylan Mulvaney's had her dirty hands in. Free beer is free beer. Mm-hmm. But not everyone is going to, they're like, Americans, they're going to be like, oh, I have to put my name down? Yeah, fuck that. I'll do it later.
That happens to me a lot with Menards. They always have that 11% rebate, and I never do it.
And also, even if they do, even if they do mail in the rebate, that fucking case of beer was going to go bad. Mm-hmm. You weren't going to sell it, and you were going to have to throw it away,
now,
so you might as well get rid of it.
Even if the person buys it and does send in the rebate, it still shows that it was a purchase, and your purchase, right,
it counts as sales.
Yeah, it counts as a sale. Your sales go up.
A photo posted to social media shows stacks of 24-can cases of Bud Light with a promo tape to them touting a full rebate from the unidentified beer vendor. Things can't be going great if they're basically giving it away, said Twitter user Ed Lattimore. You're making 2 cents profit per case when you buy Bud Light, and there's still plenty on the shelf. They can't even give people money to take it off their hands. Yeah, I mean, last month they were 26% down year over year, and this past month they were 23.6% down.
I mean, that's where this hack go broke thing comes into play. It is true.
When they did that Dylan Mulvaney thing, like the first day that people were mentioning that and saying that they did it, I swear to God, I mean, the whole first day I thought it was a joke that, people on Twitter were fucking with us and they were fucking with Bud Light. I was like, there's no way they did it. They could not have done that. They know how tone deaf that is. They know how bad that looks, and they are not doing that. And it's one of those things where I had to see it like from 3 or 4 different sources before I would believe it.
Yeah. I have a big question. Where the fuck did Dylan go suddenly?
I don't know.
Where's Dylan? What is Dylan up to these days?
I think Dylan's CIA handlers said, all right, we got a little too aggressive with the messaging. We're going to have to dial it back a little bit. Why don't you sit tight in some nice hotel rooms? Try on some...
Actually just stopped wearing lady stuff for a few days just so she doesn't get caught.
Strap on some nice tuck-friendly swimsuits and, we'll get back to you. Somebody says, what the fuck, April? The Menards rebates are the easiest thing.
I know. I used to work there for a brief period of time, too.
Somebody says, see what Budweiser's doing now, trying to get people back to buying it.
Exactly, because like I said, even if it's a free case of beer, you had to buy it first. Your sales are going up.
Magic 8 Ball says they have Dylan tucked away.
Clever.
Hobo Chili Recipe says they brought Dylan back to Langley for more weapons training. Yeah, you're not done with your CIA training yet. You got to go back and learn more things.
Saying, do you ever notice that these people that are suddenly all the rage, whether it's good or bad, suddenly disappear as soon as something didn't go right for them?
Spy Pigeon, Dylan made a video the other day with 5 o'clock shadow. Like, what the fuck, man? I think with Dylan Mulvaney, like, people like that are mentally ill to begin with. And then you add on all this pressure. I don't think we're too far away from them cracking. If they're a real person, if they're not a character that someone's playing as like a psyop,
AI,
then I think that I think Dylan will break mentally. Put Gino Bisconti on the case. Apparently, he's causing everybody to have breakdowns. All of a sudden,
Gino
will break Dylan Mulvaney.
I don't know if Gino's evil genius or if he just accidentally steps into this shit.
He Mr. Magoo's his way into this shit.
Mr. Magoo, that is a good way to put it.
We're gonna put our clip with about our 1 hour long clip with Gino up on the channel today at around noon or 1 o'clock. You guys check that out. We're gonna come back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central for our final show of the week. April, thank you very much.
Thanks, boss.
Guys, here's the link to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Use the promo code JITTERS to save $1 on your bags of Steel Toe coffee. Check it out, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com, and get your Steel Toe coffee today. All right, guys, take it easy. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. One last